and we won't have much time for pre-match. Welcome again to Guerrilla Cricket. We're sorry you didn't hear our fabulous theme tune. We are very sorry about that. We have a technical issue that the full weight, and it is quite a full weight, of the technical support team is trying to solve for us. But basically, the jingles have died. Sorry about that, Mog. Sorry about that, Jeff. Sorry about that, Mr. Peel. It will be solved, don't you worry. So, I'm here. I'm here with Messi, tribal elder and weather expert from Perth. Hi, Messrs.
Hello. Welcome.
And from Melbourne, Gorilla and White Line Wireless alumni. It's Russ Degnan. Hello, Russ.
Thank you for having me.
Oh, hang on, and now we can hear. And now we've got the theme tune. Well, there we go. Oh, I know. Oh. So do you want to take over, or do you and stick to my beautifully constructed rotor, or
let's stick to your beautifully constructed rotor?
Well, I'll bugger off then. Bye.
That's okay, but you were support. Thank you very much. I'll just he did get the theme tune, a little bit of it anyway. God, that was hectic. I wasn't expecting that. For some reason, fucking Windows decides to update, and when it's updated, it's caused an issue with our jingle machine, which basically means it ditched one of the packages that it runs on, which means it wasn't working. And I've just had, fortunately, the people who support that package, fortunately we pay them money every quarter, their support is amazing. I downloaded TeamViewer and we were up and around. He was on my computer and fixed it in 5 minutes, which is pretty impressive, actually. So we do. Good morning, Russ. Good morning, Messi. Sorry about the chaos.
G'day, mate.
We got a game of cricket to do, though, I suppose. India have come out. What are they? 151 for 5. I need to go under for the fall of the first wicket. The pitch looks a little bit cracked this morning. It's had heat on it for a couple of days. It is starting to heat up in London. I think it's going to be high 20s today. We should play some jingles for who's going to start the bowling. This man's going to start the bowling. Now it's not coming out now. Interesting. Oh, that's because I've turned it down, isn't it?
Brendan Bian.
Let's try that again.
Still got the
technicals.
Here comes Scotty Boland.
And we have. Yeah, it's Jinky Rahane. But he's not facing because this man is.
Oh, no.
He got a couple of short ones like yesterday. Towards the end of the day, he got hit a couple of times. Ended up, it was last 20 minutes seemed like there was only about 2 overs. Barrett kept getting hit. They kept stopping for stuff. Nathan Lyon was just having a jolly in the outfield. First ball of the morning is into. It is Rahane facing up. Sorry, he clips that down to long leg and as a single. So as we didn't get a full 10-minute intro today to line up, what are your thoughts on what's going to happen today? I'll go with you first, Russ.
What's going to happen? I mean, the predictable. You'd expect that Australia will roll through India, hopefully within a session or so from their perspective, bat for end of the day and then have 2 days to go at India. That's what they'll be aiming for anyway.
Do you think they'll bat till the end of the day if they've got a 300-run lead? They don't need 200 runs, surely. They'll bash that out.
2 days.
Oh, no, they've got 2 days, but gosh, do we have... Oh, dear, there we go, bowled. Second ball of the morning, through KS Bharat. Nip backer from Boland. I didn't get my bet on in time. I'm really annoyed, but there you go. KS Bharat has been rolled 152 for 6. This game is becoming almost dead and pointless.
On your fight, mate.
That was almost unplayable.
It was. I mean, they did an aerial shot. You don't often see pitches in England crack out like that, but it's like a crazy paving. There's a lot of cracks, and I guess if it hits the edge of one of those, especially with the heat coming along, it's going to divert, and that one certainly did. It jagged back in through the gate, and the stumps were taken out.
First ball of the day for Barrett. Just thanks for that.
Yeah,
That's exactly what you want to see when you first ball. One that jags back from outside off
exactly
and hits the leg.
Oh dear. Well, I've totally reassessed my prediction. I now think Australia will apply the follow-on, and it'll be over today.
Do you really? When was the last time Australia enforced the follow-on?
Oh,
About 1920. I don't know. Never. They don't. Even when they've got masses in front, they never enforce the follow-on. I suppose if they roll them in 5 overs here, then there's a case for they might as well.
yeah.
I don't think they would. There are too many tests over the next 6 weeks for them to not give bowls a rest between innings.
But they've only
Well,
bowled, they've only bowled 38 overs, Russ. It's not even a full innings.
I don't think they would care.
I think they want a rest between this game and Friday when the first test starts. So.
Yeah, I think they might. They might.
And I think this pitch is going to be a nightmare. Actually,
I don't think it's certainly not going to get easier to bat on, is it? It goes back to the toss. I think India were fucking mad to put Australia in. But there you go. That's all done and dusted. I think it would have been a very different game. It could have been the other way round if it.
You look at Australia's innings.
Defended by the new man Thakar, who I'm trying to find his jingle because I'm sure I put it in here yesterday, but I can't find it now. And there's no run.
It's a 285 run partnership surrounded by 2 collapses. Australia's innings.
Yeah.
Yes, well, exactly that. I was thinking that last night. So between them, Head and Smith got just shy of 300 runs, right? 384, 284 between them, 285. Exactly, and they got 460. So exactly that. They got less. The rest of the team got less than 200, and that is what's happening to India here.
Less than 100.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Less than 200. But I mean, India 152 for 6. They're not doing as bad as the rest of the Aussie side. Into the thigh pad of Thacker. It comes off it, bounces out on the leg side, and there is no run. And it's all looking very good for our Australian friends. Sorry, trying to find a jingle for Shardul Thacker.
How about getting on some media pacer? Thacker's Indian, Thacker's a bowler. When he bats, disappointment. Shadow Thacker
defends the next ball after getting turned very square, and his back leg comes right round, but he gets it out to mid-off, and there's no run. Good start for Boland. He'll be happy bowling in England.
Indeed. Mog, I tweeted out that we were on air but with no jingles originally. He said, no jingles and the fuck out of this shit show. And for a nation with so many people, so much money and all the fucking power, India is a bit shit at winning cricket stuff when it matters. Why is that, BCCR? Leah says, for no apparent reason, I'll have you know I took 1 semester of meteorology in university.
Edged. Oh, dropped. Terrible. Boland is in last ball of the over. It was edged by Thacker. It went straight to Khawaja, I think second or third. He palmed it over the bar. Probably should have held on to it. And Boland will feel unlucky not to get a 3rd wicket and 2 in his first over. That's quite handy actually, because I didn't manage to get the bet in still. So you crack on with tweets while I start.
Sorry, I was premature. I thought we were at the end of the over. Leah said she also had to take climatology for geography. So you should be in a weather cave. Mog says the damage has already been done with those jingle things. Muttley's with us, says, Wolf, morning primates. I had 3 additions to the music collection to listen to today, and I was up at 8 a.m. and got stuck in. It's finished just in time to tune in. Here was today's new albums. Time for the Cricket, No, Love and Sausages. And he sends us a photo of When Rivers Meet, the BP collection. We Fly Free and Saving Grace. I've never heard of When Rivers Meet, so I'm sorry.
No.
Mog says, I assume India are playing for the follow-on and making 800 in the second innings.
Well, they've done it before. This man is going to bowl.
Paceman Pat, and his baggy green cap. Early in the morning, just before the warm-up, he has to pull out with a dodgy back. Patrick Carman!
He bowls just short of a length, and it darts away a little bit from Rahane. He plays well inside the line, lets it through to the keeper, and there's no run. There's 3 slips and a 5th slip, maybe 4 slips wide. I wouldn't call him a gully. And it was fended at by Thacker with an angle bat, which made it go up. He was stretching above him, but it wasn't too high, and he went with one hand. It went quite quick to
He
Usman.
probably could have got 2 hands there.
Yeah, well, that was the criticism I was about to mount, Russ. He probably could have got 2 hands to it. That one's straighter by Pat Cummins, up to mid-on, and there's no run. But Australia will be feeling this is a job really well done, won't they?
I mean, it couldn't have gone better for them so far, more or less.
No.
It's also interesting, Thacker, in now, there's been a lot of talk, obviously, but not selecting Ashwin, and you don't really want your bowlers to be there for their batting, but that's a long tail with Yadav coming in next.
Well, isn't it just? I mean, that's probably, I might have been tempted to go with 2 spinners. I only bought about 5 batsmen over, though. If you look at their squad, it's really bowler heavy. The batsmen were kind of nailed on. That's inside half of the bat from Rahane defending. It goes off towards long leg and there's no run. Really only him and, there's been a lot of starts from the Indians. And you have to say, the first 2 wickets to go were given away, I'd say. Rohit played around a straight one, and Shubman left a straight one.
Yeah. It did come back a bit.
Not enough, though. I mean, the angle was bringing it in towards that stump. There was no reason not to be playing that ball. I think Che got a better ball. I think it was on a line that if it hadn't jagged back, he could have left quite easily, which he was going to do, and then it came back quite a long way and hit his stumps. And Kohli got a bit of a snorter from start. It was about the only decent ball he bowled in his first 4 overs, but that's all you have to do, get a wicket, and it's Kohli. Everyone's grateful. Cummins coming in again, bowling to Shardul Thacker, who managed to defend that out of the offside. I think it's about a run, but it's not there. And India look a bit shell-shocked, really.
It's the nature of this Australian side, though, that they're a very, very good bowling attack. Like, this is one of the best bowling attacks possibly that Australia's had ever. It's very, very hard to... And that's why, even when you're in, there's still a chance of getting you out, which is what we've seen with Indian innings.
This is true, and this is why the Ashes is so intriguing, because if England go at it, how are they going to respond? It's going to be interesting to see. Cummins is in. It's pulled by Shardul Thacker out towards deep square leg. Boland is slowly making his way around. I'll come back for 2. I mean, we've played a fair few decent bowling attacks. They've actually fallen apart when you attack them, and it'll be interesting to see if Australia are any different.
Well, you were having it that the England and the Australian attacks were on a par there, and I was thinking about that last night, and I thought, nah. If I wanted to choose one attack, I'd take Australia. In England, I'd still take the Australian attack.
Okay, fine. I would take Ollie Robinson and Jimmy Anderson in England. In fact, Boland is proving why you don't have to be that quick in England. That's flashed at by Shardul Thacker. And it just beats his outside edge through the keeper. And that ends the over, 157 for 6. Over to you, Messi.
Leah says, wasn't the last time Australia applied the follow-on in Kolkata in 2001, which is the reason they don't enforce the follow-on anymore? That's not true. Pakistan 2019, they won after enforcing the follow-on. There's a sort of myth that stopped Australia ever applying the follow-on again. Farong says, Friday afternoon greetings to all. Hope everyone is well. Messers has a slight chance of the test being wrapped up today. However, I don't think Australia will enforce the follow-on. So, Basit Ali, former Pakistan player, accused Australia of ball tampering. Moron. Why would you need to ball tamper at the moment? And Dan Liebke points out now Steve Waugh enforced the follow-on at every opportunity after Calcutta for the rest of his career and won every time.
Oh, okay, there you go. Boland is inside edge from Rahane onto his back thigh pad. It worms itself out on the offside, and there's no run. Yeah, I think the modern way, I mean, at 300 runs, I'd enforce the follow-on. But, I mean, when England enforced the follow-on in New Zealand, I think the margin was like 230, 240. And I think you might as well go out there and demoralise the opposition at that point and stick 250 on the board really quickly. Even if you're out for 150, you're giving them virtually 400 chase if you're just smashing it around for 30 overs. And the fact that they have to go back out again, get demoralised, then go in and defend it again. I think it's kind of easier when you're following on because you're just getting a second chance. You bat it once and you hope that the bowlers will tire. That's guided by Rahane out to gully and there's no run.
Yeah, well, Dan also points out they stopped doing it later when back-to-back tests became the norm and they didn't want to overwork the bowlers.
Yes, that's probably true, yeah. I guess that's it. If you've got a 10-day rest between tests, you're more inclined to feel that you can put your bowlers through the mill. But here, there's virtually 6 back-to-back tests for Australia. I mean, there's a couple of gaps of like 7 or 8 days between a few of the tests, but not many. That one angles in Boland, gets it to climb a little bit on Rahane. He's a short man anyway, and he works it around to long leg for a single. But he won't be unhappy with that. He'll want to work over Thacker, who looked decidedly unconfident in the last over facing him. Should have had him out really, caught on the last ball of the over. Goes down to give him a few words of encouragement. Go on, Russ.
I think it's not giving the impression he's here for a long time. It'll be interesting to see whether Rahane decides he needs to attack, given that there's not a lot of batting to count.
Well, I'm sure. Who's in next? I mean, who have you got? You've got Shami and Yadav and I can't think of the
Siraj.
And Siraj. I mean, they're all happy slappers. That's going to be 4 byes though, as Boland slams that down the leg side and can't get across. Can carry. There's 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Can't blame that on the keeper. That's a shit ball by Boland.
It's not like Boland to lose his line that badly.
Maybe he's trying too hard to get that one to nip away from a stupid line. Yeah, I mean, they're all happy slappers from here on in, at which point he might as well join in, because they will probably hit 8 runs each, maybe, if they're lucky, and get caught. Off the outside half of the bat this time, defended by Thacker. It's going out towards third man. I think it's going to make it. It's definitely made it because Nathan Lyon has stopped. I think he jabbed his knees into the deck there. It's 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4. Get on the dance floor. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Ooh, I hadn't heard that one.
Classic tailing shot. Just letting it run off the face.
Yeah. Nice shot, really. 15 metres between backward point and gully. The amount of info you get these days. That one is defended up to mid-on, and there is no run. And 13th over of Boland, who's 2 for 37, ends with India on 166 for 6. Over to you, Messi.
Cricketing Views says the Calcutta follow-on was a bad idea as it is. Enforcing the follow-on when there's plenty of time left in tests is a negative idea and a bad idea. The follow-on only makes sense when there isn't enough time for a 4th innings. Yeah, there may be differing views on that. Just Ideals says, I prefer to pronounce Thacker as in Thailand. Thacker as in Thailand. Do I have any friends? I don't know. Is that a broader question, Just Ideal, or just in relation to Thacker? Muttley says, Essex-based blues rock band formed in 2016 by married duos, that band he was talking about, and they won 4 UK Blues Awards in May 2021. So check them out. And Warren says morning all.
Cummins in, guided by Rahane, who looks reasonably comfortable, out to the man at deep point, and there is no run. I'm just going to check one of these dingles and see if they play, because they got sent and a whole load, and it kept telling me there was a problem with them. Well, they're all working. That's good news. Is that Steve Smith looking at the wicket? Not with someone, Coley, with gloves on. It's not that cold, mate. Mind you, I suppose it's 30 degrees cold when it's 40 back home.
Well, it's currently 19.4 at the Oval, so that's quite warm for London, isn't it?
That's reasonable.
Is it warmer in Perth, Missy?
No.
Squared up is Shardul Thacker. I think he got that on the hand because he's shaking it. It would be his right hand, which is bowling arm. He's looking at his forearm, so I guess it missed his hand and hit his forearm. Jumped a bit. It's quite a good cricket wicket, this, really, isn't it? I mean, it behaved itself quite reasonably for the first 2 days. The odd one did a bit. It's obviously going to get worse as the weather gets hotter and it maybe gets a little bit harder.
Yeah. I mean, that ball that got Coley was just a brute that, you know, he was lucky to get back to it rather than get it in the face, to be honest.
Well, he got thumb to it, didn't he, really? I mean, it climbed up. And we got another little stop in play as Thacker is going to get probably a little cold spray on his forearm where he's just been hit.
So Leah says, I think the BCCI will have to deploy special forces, airborne groundsmen and construction workers that put a nice layer of asphalt on the pitch in a covert operation before India's second innings. Yeah, good luck with that. Morning all, says Colin Starter. What a fucking awesome start from the barrel. I should warn you, Colin, you need to watch out. Apparently the England team are on their way to Scotland tomorrow for what they call team bonding golf. You're pretty fucked in terms of team bonding if you don't play golf, aren't you?
Yeah.
Mog says, I get the feeling the Australian bowling lineup would break instead of bend if really hammered by some Stokey Cullen ball. Yeah, it'd be interesting.
Well, that is the other thing, isn't it? I mean, they got back up in Nisa, but they don't really have. I mean, everyone says Hazelwood is going to be fit for the start of the series, but we all know how that works. You get them just about fit, and then they break down in the first game, and that's it for the series. I mean, he's got a side strain; those are never easy to overcome, and quite easy to redo if it's not quite ready.
Well, you've always got Abbott playing for Surrey as well if you need to get him, and I think Sams is playing over there too. I mean, bloody county cricket's there's about 24 people playing for counties at the moment from Australia, so they've got a good reserve side.
Yeah.
I have a suspicion that we might see a succession of bowlers on both sides coming in and out, just given the number of tests and the likely injuries they're carrying already and what they'll pick up during the series. So whether that'll have a big impact on the results will be interesting.
I agree, although I do think it shouldn't really be that way. These boys are in their 20s and early 30s, a lot of them, apart from, you know, the old hands of Jimmy, etc., and that one has got him on the hand or the same place again. Thacker is not happy. He's been turned around, his glove comes off again. This over is going on forever. He's dropped his bat, he's dropped his glove. I think that one hit him closer to the wrist.
That didn't seem to lift particularly.
No, not particularly. It's just that hard length that Cummins bowls, isn't it?
Yeah.
And possibly the low hands that Thacker is playing with as well.
Yeah.
Christ almighty. He's getting another look from the physio. He's in a lot of pain. He's already taken the painkillers. He's already one spray. Wouldn't surprise me if he has a big wahoo at the next ball and either hits a big four or gets bowled. It didn't seem to jump. It didn't seem to jump. I mean, the thing was, he was turning it from the line it was on, and it went away. It straightened from the line that was on, probably middle and leg, and he was trying to turn that. And he's got a bit of movement, and so he's played basically across it, missed it, and it's hit his arm where he's following through on the shot.
That's going to come out like a balloon.
That is.
To be honest, he's lucky he didn't just get it off the shoulder and get caught at gully.
No, well, exactly.
That's what that shot's designed
funny
to do.
enough, that's what I need to happen, because I think I went under 171 and a half, so I've only got 4 runs to play with now.
Well, in that case, they'll get to 172 before it restarts.
Yeah, it's been my lot in this.
Which reminds me, it's a good time to mention the GPL, which is now open. It's currently at $35. £35, I beg your pardon. All you need to do is pick how many runs will be scored in today's play, and you could walk away with the pot, which will grow as more people pick. So go to gorillacricket.com/competition, and you'll get the chance to play.
Indeed. I'm going to let Hendo in. He's doing remotely today. Sitting at home. I think he's only got one session. No, he's done a few others. He's decided to laze on his couch with his cat. You're not on yet, Hendo. Turn your camera off. There you go, thank you. Well, this is why you only get 70... How many overs they get in a day yesterday? 76, was that it?
Yeah, 76 and a half. Yeah, that's pathetic, isn't it?
Well, I guess you add on 2 for the change of innings.
Yeah, but even so, it's
still
still
78
12
and a half.
overs.
Yeah.
Short. That's just pathetic. Dave Sarah says, did Ross Taylor play golf?
Don't they all play golf,
Warren,
really?
I don't know. Warren says, how many of the England squad are going to get injured during team building golf? Colin Sutter says, team building golf, hope it rains. Probably will if Scotland is involved.
Well, we got this high sitting over us at the moment. I mean, the humidity is going to cause some rain. But I think it'll be quite stormy. Hard and fast. Thacker was finally going to get an arm guard. He should have been wearing one of those over the last hit. If he gets hit again here, he's going to lose the plot, I think.
Oh, yeah. Well, I presume Cummins will try and bowl exactly the same ball to him.
Yeah, I'd have thought so. Oh, but that was slightly...
it wasn't a bad ball. It cut back in quite well.
It cut away. It moved away. Yeah. It was angling in towards middle and leg and then straightened. But this is the third over the morning, isn't it? Fourth. Fourth. We have 4 overs and 24 minutes. It's like the IPL.
We've spent about 2 overs worth of watching Thacker get smacked in the wrist.
Yeah. Well,
yeah.
It's two in 2 balls, isn't it? Essentially. After a single that looked quite comfortable for Rahane. He's going to take more painkillers. You're going to overdose on painkillers, mate. Can't take one every time you get hit. It'll be on the floor. You've done that already, mate. You did that when you came in and you spoke on that like 20 minutes ago. Yeah. Chill out.
Leah says, bonding over golf, what happened to survival training with the Commando Special Forces in southern Germany? This team really has become too posh.
Yeah, that was Andy Flower did that sort of nonsense, wasn't it? Made him hard.
Oh dear.
You're not avoiding a follow-on, whoever's holding up that sign, but I don't think it'll be enforced, mate. You're 302 runs behind with 4 wickets left, of which
I don't know.
3
are
bunnies.
If this wicket behaves like this, they don't want Smith getting hit on the arm like that.
Oh, I do though. That one again climbs on Thacker. I think he actually got a little bit of bat on that one because he's not wincing in pain. But it spewed out on the offside rather than going where he was trying to turn it on the leg side. Let's have a look. Oh no, that one at least it got him on some padding. It got him on the glove this time. Wow. He is getting an absolute battering. It's never pleasant. He might have actually got his hand out of the way and it came off maybe his glance.
Handle of the bat, I think it came off in the end.
I think you might be right. 5th ball of the over. Cummins is in again. That's Fuller. And Thacker does get on top of that one. Plays it out to mid-on and there's no run. As we're looking at Boland. He has a great face when he comes up to bowl, doesn't he? Definitely looks like one of those heads from Easter Island. Look at that. Very straight mouth. Very straight mouth.
He does.
Big ears. You know. Square head. Oh! No. That was the wicket.
Oh.
I got done.
Gotcha!
Tony's really happy. But Cummins is in. And surely he's got... No, he hasn't got an edge to that. Fuck me, that's gone a long way. That's beaten the outside edge of Thacker's bat. That was a torrid over for Thacker. It's gone through to the keeper and there's no run. I think I'm probably only going to get one more over. I have 5 in my... You got
well and truly bishoped there.
I did.
But by calling a replay as a wicket.
Yeah.
I must admit, I thought he got it as well. Muttley said, did the GPL get one yesterday? No, it was one on day one, Muttley, by Umbra Nuevo. It was a very handy £176.
Who stole it off you on the last ball of the day, Messi?
Yeah, absolutely. Dave Sarah says, Warren would have killed for a bit of golf instead of pre-Ashes boot camp bonanza.
Yeah, that's warning. Right,
Yeah.
Boland is going to continue. This will probably be my last over. It will be my last over. Now I'm going to hand over to Tone. Hendo's going to... no.
Should be Endo.
It should be Hendo. I think I've got the wrong rotor. I shall go and find a correct one. That one is defended by Rahane. He looks like he's got a hell of a lot more time than Thacker and doesn't look nearly as troubled. He'll go and get out now, but you know.
Well, he's not playing across the line every ball either.
No, well that's the thing. Thacker is looking to turn everything, isn't he? It seems into the leg side, which means anything that straightens is troubling him.
If he just plays straighter down the wicket, he wouldn't keep having the ball beat his outside edge and hit him in the arm or the other part of his arm, which is basically what every ball did in the last over.
Yeah. Boland is in. That one is defended nicely by Rahane. Square out to vacant. It's going to be fielded by Nathan Lyon, but I'll get back for 2. I've now only got 2 runs to play with, 169 for 6. Thing is, I don't want Rahane facing because he stands a chance of actually, getting him over my score. He looks quite, to be fair, he looks quite comfortable, doesn't he, Rahane?
Yeah, not a lot of movement on the crease from him, but there's not that much going on.
Well, yeah, maybe it's just that Thacker's just, as you say, playing everything across the line, missing it. That one is defended back up the track to Boland, and there is no run. I mean, Cummins will only bowl himself, 4 overs maybe, before you get someone like Stark on. Boland could bowl more. Seems more sort of economical, less effort.
Well, he's got more mass though, so he's got to push a lot more to get through that.
Well, yeah, but he doesn't, he's not bowling at express pace, putting it all in. Anyway, he's coming up to bowl to Rahane. 4th ball of the over, 169 for 6, India. Boland is in. That one, that one goes away and tempts Rahane without moving his feet to have a little fish at it. Beats the outside. This is prodigious movement this morning. I mean, Gary, I'm sure Gary has been tweeting in going, I told you, 10:30 to midday. Am I correct on that? It's before midday, and of course it's going to be moving everywhere. And obviously, yes, the humidity created by the evaporation of water off the Thames a mile away is causing all of it to happen at the Oval. See,
we actually gave Gary the Gorilla of the Day award for that crazy notion.
That's defended square again. Shit, you fucker! It's going to be 4 runs. It's a nice shot though, but it's going to be 4. Ugh.
4 on the floor, and 1 more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4s are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
That was a nice shot, just angled back, played it with the pace of the ball, with timing, down to the 3rd man boundary.
Has India scored in front of the wicket so far today?
I don't think so. No, they did in the last over, but it was 4 square. It was only just in front of the wicket. Out through covers, there's a massive space at cover of Cummins. Boland is in. That's defended back past the bowler to mid-on. That'll be a dot ball to end the over. 2 for 43 for Boland. India 173 for 6. You're going to have to come and sit in this chair, by the way, aren't you?
No, you're still on. You're on.
Oh, I am. Bummer. Okay. Hendo's going to do some ball by ball though. Yes. All right, Hendo.
Morning, chaps. Morning. How you doing?
See you later, Russ.
Cheers, Russ. Always a joy.
Yeah, see you tomorrow. If it's still
Okay,
going.
mate.
Yeah, well, it may not be. You never know.
What do we think? Do we think follow-on will be imposed? Would that put too much of a strain on the bowlers? Or would it be that they just want an extra day off before the Ashes? It's a curious one, isn't it?
Well, the only thing I could think is, they haven't picked Ashwin, so you've got Jadeja. Is there a second spin option in the Indian side?
No.
And they may not want to be fit, so that might encourage them more that there is just the one spin option to cope with if they bat last.
Okay, Cummins in, bowls, outside the off stump, left alone by Thakur, who seems to, certainly since I put the TV on, seems to have been getting hit in all parts of his body. Big blow, I suppose, losing that wicket first thing this morning. Just saw a replay of it. Looked like it kept a bit low, or should he have got forward a bit more?
He probably should have got forward a bit more, but nonetheless, it was a terrific delivery.
Scott Boland actually he's going at a higher economy rate than he would normally go at, which is one thing. 3 slips of gully, short square leg. In comes Cummins, bowls. Oh, he's found the outside edge, and it's gone down. I think it's gone down, or has it been caught at the second attempt? No, I think it's gone down. I think Cameron Green has spilled it. The man not far from him, Usman Khawaja, also tried to catch the rebound. They both went for it, but it went to ground. So real drama there. And the bucket hands of Cameron Green with his incredibly long fingers couldn't clasp onto that. Yeah, probably should have done. Yes, he was at gully. The third slip was Khawaja. They both came towards each other. Could have actually been quite nasty. Could have clashed heads there as they both dived headlong.
That's 2 drop catches this morning.
An escape for Thacker. Here comes Cummins again. Bowles hits him on the pad. Quite high, I think. So no sense of an appeal. And there is no run. 173 for 6. Who's doing tweets?
That's me. A few YouTube messages. I don't know if Messi did those. However, I'm going to say hi to Adrian Bourne. Says this Aussie bowling group is better than England's, where England injuries have buggered. Talking about the England trip to Scotland and their pre-Ashes bonding. So Gower's side beat Australia by drinking plenty of champagne as a bonding session.
Good idea. An attempted pull from Shardle, and he
got hit again.
Gets that on the ribs.
He's hardly hit a thing. He's been hit about 5 times this morning.
It's a no ball.
Oh, another one.
Cummins has bowled a few no balls, hasn't he?
Yeah.
He's been overstepping a bit.
Over the line!
Huh?
I'm sorry, Smokey. You were over the line. That's a foul.
Oh, put a couple of catches down as well, Australia. So things could be worse for India.
No, we're saying this about it after this ball.
Cummins in again, bowls to Thakur, who tries to cut this one, but again can't lay a bat on it. Whether he's trying to defend or whether he's trying to attack, he still can't seem to get the ball into the middle of the bat, and he remains 8 not out from 20. Yes, Bear.
Well, Australia's bowling lineup is very good, right? Stats don't lie. That's very true. But then exactly that. You look at England's bowling and their returns over the last year or so. Okay, Jimmy is nearly 40, but he's still producing, and if he does produce, he's got a lot of wood over a lot of Australians after this.
Coming in again. Oh, he's just tapped that down, and then he goes running towards his stumps, edging back very quickly indeed, because he was worried that it might drop onto those. But he is glad to watch it go past the off stump in the end. Yeah, well, you are known as the eternal optimist, Bear, aren't you?
Well, no, I just think, look, if you're an Australian, and in the same way that when we faced Glenn McGrath, we go, oh, for fuck's sake, it's Glenn McGrath. He pings it on a length and he gets us all out, and he's got 500 odd test wickets. Well, that's what Jimmy does, except for he's got 600, nearly 700 test wickets. And, Stuart Broader's got as many test wickets as Glenn McGrath has.
Defended into the offside. He has laid a bat on that, and he's going to get a single here as Cameron Green has to run from his position at gully to the right, to his right, and they get that single. It will be Thacker keeping the strike. He probably wishes he wasn't. 175 for 6. Yeah, my worry, Bear, is if we get, well, who knows what kind of weather we're going to get, but if we get a day like this, I'm very confident that Jimmy will keep the runs down, because he's able to do that now. I mean, he's another one going at an economy rate of only about 2.4, 2.5, something like that. But will he take the wickets we need against, a pretty good Australian batting lineup? I think certainly in the middle order.
Yes, England's middle order is probably better than its openers as well. I don't know. There's movement off this pitch. If you looked, there's cracks on it starting to open up. And I imagine if you get the edge of those cracks, I think Ollie Robinson would be a good exploiter of those.
Yep, outside the off stump, Boland starting a new over, his 15th, and Thacker lets it go. Just saw a close-up of Mickey Stewart sitting in his own pavilion, the Mickey Stewart Pavilion at the Oval. He's gone 90 now, isn't he, Mickey Stewart? He doesn't look any different from when he was about 50. I hope I look that good when I'm 90, but I can't imagine that I'm going to get to 90 somehow.
Put a bit of weight on in the legs before you're 90.
Oh, absolutely, yes, to get rid of my dainty legs. 3-6 for the gully, forward short leg. In comes Boland, bowls, and Thacker comes across this and works it from outside off stump, behind square, down to Mitchell Stark at long leg. So Thacker moves into double figures. He goes to 10. And, well, it will be interesting to see if these two can't hang around for a little bit and get India past, what would it be, 269, then it will be interesting to see if Australia impose the follow-on. It's never been something it's not been something they've done since about 2001, is it? And we all know about that. Short ball from Boland. Rahane, who is kind of critical to getting another 95 runs for India to get them past that milestone. Ducks out of the way of that one.
As someone pointed out earlier, they've done it actually quite a lot. Steve Ward did it quite a lot after that 2001. But as they also pointed out, they did it less and less as back-to-back tests became more prevalent. It kind of makes sense.
Yeah, well, that's absolutely, yeah, that's.
And this is one. And I think after
Boland bowls, keeps a little bit low, but Rahane defends it well enough. Carry on, Bear.
Well, I think you kind of nearly want more 300. 200 always seems a bit tight for a follow-on, because as soon as a team gets ahead of you following on from 200, unless you got them 6 or 7 down. I mean, look what happened to us in bloody New Zealand. We had 240 ahead, made them follow on, and they got a lead of 280. And then that you do get tired. If you don't get the early wickets, they can all fall apart quite quickly.
Well, it's all about whether pitches flatten out or whether they deteriorate, isn't it, to a certain extent? We talked about the difference between this pitch and Lord's. Boland in, nicely stroked through mid-off by Rahane. Beautiful timing from him again. His timing is just spot on at the moment. Brilliantly chased by Labuschagne, who gets the ball in the air quickly, as they tell you to do. And that discourages India from taking a third. So I reckon you can say that Labuschagne has saved a run there. India move on to 178 for 6, and Rahane into his 40s. 41 not out. Tony, you got any tweets?
I'm going to say hi to Stephen Kelk over on YouTube. Pokey said, Bonus Bear will never catch up with Tony, though, in terms of commentating on replays. That's bollocks, says the Arthritis Brothers will dominate the Ashes. And Stephen Kelk says, allow me to introduce my friend Barrett Bold-Boland.
Boland, final ball of the over, edged by Rahane. Another of those fluent drives. It came off a thick outside edge, but it didn't carry to Cameron Green at gully, and so he escapes. It's the end of the over. 45 of them have been bowled. India are 178 for 6. More, Tony.
Yes, indeed. Let me just have a look. Muttley, good morning to you. Did it get one yesterday? I think he's talking about the GPL, perhaps. Warren, did I just hear the Bear warning about excessive drug use? I don't know about that.
No.
Mog, how does Gary's evaporation theory work if there's a large storm drain nearby and it's the day after some heavy rain? You'd have to ask him that, Mog.
Yes.
He's probably listening. I'm sure he'll answer. Whatever the answer, it will have hyperbolic conviction. Farong, amazing that the vast majority of Team Tata supporters are tweeting weather and storm forecast for the remaining days of the test, conceding defeat already.
Cummins starting a new over into Thacker. Thacker is exaggerated in his leave there outside the off stump. He doesn't want to leave anything down there. Doesn't want his fingers to be hit yet again. He has been struggling. It is, jumping on the batsman a little bit, certainly from Cummings' end. And
it was definitely a bat first pitch, wasn't it, Hendo?
I think it was. They were fooled by the slightly cloudy conditions in the morning, weren't they?
Yeah, I think that was madness.
I hadn't been in touch with Messi in the weather cave, and he would have probably put them right. Onto the front foot comes Shardle, and he's going to get a single as he pushes it into the offside.
Or they'd listen to Gary.
Oh yeah,
they probably came across Vauxhall Bridge in the team coach and went, "Look at this bloody big river. I think
it's evaporating.
I think we
it's evaporating.
We want to bowl first."
Yeah.
Yes, indeed.
That big cloud of humidity is just heading over towards the oval.
Well, it's going to be hot tomorrow, isn't it? It's going to be hot tomorrow.
It's quite hot today already.
Counts. I've got a new sort of fan coming, which oscillates up and down as well as left and right, to try and keep me cool. That's on its way. I will, presumably not during my commentary stint. In comes Cummins, bowls. Rahani waits for that, plays that with gloriously soft hands into the offside through the gap square, and there is a fielder out there, so it'll only be the one. Rahani moves to 42. Yeah, I mean, you can see Rahani staying out there. He looks in pretty good form, but he just needs someone to be there with him, doesn't he? His Test career averages dropped down below 40 now, 38.85. I feel like he probably should have got more hundreds in his career. 12 hundreds, 25 50s, best of 188. 141 innings, so 37 innings out of 141. He's past 50. Cummins in, bowls. Oh, now that's gone up in the air. Is it going to fall safely? It is. Thacker gets away with another one. Looped over the short leg. Mid-wicket had to run round, wasn't going to get there. And Thacker escapes to the quiet end just for a moment. 181 for 6. Yeah, it's very well played in a sense. Teased the Australian fielders a little bit, and of course Boland is the only bowler to have now taken 2 wickets. Everyone else has 1. 6 down for India. Stark a little expensive. Cummins a little expensive too. The scoring rate's all right. It's just wickets are a problem. In comes Cummins to Rahani, and Rahani drives fluidly off an outside edge, thick outside edge, away past gully. He's hurrying back for the second. He won't need to hurry back for the third, because that's going to go all the way.
You are getting value for shots here, though, aren't you?
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. I could only hear the singing part of that jingle. I didn't hear any of the music. So it was kind of a cappella jingle. That's strange, isn't it? That's odd. And of course, I was so busy yesterday and the day before that I immediately that ball went for 4. I was looking to click on a jingle, even though I don't have them with me. Rahani goes to 46. Short ball pulled in the air. Well, way up in the air, and he's going to go to 50 with that one. That's gone all the way over long leg. Picked that up and dumped it into the stand down the Vauxhall end. Rahani goes to 52.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
You know you lift me with your 50.
Is that it?
Yeah.
All right. Again, I'm just hearing all of them a cappella. The music is being taken off all the jingles for some reason at my end.
We nearly didn't have any jingles at all.
Well, we nearly didn't have a disaster this morning when we turned up, Hendo.
Oh, right. Why?
Well, I think the computer decided to do a fucking update, didn't it? It basically...
Oh, that's annoying,
basically did something to the cart machine, so it kept crashing when I tried to load it. Fortunately, the people at Myriad were very good. I got on the phone, they made me download TeamViewer and had it fixed in about 7 minutes, which was pretty good.
Bloody hell.
Yeah.
Based on the fact that you probably didn't get there till 10 past 10, that's pretty good, isn't it?
No, I was here at 10, and I was just
you were at 10?
I was just lining up ready, and I wondered why the cart machine had crashed. I kept starting to load it, and then I thought, this is a bit weird. Restarted the computer, still wasn't loading. Then I started to panic.
Do they have these problems at Test Match Special or various places like that? I don't know.
Yeah, they do.
I suppose they have techie people on call all the time, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, when I did the World Cup in 2019, that's live.
Outside of your stuff. Boland bowls to Thacker at the start of his 16th over. It's left alone. Did you do commentary for for the World Cup in 2019, Bear?
I did a couple of stints. One when I was really stoned with Fred, and another one when I kind of no one was in the scorebox.
The Gorillas, they managed to get their way. They
No, that's a replay.
wiggled their way into the ICC, and I don't know, probably planted something awful.
But
he went.
The BBC had a lot of staff.
Defended as it's angled into Thacker. He did well to get his back down in front of his pad because that was probing around the off stump. So hang on, just to say, Rahani went from 42 to 52 in 2 shots. 2 shots in succession, 4 and a 6. So very pleasant for him. That will be his 26th Test 50. Can he turn it into a 1300? He kind of needs to do that. 191 for 6 is now the score. The deficit 278. Thacker looks hurried, whereas Rahani doesn't look hurried.
Yes.
That's the difference in class between these two batsmen.
Very much
Not
so.
to say, though, of course, that Thacker can hit quite a long ball. He's on 12, Rahani 52, 191 for 6. Tony?
Yes, Muttley has made his predictions for the GPL. Well done, Mutters. Mog says, crikey, Rahani has 1200s. Yeah, he's a decent bat.
He is decent.
You've woken up the porn bot, Hendo. Hendo getting vibrated by a fan. Click here.
Ooh. Yeah, we've had 8 entries for the GPL.
Fantastic.
Come on, people. We need more.
Trent Bridge says, good morning, gents. So good morning to you, Trenters.
Morning, Trent Bridge. What's it like in Nottingham? Boland in, and that's flicked off his pad almost with one hand by Thacker. I think he got bad on that, or did he not? No, it's leg buys. It's gone all the way to the boundary. Handy runs for India, who go to 195 for 6.
That was it.
Has it finished?
Yeah.
Oh, good.
They're
Thank
quite
you.
short.
Couldn't hear anything at all then. Couldn't hear anything at all.
See, Zip gets the idea. He sends in 2 or 3 second jingles. Which
Was
I
it
like, quite like,
XTC
of course.
originally?
That was XTC.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Senses going overdrive.
Oh, look at that. Acapella.
My God, yeah, it wasn't exactly the King Singers. Anyone remember the King Singers? What were the Flying Lizards as well? They were a cappella.
Who?
Flying Lizards. Don't you remember?
I remember the Flying Lizards, yes.
Defended into the onside. Sorry,
No.
I didn't talk about cricket as well. The Flying Lizards, they had a massive hit.
I remember the Flying Pickets.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, it's the Flying Pickets.
Yeah, I was going to say the Flying Lizard. Never heard
the
of
Flying
the
Lizards.
Flying
That'd be a
Pickets.
good band.
That was the Christmas song, wasn't it? Dup, 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 and they were all doing it. Yeah.
Yeah, 6 4s and a 6 for Rahani in that half century, and very well he's batted. Thacker facing up, the one comes back into him again, and he's really doing nothing more than fending the ball away from parts of his body. He's going to get a single here down to long leg, and he will keep the strike, which he probably won't be very happy about. 196 for 6. Tony.
Well, I've just seen somebody called Nakul Pandey sent a lovely picture of himself with his hair all swept back, and he's up on the roof, apparently.
Ooh. Is he?
At the Oval. No, he's not just breaking into someone's house. He's
up on the roof at the Oval.
Actually at the Oval, yes.
Don't do it, Knuckle, don't do it.
Mog says, is this Windows auto-updating? How old a version are you using that you can't turn it off? I'm sure there's an answer to that one.
No, Windows was 10. I think it's updated itself to 11, which I didn't really want it to do because I thought this might happen, because I thought the cart machine might need an update if that happened, and sure enough something happened and it stopped working.
Steve Kelk was detecting a subtle Gary jibe. Not too sure it was particularly subtle.
Really? Who would have thought that?
So well detected. As detectable as a giant slap in the face.
Yeah, we have got a change in bowling. Mitchell Stark is coming into the attack.
And he sounds like...
Mitchell Stark believes the truest hunter is the one who sees this guarantee. Mitchell Stark holds no courtesy.
Again, I'm not hearing anything this end. I've even lost the a cappella effect.
Well, that's what happens. That's the problem with Zoom.
Unless, of course, you boys want to, want to sing it up again. I'm very happy for that. It was actually beautiful. I was deeply moved by your rendition a few seconds ago. It was almost tuneful.
It was.
It's almost as if you guys know a little bit about music. No, I won't go that far. So Stark, inexpensive yesterday, but he got the crucial wicket of Virat Kohli, 9 overs, 1 for 52, and that was a brute of a ball. And just for a little while after that, he seemed to get his rhythm right, and he was getting the ball to swing quite considerably, but he seemed to lose it again a little bit in his final spell. What can he do this morning? We shall see. India 196 for 6, trailing by 273 runs. Stark, left arm over the wicket, bowling to Thacker with 3 slips and a gully. He's in. He bowls a short one to get on the pad. He wants a quick single, even though the ball has dropped down parallel with the stump. Stark is there quicker than Rahane could have been there, so I think it was a wise decision from the elder statesman of the Indian team to say, no, I don't think there's a run there, old chap, old bean. Score remains 196. It's another beautiful day in London. Is this weather coming too early for England? In the sense of it means that the rest of the summer's going to be
no, I think it's climate change, mate.
Wet. Is it climate change? Yeah.
I think we're just going to get a sunny summer again.
Bad things going on in Canada, aren't there?
Yeah.
Did you see those pictures of New York?
Yeah.
It's basically orange New York.
And they'll still drill for oil, the fuckers.
It looked a bit like Trump in at his best, outside the off stump, left alone by Thacker. And of course, Trump's been he's been charged.
He's been charged.
Ooh, yeah. Charged. It's a little bit of it's a bit of a pathetic charge, though, having some sort of classified documents in your. Well, I mean, he's entitled to see those, isn't he?
Yeah, but he's not entitled to take them away and show them to other people after he's out of office. And he took loads of them with him, and he basically has been done under the Espionage Act. He could go down for a long time. I'm sure he won't, but the potential is.
I mean, I'd be tempted. I'd be tempted if I had access to a lot of classified documents to take them home and have a good look through them. They're cut off the back foot by Thacker. This time he's going to get one. Ooh, no, there was the potential for a mix-up there as Labuschagne got the ball turned and through. And in the end, they decided not to take the second. 197 for 6.
He's nothing if not resilient, Thacker, isn't he?
Yeah. He's going to have a lot of bruises at the end of his
game. I was about to say that maybe that's their new bowling strategy, is to look for places they haven't bruised.
It's taken so many hits on the hand. I mean, will he be able to bowl? That's the other thing. Talking of which, I've woken up with this really bad pain in my elbow. I think I might have smashed my elbow on Tony's car as I was getting out of it last night, and I don't really remember doing that. Strange. In comes Stark, bowls forward comes Rahane, and just defends all the way along the ground into the offside. Perfect.
Well, I hope you haven't dented my car.
Well, his elbow.
It is. It's the inside of it. It's the inside of it, I think. You have to check those the padded bits inside. It's a lovely car. I do enjoy being driven into Gorilla Towers.
Chauffeur Tone.
So much more relaxing. Going around that stress and one-way system is so much less stressful when you're not driving.
I don't know why you go around a one-way system. You should cut across the back, but you don't have shortcuts.
Yeah, my Uber did that the other day, and I tried to remember the way, but I couldn't. Stark in, bowls onto the back foot goes Rahane, opens the face and jabs it away down to third man. It'll only be a single. I think he's turned and he's come 3 or 4 yards. He was keen for a second. I don't think it was ever there, and so they settle for the one. Rahane moves on to 53 from 94. India 198 for 6. GPL is open. How much is in the pot, boys?
Well, it'll be 39 currently.
Come on, people, take part. Let's get that jackpot up to, I don't know, 60 quid or something today. The more of you that take part, the more likelihood of that happening. GorillaCricket.com/competition.
See me 1, 2, 3's in again.
Oh, right. Stark in, bowls on the legs of Thacker. He prefers it there. Foolish, turned past square leg. Again, they'll be looking for a second as long leg comes in, but wisely they don't take it. 3 singles from the over. Stark 10 overs, 1 for 55. India 199 for 6. Tony.
Certainly. Well, Warren has sent you a picture of the lead singer of your band jumping into the mosh pit. I forwarded it to you at your private at Gorilla Hendo 1 as well, so you can see that. Hendo.
Okay.
Windows 11 says Messi Jez. Oh fuck! That's what finally drove me to a Mac Farong, time for Lion to roll his arm over. Mog, the problem with the modern era of political discourse is that so few of them get assassinated.
Yeah, well.
And I'm slightly adapting what was originally written in that one. Leah, a bit unkind. There's another theory about your elbow, Hendo. How's your eyesight today?
Well, I would say wrong elbow.
Wrong elbow, apparently.
Come on.
Elbow, of course, is the name of a band, though I couldn't tell you a single thing that they've ever done, but I know there is a band called Elbow.
Change bowler, this man.
We are the Cameron Green Appreciation Society. God save Mitchell Marsh's brand of all-round variety.
You can commentate.
His first ball is cut by Thakur. I thought for a moment they would get two, might have even gone for a boundary, but in fact, again, it's just been kept to a 1. The 200 comes up. That's cause for great celebration amongst the Indian contingent, which is pretty much, I don't know, 4/5 of this ground, I would say. But they will need a little bit more to be really happy. So they're coming from behind, as it were. Rahani on 53. Thakur's now moved on to 16. 200 for 6. And again, it's sunny, but if you're not in the sun, it looks like it's still quite cold. Full, hit him on the pad. That's close. That is close. I would have said Green goes down on his haunches. He's imploring Chris Gaffney to give that out. I think they're going to review that.
Clipping
yes,
it,
absolutely.
clipping at best, I reckon. It was going down the leg to me.
I think Rahani's in a bit of trouble here. He doesn't look entirely happy as he walks down to meet Shardul in mid-pitch. Certainly, I don't think it was going over. It's a tricky one, this one. Shall we have a jingle for it?
Yes.
That was out, that was out, that was definitely out. Was that definitely out? I don't know.
I'm just going to play this other one because I can't remember what it is.
Ask yourself one question.
Oh, that
do
one.
I feel lucky? Well, do you, boss?
Let's have another look at it. There's maybe just nibbled. You could be right. It's either hitting leg stump or clipping. It's gone upstairs to Richard Kettleborough. He will be the man ruling on this one.
It's a decent shout, I'll give Green that, but to me it just always looked like it was veering its way towards leg or past
Well,
leg.
I hope for India's sake it was, because they can ill afford to lose Rahani. The innings could be wrapped up pretty swiftly if he goes here. We're going to have a look at it. Is that going to miss leg stump? Ooh, pushing outside off. Yes, it is. Umpire's call. So Rahani survives. And Chris Gaffney will get some ugly looks, I imagine, from the likes of Cameron Green for not having given it out in the first place.
I mean, it looked. I mean, it's just clipping leg stump. I mean, you can understand why the umpire didn't give it. It looked like it was
the umpiring
going
has generally been very, very good, I think, in this match so far. Two expert exponents of the art of umpiring. The art of umpiring. Is it an art or is it a science? Who knows? But I think we've seen, with one or two exceptions, I think the umpiring is getting better, generally speaking. Maybe it's because they've got that cop-out of giving it. Oh, he's edged it! And he's dropped again! Oh my God! First slip went up, got a hand to it, and it's flown away down to the boundary for 4. Was that Steve Smith? Was that Steve Smith?
1, 2, 3, 4.
Well, they are dropping catches like hot pies at the moment, Australia. Is that 3 that have gone down this morning?
Did he actually drop it or did it just go over the top? No, it went
over
over
the top. Over the top. I thought he palmed it. Oh, no, it's gone well over the top. So I apologise to Steve Smith or whoever it was at first slip. Certainly looked like he palmed it up, but Rahani's got away with another one there. Fortune for him. He goes to 57. Green in again. Bowls to Rahani. Rahani plays a much more fluid drive, and that's Rahani at his best. He doesn't even bother to take a step down the wicket to run. He just stands there and admires it all the way across the greensward for 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
No, we don't do it twice. I don't think we'd be as good second time.
That was brilliant. That was brilliant from Rahani. He does, when he plays those drives, he does caress the ball. There is no other word for it. Unless you can think of any synonyms for caress. Anyone got any synonyms for caressing? Smooching?
Stroke.
Not the same, is it?
Stroke, soothe.
Soothed that one. He soothed that through the offside. I think soothe is quite a good description, actually. Onto the back foot he goes. Going to get more runs here, but there is a man at deep backward point, so it'll only be a single. He goes to 62. India to 209 for 6. What's this partnership worth now, chaps? Must be a fair few. Thacker's got 16. And he got on to 62. I don't know if anyone's got the scorecard up in front of them. I haven't, I have to say. Oh, there we go, 57. Thank you very much. Of 64 balls. It's been put up on the screen. So we're just thinking the same way as I was. Oh, someone at the door. Green bowls, a little bit of away swing. Thacker leaves us alone. That is the end of the over. I think that's the end of my stint for the day.
That is, Hendo.
I'm off.
And it's
Go
a
on to the
break,
door.
so we can have a little
I'm
shuffle and shuffle.
I can get my fan and I can do a bit of Smaximum, can't I?
Yeah.
Oh,
okie dokie.
Good stuff.
Cheers,
I'm going to
chaps.
swap places with Tone, and we got 2 members joining us on Zoom. It's morning, Dave. How are you, mate?
Morning. How we doing?
Yeah, I'm good. Who you been joined by? Messers.
G'day,
boys.
Back again.
Enjoy.
G'day,
I'll
Messers.
see you in a bit.
Hey. So, Dave, before I go on, are you up for roundup tonight?
I have to run out to dinner. Actually, I'm afraid.
I tell you.
I know. I had a feeling you were going to ask me on air. Sorry, listeners. Sorry, listeners. I have to let you down.
I'll have to dragoon Bear or Hendo or Bishop in. Hey, so I better get on to the tweets then, hadn't I?
Who have we got?
Matley says, I saw Elbow supporting the Rolling Stones in Cardiff in 2018. Well, at their age, the Rolling Stones need support, don't they? And he says some of Trump's charges are related to obstruction, as he allegedly tried to prevent the investigation and collection of the said documents. I think it was just him being narcissistic to show off to his mates. It won't damage him, in my opinion, because his base think he can do nothing wrong. Yeah, let's not bother with him. Farang says, on the theory of swingativity and water evaporation, how about having tea stalls every 10 metres outside the ground? Yes, I need some rum. And Omri Nuevo says, morning, wonderful GC. Just tuned in and sounds a lot of fun going on. Yes, indeed. Nice to hear the 3 sages of Guerrilla Cricket on at the same time, and Hendo never apologised to Smith. So I assume I'm not a sage then, Hombre. Well, that's not a surprise.
No, you're a tribal elder.
Oh, right.
I think that
There's different levels,
I think that
yeah.
elevates you above sage, to be honest. I think that's just assumed in the tribal elder title.
How many elders can you have?
Well, we've only got one. I mean, only one can be the ultimate tribal elder. And that's,
Yeah,
and
ultimate
that's
elder.
Messers. I think I'm second elder. But
You're next in line.
That's like getting the silver medal, or losers medal at the cup final. I mean, you don't want that, do you? You either win or you don't. No one's bothered about second.
You don't want to inherit the gold, do you? Trent Bridge has an excellent idea. He says, how about gower as a synonym for caress? And he gowers that ball down to fine leg.
Yeah, I'd go with that.
I like that.
Yeah.
It becomes
He absolutely warned it.
It's like being the hoover of a shot, or the what's another thing, a thermos of a shot. It's where your brand has become the thing itself, and the way everybody thinks about it.
Oh yeah.
If you gower a shot, you automatically can see this beautiful flowing cover drive.
Cricket branding.
He also used to
There you go.
cut magnificently, didn't he, Dave? Did David Gower? He had a wonderful cut shot as well.
Yeah, he did. He was quite a fine player through the offside, through the leg side too, I guess. Didn't see too much of Gower actually. Just missed him.
Well, there you see.
You're
I
too-
think you'll be
yeah,
at the
too
younger
young,
end of our
you say.
scale. Dare we ask, Dave? Give us a rough window.
I'm ageless. Tear the
You're-
Nogue. Ageless.
You're ageless. Okay.
No, I definitely have an age, which I'm not saying on air.
Oh yeah, as I said, obviously give us a window of
slight
between
window.
X and Y.
His date tonight might be listening and discover that he's much older than
Oh,
he's older.
yes.
No, she doesn't listen to Guerrilla Cricket, thankfully.
What do you mean, thankfully? And why haven't you been persuading her that she should? For goodness sake.
Well,
man.
I try. She's not a cricket fan. She's not a cricket fan. It's very
Well,
hard to.
we have other. You should have heard her singing this morning. Is she a music fan?
Yeah.
In which case, she definitely won't listen to us again.
She might do. We have Stark returning again. This time left arm around the wicket to Rahane, who continues on 62 after the drinks break. Yeah, I try my best to spread the gospel of guerrilla cricket. See who's been saved, who hasn't been saved.
Makes it sound sort of like missionaries.
It is. I think cricket's a bit of a... Well, now maybe we shouldn't be connecting the work of cricket, the imperial game with missionaries and
I think
colonial...
we do see our role though as making cricket as accessible and as fun for people anywhere.
That's it.
As we
That's
can.
it.
If we have a mission statement, which I don't think we've ever written down, it would probably be that.
Don't write a mission statement. I think that's the first step of a mission statement.
Exactly.
Don't write
it.
Start again, left arm round. It's just outside the leg side, and it's you try to get a little thing on it, little bat on it, little thing. So that was Thakur on strike. Sorry, yes, it was a single there from the first delivery of the over from to Rahane. So it brings Shardul onto strike, who's received quite a few blows, I believe.
He certainly has. He's had a right old working over from both Cummins mainly and Bolland.
There's a lot of Shardul to aim at. In fairness, he's quite a unit. He's sizable. Irish Seamer's got a bit of a going over in the last Test match, but I feel like I should mention that for Shardul, who I quite like, by the way. Starkin again, left arm round to Shardul, and it's just outside the off stump. It's just he politely lifts his bat over the line of the ball. I could see some eager scorers at the oval.
That's very neat, isn't it? Look at that. That's so.
That was very neat.
Doing that
I might have to. They've only used the one color ink, though. I may have to take marks off for that, I believe. Scorers Championship. Is there such a thing? Perhaps there is.
I don't know. We'll have to ask Jules.
Yeah, I was about to say you need to ask the lovely Jules Farnham, who is a scorer.
Does it professionally?
Yeah, does it professionally indeed.
Yeah, got to hear from the pros. Got to hear how they do.
The scoring box the score box at the Oval and at Lord's. She operated her trade there.
Stark and again. Ooh, it's just in on the pads. But I think it was a little bit too high. They tried to pinch a single, but then he just makes it back to Thakur. He was a little bit in no man's land there, but it looks like Marnus was wise. Tried to throw it down the stumps, but no luck.
Yeah, Marnus was wise. It's not something you often hear.
No, he's not wise. I think there's something about Marnus. He's got a certain level of comedic genius. I think he's got something about him. I don't know what it is, but it's very entertaining.
Well, that's the beauty of it. He and Smith together, they do share some characteristics of
a certain je ne sais quoi.
Well, I think we qua exactly what it is.
It's a lot of qua.
It's a lot of qua. It's an obsession with their trade, and then some mannerisms and affectations as they go about it.
Quite a few mannerisms, actually. Stark continues. Ooh, and that's nicely driven by Thakur. It was why the off stump, but that's gone straight for four through the cover region.
Beautiful.
You ask where I live. Here's the address I give. The phone.
Lovely shot that. India 214 for 6, still trailing by 255, but that was exquisite. Left arm round, start quite wide at the crease, angling it in. It kind of straightens up a bit, and Thakur had enough room there to swing his hands and gets it through the cover region.
Sometimes you get lucky when you pick a jingle. I mean, that shot deserved that jingle, whereas the Ramones one quickly going 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah,
wouldn't
it really
wouldn't have quite done it justice, would it? A bit of Bing
the Gower level shot. The Gower level of the shot. Into Thakur again. This side just bounces up and it goes behind towards third man, and they get the single. I don't know if he got enough bat on that to go down his runs. And that is the end of the over. 215 for 6.
Farong gives us the dictionary definition of caressing: noun, affectionate play or foreplay without contact with the genital organs. There you go. Warren says Sage, Rosemary and Thyme, which is presumably the three of us now. Jingle sung by Bishop and Bear, the Guerrilla Cricket, Simon and Garfunkel.
Which one would be which though?
I don't know, but
I think I'm slightly taller. That would make me Art Garfunkel.
Auto-tune would be in big demand.
Do you mind? We were in tune and surprised even ourselves because of it.
I'm ready to say, yet another of my tweets doesn't age well. You're all giants amongst men.
Green in again from the other end, and he disposed it in quite full on Thakur's pad, and he blocks it for no run.
Yeah, he played that nicely. He's determined. I mean, we know he's got runs in him, Thakur, because he did so well in Australia, didn't he? He made a big score, I think, in one of the games there. So he can bat. It's been frustrating for Australia, but they've put down 2 this morning, and those misses will 254. If you look at that score, that will just
certainly won't help. That was slightly shorter from that delivery than the delivery before to Thakur, and that is played to third man. They run through for a single.
So that follow-on target is only 50 runs away now, which even if Australia chose not to enforce it, is still a psychological step in the right direction as far as India are concerned.
Will they actually do it? I mean, with a lot of debates around the old follow-on, but
as is my wont, I withdraw my previous prediction that they would enforce a follow-on, because the pitch isn't quite as vile now as it was for the first couple of overs.
Green in again. Tirani, who pulls it, is a short enough delivery, pulls it through, kind of just dibbled out to square leg for the single. Green at 1 for 34 after, in his 9th over.
Green's so tall, you wonder if, he gets vertigo looking all that way down.
A bit like Liza Minnelli in Arrested Development.
And a very high release point as well. Fairly high release point, I think, doesn't he?
Ooh, yeah, that really surprised him actually in the replay. Yeah, you could just see it got, just kind of close to the top corner of the bat. This time Green bowls it in, and it's been blocked by Thakur out to cover for no run.
Made 68 at Eden Gardens this year for the Knight Riders against RCB, did Thakur. That was his most recent sort of decent score.
I'm assuming he was batting lower down. He tends to always bat lower down. He kind of bats with the tail quite well.
Yeah, well, he made 67 at Brisbane in 2021 before he was got by Cummins.
Green to Thakur, it's left well alone outside off stump. There was another innings as well. There was one of those, I think it was England, India, the first series. When was that? 2021. And there was another series going on in Sri Lanka with another ODI team. And there was one of the games where India basically robbed it, and Thakur got 70 or 80 to close out a classic of an ODI. Perhaps I can dig out the scorecard. Green continues. That's well outside off stump.
Lively bounce again though.
It is. He's getting quite a bit of bounce, just 80 miles an hour, but just enough to get. He's getting enough of that pitch.
I've just looked at the rotors messes and realised I've got you on double duty.
That's all right.
I didn't think you'd
And that is the end of the over. 217 for 6.
Well, you may have slightly exaggerated. His highest ODI score is 50 not out.
Oh, okay.
Umbrenuova covers his bets by saying not only we're giants amongst men, but among women, and however you may identify. Martley says that, so if someone gets out to shit, have they Chris Martin'd it? Oh dear. The Pornbot says gorillas in missionary position, click here. Mog says I may have to get the sampler out and make use of your dulcet tones. Oh no. Don't feel compelled.
I might have to listen back because I was so shocked we were in tune.
Ooh, that is very wide from Stark. Stark left arm round, very wide of the crease, and he flings it past the leg side, and the keeper cannot get a hand on that. And it's tidied up by Boland, I believe, with fine legs. That goes down as buys. Kerry would have done very well to get anything on that. He might have got a little bit of a glove, but couldn't take that from Stark. Yeah, he was at a full stretch, and he got a little bit of the webbing, but couldn't get anything on that. I don't know. Maybe Bharat could have got closer to that. His footwork looked impeccable on the first day, definitely.
Oh, he didn't. I don't agree at all.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
There was a couple where maybe was it the Warner catch that it looked like he got to a ball that maybe he didn't really have any. He really shouldn't have got to, but.
Well, have a look at the roundup for the first day. Colin Sutter, who's the wicketkeeper himself, talks about his technique and his failures of his technique, and it's actually really interesting.
Well, see, that's what happens when I talk about something I actually know nothing about.
As I said before, the primary
you're in good company there.
He can talk to you about some very niche cricket topics, but outside of that, I'm just talking.
There's a conversation going on now between Gary and Jared Kimber that you might want to jump into. Then.
Can we comment?
There's not enough words on Twitter to be able to
cover that. Yeah. The verbosity required. Stark, that is just outside the off stump, and Shardul had a good almighty swing at it, but failed to make any sort of connection. So
that would have ended up in the Thames if had he hit it.
I don't know where it would have gone. At worst, it would have gone miles in the air for a catch, but would have taken some catching. How is Gary doing with his debate with JK?
Oh, I haven't bothered.
Is he winning or losing?
There's no winner when Gary's involved.
Well, I think there it's you might call it a clash of egos.
Okay. That's just on leg stump, and that's neatly played away by Thakur for a single down to fine leg.
It took me a little while to learn, but engaging in debate with Gary is really all he wants. He wants the debate rather than anything else.
It's like a five setter in Roland Garros.
Yeah, absolutely. He likes the prosters.
Yeah, I caught the start of it. I think they were talking about the delivery bowl by Boland to remove
Gill. Yes,
Gill. That was it. Gill.
Yeah.
Stark in again, left arm round. And that is full on the pads, but it looks like he got a bit of bat in that. If he didn't, that would have been very close to being out. He just kind of turned it, maybe got an inside edge, and they run through for a single. Stark has his tongue out, and he just thinks, what do I have to do to get a wicket round here?
The funny thing was, it was quite a nuanced. Yeah, it was a big inside edge. It was rather a nuanced discussion as well, because it was a good ball, and it seemed to be discussed, as far as I could tell, around just how good is good. I mean, it did tail in. It was a bad leave, but a good ball. I think Greens was a better ball. If you want my honest opinion, that got Pujara.
Stark in again, left arm round. And that's a good bit shorter, and it's left well alone. Thakur just kind of sways slightly out of the way. 220 for 6 after 52 overs.
Leah sends us a photo of what I presume to be a Soviet-era transport plane, propeller. Says, India are so dead they should be flown back home in this. Mock says, instead of pissing money away on the false hopes of GPL paying off, I'll just give you cash straight up on the barrelhead, as it were. Thank you, Mog. Your generosity is very much appreciated. Trentbridge says Australia haven't enforced the follow-on since Steve Waugh did it, and Dravid and Laxman scored about 700 runs and won the game. That's not correct. We discussed that earlier. Steve Waugh enforced it 7 times and won every time. I think the last enforcement was in 2019 against Pakistan when they won as well. But there is a myth that's around Australia not enforcing the follow-on as a result of what happened in Calcutta.
Just looking at some of the speeds, 90.6 miles an hour from Mitchell Stark, so he's getting it up there. Going through the gears, getting ready for a busy summer. Green in again from the other end. Ooh, that is quite nice, just on a stump. Has a little flirt at it, does Rahane, and fails to get bad on it. But it looks like he might have got a little bit of a nibble. It's gotten Warner. Warner's enthused. He's up for it. He's saying something. He could be saying anything really. I don't know. Ooh, it looks like he just got a little bit of something, but it just nibbled. It just nibbled a bit in the air.
It's one of those involuntary flinches.
Yes.
Just as the ball was going past.
I don't know what Warner's talking about. He could be talking about a shopping list. Green comes in again. That's outside off stump. Well outside, but it nibbles a bit away. Carey gets his hands to it though.
That follow-on target is now under 250, so it all may be an academic discussion. I think Australia will really rue those drop catches, particularly Cameron Greens. I mean, no slip catches are easy because they don't have to come at you quick. Probably all three of us know that from some experience. But As
It
clip
was pretty
catches go,
straightforward.
it was a straightforward one, yeah.
Green in again, just an off stump. Not a lot of nibble, and so Rahane gets a bit about it and plays it out to the sweeper, gets a single.
More ominous, I think, looking ahead to the Ashes, at least from an England perspective, is Steve Smith. Look at 4 tests. He's in the 4th one, isn't he? 6 innings, 512 runs, 300s, and he averages at the Oval 102.4.
Yeah.
Jeff Lemon had go on.
Jeff Lemon had a good stat on Smith last night. Only 2 players have scored more centuries in another country than him, and that was Bradman and Hobbs. There are several people on 7 in England.
Green in again. It's a short one, and Thakur gets well underneath. Yeah, he's got quite a few. He has quite a few Steve stats that you can pull out to suggest his dominance. One would suggest, if one was a betting man, that he's going to fulfill some of that promise again this summer. Looks like Lyon is getting loosened up, perhaps getting an interest in throwing his arm over.
It was interesting in listening to Smith talk about his innings because he's gone back to the technique he used in the last Ashes series in England, but says he still reserves the right to move back to the new stance he adopted.
Agreed it again, and that's just. It's like different personas he can use.
Well, kind of, he does, because I mean, he certainly seemed more animated than he had previously been, and people were commentating on the fact that he'd removed some of the
there was I think it was the Australian summer. I'm trying to think what innings in particular that he played. It might have been in the South Africa series where it looked like he had cut down on some of that movement, maybe to get his head a bit stiller, which probably goes back more to older Steve Smith, maybe pre-2013. Green in again. That is short on the stumps. It is turned away down to fine leg. Hurled in by Stark. And that is the over. 223 for 6 after 53 overs. India, trailing by 246.
So, with regard to the Kimber versus Naylor discussions, Leah says, so Jared will be absolutely hammered by about 2 p.m. I don't think he'll give every bit as good as he gets, and it'll be declared a no-score draw about midnight, I reckon.
Yeah, someone's got to call
it. She also says that plane she sent a photo of is actually still in service, and Russians are still coming home in it in zinc coffins. Colin Sider says, I need this game to be wrapped up in time for the Le Mans tomorrow.
Is that the 24 hours?
Cars, yeah, I don't know why I'd bother to watch cars going round and round and round for 24 hours. I mean, I get Formula 1, it's reasonably short and sharp, but 24 hours of it? Ugh.
I don't know, there's always, such a historical event at Le Mans 24 hours. I could never tell you who wins it, but I think it has something.
Stark in again. That is full on the off stump. It is driven to the wideish man at mid-off, Usman Khawaja, who tidies up. So it's just a single, which brings Thakur onto strike.
But it does make me think the idea of pitting Gary against Jared Kimber in a sort of a marathon 24-hour, they shoot horses, don't they? They used to have those marathon dance competitions.
Yeah.
You could have the marathon debate competition with just the two of them until one of them eventually falls off their stool asleep.
Yeah, I like that. It's a bit like The Hustler with Paul Newman.
Yeah.
They just play pool endlessly for maybe 2 days at a time.
Fulson.
Yeah.
There we go. Stark bowls that in and is wide of the crease, and it just cuts through Thakur. There's some beautiful deliveries from left arm round here from Mitchell Stark, who hasn't had too much luck, a little bit of luck from over the wicket, but is getting a little bit of juice now from left arm round.
Caught a little glimpse of good old Winviz there, who's got Australia 83%.
Only 83%.
Well, I mean,
who calculates this? I really want to know.
Winviz, it is a company called CricViz, I think is what they're called, and Winviz is
CricViz, yeah. Winviz, I thought perhaps it could be a person.
We always. Well, I'll hold the thought for a second.
Stark in again. It's a bit shorter, and that is played down just into the ground for no single.
There are gorillas who prefer to look at betting odds rather than Winviz, feeling that Winviz is shall we say, sort of slightly reactive. I mean, 83 is probably about right, although as long as this partnership goes and they bring that deficit down, and there is the thought that India can't bat as badly again. Where are we? We're heading towards lunch. One more session before lunch on day 3. India's are probably doing the classic Test match thing at the moment.
Stark in again, left arm round, and that is. He tried to have a bit of a smash at it, but it just kind of dribbled back to Stark. Sorry.
So I've actually worked out that the purpose of WinViz is to bring us all together and saying how shit they are.
I think that's not fair. I don't think it's shit. However,
I mean, when they predicted a winner after 10 overs have been bowled, I thought
it's a bit rough.
My only, and I'm sure there's a massive science behind it, but if the three of us sat together with a pint in our hands and what do you reckon the chances are? We go about 80 something for Australia, looking at it now, and I don't think we'd be far wrong most times.
Stark in again. This is why the off stump, and Thakur has thrown everything out at the kitchen sink, the bat, and that has disappeared over the oval square for 4. Beautiful cut shot.
I actually accidentally pressed a 6 jingle, so I cut it off after the beer.
Oh, well done. Yeah. Very good.
Just as well.
Ooh, yeah, that was beautiful. He smashed that in the air. You could just see in the replay over Marnus. There's not much Marnus could do about that. Yeah, he got all of that.
14 feet tall.
But you see, if this, I mean, there he was attacking, much to the delight of the very, very healthy Indian contingent in the crowd.
Stark in again. I think I might have missed a frame on that, but it looks like he has played that out to the sweeper.
He did.
Offside for a single.
I was going to say, was this England? It would be much more likely to be all-out attack. Let's get runs quickly. Doesn't matter if there's a difference. Here, it's been much more not attritional because they played their shots whenever they can. But they're certainly not looking to go to take the game back to Australia. They're conscious that time out the game whilst also scoring is important for them here, and that seems to be the way these two are approaching it.
Mog brings us the important news of the day in cricket. It says Kenya proving they still got it. A win for the ages against Rwanda. Kenya made 139 for 7 off 18.3 overs to beat Rwanda by 3 wickets after they made 137 for 9. There you go.
There we go, Kenya.
Mog.
Green in from the other end. That is full, just enough stump, and Thakur just blocks that one out. Yeah, Kenya are doing quite well at the moment, actually, or they're doing a slight resurgence perhaps going on, maybe just kind of working away with a younger team. I mean, Colin Zabuya, I think, is still knocking about. He must be nearly 50 or 60 years old, but he's still bowling occasionally, sometimes captains.
There you are, Tony, there's hope yet.
Sorry, I was busy admitting I knew someone's going to make their debut. So,
Green in. Just wide of the off stump and left well alone by Thakur. Are there gorilla hats that get given out once one makes their debut?
We probably shouldn't we? Winning your cap, as it were.
Maybe you give the hat back, I don't know, or you pay for the hat, but like a gorilla baggy green perhaps, or a baggy blue.
We should probably do t-shirts. Most of them are baggy, particularly if we've been wearing them.
The very tall Cam Green continues. And that is very wide of the leg stump. I think Thakur might have gotten a little bit of bat on it, and Carey tidies up. Looks like they did not get a single. I think there was a fling of the stumps. Thakur just about made his ground. Looked like perhaps he was contemplating a very large dive. Scotty Boland, what's he doing today? What's he done since the magic of yesterday?
Well, he had Thakur drop, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. One of the drops. The other one was Cummins.
Green in again. He was very accurate as Green. Just enough stump, but it looks like they have pinched a single. Very smartly done by Thakur just to alleviate some of that pressure.
Where'd you change, I think, at the end of this over?
We are. We are indeed. Although you're saying exactly where you were before, Messrs.
Oh well, I'll just change my attitude then.
Oh, what? Oh Lord! I'm not sure what that's going to entail. Might be quite interesting. More argumentative, less argumentative. More chortling, less chortling.
Oh, I can't do less chortling.
Oh, okay.
It doesn't work.
Green comes in, and that looks like it was just played out to the offside. Tied up perhaps by Marnus for no run.
He was just dabbed it down
Just
towards
dabbed
Gully,
it down.
really.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, as we've expected, Green is the tallest bowler in this test, followed closely by Cummins, and then we're down to Stark and Boland. Boland's actually, yeah, he's kind of middle level. Then we got the Indian bowlers, who are considerably shorter than the Australians. I mean, if we had Ishant Sharma, of course, he's quite a tall gentleman. Green in again. That is driven in a lovely way by Rahane, but it looks like it won't make it for 4. Captain Cummins comes around and he sweeps that back to the bowler or to the keeper, but he's dropped his baggy green. Bends all the way down to his boots to pick it up. That was a lovely shot by Rahane. Oh, we've a no ball by the looks of it.
Oh, not again.
Either that or the Gaffney's just stretching his arm.
What? One of these?
Over the line!
Huh?
I'm sorry, Smokey. You were over the line. That's a foul.
I think they're straining a bit. I mean, Cummings has been good. I've not kept exact count, but 4 or 5 times he's overstepped Cummings, I think.
I mean, they're quite tall. These are quite large legs that you have to keep behind the line. This time it's a bit shorter, and it's just played neatly down to third man. Nathan Lyon looks like he sweeps that back in to the keeper.
And that is the end of the over, isn't it?
That is the over. 2:34 for 6. I think we have a change.
We do.
Indeed.
Dave, thank you. Truly magnificent. Thoroughly enjoyed that. You need to kindly jump off so Kartik will appear on our YouTube screen. Fantastic. 2:34 for 6. Rahane 71, Thacker on 30, just 2:35 now, so that follow on may be an irrelevance the way this is going. We'd like to say hello to Kartik. Hello, Kartik.
Hello, Tony. Good morning, I suppose, where you.
Well, it is. Technically, it's
very
just
much evening here in.
Yeah.
Here in Australia, and good to be here. It's I was listening in for the last little bit, and I thought it would be a different voice that you're going to hear now for the next half an hour. Very, very Australian, but equally very, very Indian. So I'm a very big Indian supporter. So it's I suppose a good mix for the listeners at Gorilla Crib. But no, good to be here.
Cummins in, and that one forces Rahane to go up onto his tiptoe, guide it down towards Gully, and they take a very sharp single. So a lovely piece of running. Tell us a bit about yourself, Kartik. You're based in Sydney, am I right?
That's right. Yeah, Sydney, Australia. Very big cricket fan, like all of you, I suppose, and all of you listening as well. Was formerly part of a Indian cricket supporter group called the Swami Army. You may or may not have heard of them. Very similar to the Barmy Army that you guys have.
We know the Bharat Army very well. They're chums of ours.
Correct. Yeah, very very good friends. The Bharat Army as well. So we're sort of, I guess, the Australian contingent. A lot of Indians living in Australia, and so we follow the Indian cricket team whenever they tour down under here. And yeah, as I said, very much Indian cricket fan, but living in Australia, my voice sounds like this. So people can mistake me for being an Aussie fan, but no, I like to think that I bring a good perspective, both perspectives, I suppose, for the Gorilla Cricket listeners.
That's good to hear, and could well confuse them. An Aussie voice behind India is already confusing. We're looking at poor old Thakur is still getting a bit of remedial treatment to his beleaguered digits because he's taken a bit of working over.
Might catch up on a couple of tweets then,
yeah,
if that's
all
right.
Messes.
Colin Sada, apropos Le Mans, says, thinking of it this way, do you prefer short T20 or a long test match? Racing is the same way, especially when 3 different speed of cars race on the track at the same time. And Leah sent us a video clip. Says, here is something about Le Mans. It involves the word sex dildo in the explanation of the history of auto racing, so that's good.
Oh, wow.
Mog says, old Collins Abuya is only 41. I could have sworn he started playing in the early 80s. The chaps... Oh. So this is a response to a tweet from Brian yesterday saying that England are going to get cut to shreds. The chaps chat cat says, hope not, but honestly won't be holding up much hope. England will find some way to cock it up. The demise of Bazball at the hands of yet another bullying, unlikable Australian cricket team has a waft of inevitability about it.
I wouldn't agree with the bullying and unlikable. They're certainly professional. Cummings in, defended back to him by Thakur, who's wearing his bruises increasingly as a badge of honour at the moment. He's got himself onto 30. It's been hard going. He's been dropped. Cummings, well, Cameron Green really, as we said, should have taken a chance off Cummings. It flew to him, admittedly, at third slip, but I don't know. Did you catch that, Kartik? It was a conventional run-of-the-mill slip catch that just popped out, wasn't it?
I did, yes, absolutely. You could almost say that ask the question: has Cameron Green dropped the World Cup?
Well, I don't know if he's done that. Cummings in, or the mace, the ICC WTC mace, which doesn't trip off the tongue quite so nicely. Lyon does the fielding there on this occasion. Lyon, who's been predicting the 5-0 Ashes whitewashes, he's taken over the McGrath role. At the same time, he's a bit of he's the smiler with a knife, isn't he, Nathan Lyon? I noticed yesterday he was very friendly with the crowd and was happily signing autographs and taking selfies. Basically, I think that was Australia's PR ploy. I'll tell you in a minute as Cummings is in. Oh, and a swing and a miss, and it's somehow gone between Carey and first slip. And was that another drop? It's Warner. I think one of them must have got a hand to that, and I think another chance has gone down. Kartik, did you see the same as me?
I think so. I think that was a pretty thick edge, and like I said, my comment stands. My question stands. Have the Aussies just continue to keep dropping the World Cup? I'm not sure, but
yeah,
we'll have to wait and see.
It was. Well, we're going to see the view from behind. Did he get anything? Yes, it was an absolute thickish edge. David Warner's left hand was flung up. Of course, he's not the tallest, is Davey Warner. Maybe a taller person would have got that. He seemed to be moving, his feet seemed to be moving in the wrong direction. Another chance has gone down. India still only 6 down, having started day 5 down and losing KS Bharat, second ball of the morning. Those meters, you've got 2 meters between wicket-keeper and first slip, then 3 meters between first and second, and then 2 meters again between second and third. Maybe they're suggesting Warner should close in a little bit on Carey.
Yeah, realistically, they're probably 13 down at this point. But
certainly the chances are gone.
6.
Yeah, 4 off this over, 238 for 6. Cummings in, strikes Rahane in front. It'll be leg byes, I think, but they do take a single. And I think too high. The throw actually disturbed the stumps, but that looked too high and possibly going down leg. But it was a terrific delivery from Cummings. Yeah, we're watching that again. Yes, I think the Australian PR strategy is to continue thumping Shardul Thakur, so he has to keep getting treatment, and then sending Nathan Lyon off to glad hand with the crowd to show just how likeable they actually are. So it's sort of the yin and yang of the Australians. One is to pummel a batsman and to buy the time for Nathan Lyon to go and be sort of social secretary and PR. As we wait for Cummings, left alone outside of the off stump, through to the gimlet-eyed Carey. And
in the spirit of continuing with the early calls, this Test match has shades of Brisbane 2021 all about it. I think. Australia big first innings score. India struggling at 6 down for 150 odd, and then the 7th wicket partnership between this man Shardul Thakur and Washington Sundar got them back into the Test match. Who knows? Let's wait and see.
Extraordinary game
at this stage.
That wasn't when India were rolled for about something ridiculous like 30 something, was it? Was it that? Wasn't that game?
That was Adelaide.
We don't talk about that. We don't talk about that one. That's we let that one go through to the keeper. But the series started from the second test.
And also, well, the common factor there would be Shardul Thakur, because he made 60 something, 67 in that Brisbane test, batted very nicely.
Correct.
And yeah, made a difference. Now we are at last going to see a man who bowled an absolute ripper to get rid of Jadeja. It's going to be Nathan Lyon. Here he is.
He's the Aussie's leading spinner. He's Lyon. He's not too bad, and that's true. He's Lyon.
It is Nathan Lyon, 1 for 4 off his 2 overs so far. This is his first delivery of today, and it's immediately steered away through cover by Rahane, soothed, caressed sumptuously and elegantly for one of these.
That was the gift.
Great start to the over. Just putting the pressure right back on line straight away. 483 test wickets, battling it out day by day with Ravichandran Rashidun, obviously, who's not playing in this test.
That 500, isn't he? Down the track comes Rahane. Great footwork. Guides it towards point. On this occasion, there's no run. Rahane 78 off his 115. He's had slices of luck, but as it looks increasingly assured. There's a slip. There's also the forward short leg, and evades forward short leg as it's just tickled off his hip by Rahane. He gets himself a single. So this will be an interesting conflict. Let's see how Nathan Lyon's guile matches up to Thakur's, well, quite often attacking attempt, which he's rather, we think, sort of bottled up a wee bit today, conscious that staying at the crease is equally important. Might just be the fact that he's been thumped so often that he's knocked a bit out of him.
I'm going to give him 3 balls here. 3 balls here for Thakur to go downtown.
Well,
I don't think he's going to be able to resist.
3 balls are left of what's left of this over, as Lyons over the wicket onto the back foot. Goes Thakur, pushes it back to Lyon. There is no run. We're just watching again that exquisite cover drive by Rahane as he stepped down at his feet right to the pitch of the ball. Head over, everything perfect. Lyon again over the wicket. He comes. Moves in to Thakur, who defends again. So there's 2 of them, Kartik.
Yep, one more to go. This
is the acid test. This is the acid test of your debut. And that is, he's made a big call already, just a couple of overs in.
Don't let me down. Don't let me down here.
If Nathan Lyon's going to deliver for him. Or if Thakur really is going to deliver. Lyon's in. Thakur has to go back and defend. I don't think you'd be skipping down and going downtown with that one, Kartik. We're going to let you off. Too good a ball. It's the end of the over. And we can go back to Messrs. to
Farang says the current partnership is Team Tata's highest partnership in any World Test Championship final innings. Warren says if the Bishop and Bear are taking requests via Mog on Autotune, says can I ask for voices of old people, which was something that Simon and Garfunkel did on a long time ago. Mog says to you, Kartik, hello new guy.
Hello, as I said, excited to be here. Hopefully I've got some beginner's luck for me and can help India get over the line here.
Warren says, welcome Kartik, apologies if spelling is incorrect. He's got K-A-R-T-I-K.
That is correct.
That's the spot on, yes. That's correct.
And I'm going to ask you
incidentally, are you on Twitter, Kartik? Sorry.
Yes, I am, I can share my handle. At KicksA88.
Cummins is in and Rahane defends. They still take a single though. Lost a field set quite way back. Defended towards point, but the man at point was so deep. Warner has his hands on his hip, sort of double teapot, looking a tad grumpy. Steve Smith is swinging his arms next to him. I'm going to ask you just once, Kartik. Can you just pronounce and say your second name for me?
I was wondering how long it's going to take before that question came up.
Yes.
We'll wait for this ball.
All right, you might need to. As we wait for Cummins. Over the wicket. Fallen on leg stump. Flicked imperiously by Kartik Thakur. Beautiful shot away for one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4, get on the dance floor. 1, 2, 3, 4.
I think you just
I like
called him
it.
Kartik Thakur.
Did I? Oh, I did as well. Lord. Oh, Lord.
I'll take it. I'll take it.
You'll
I'll
take
it.
you, well, if he
It's,
plays beautiful shots off his legs like that, you probably would. Right, you were going to say...
balls late, but I'll take it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Ayala Somayajala. Exactly how it's spelled.
Okay,
People
I may have to
see
go
it.
away and practice that, as this one is left alone with a big high leave by Thakur, who maybe is sending a signal to Cummins. I don't care what you've got. I'm still in charge here. I'm still here. I don't care how many bumps, bruises and thumps you put on me. I'm not going to give this away lightly. It's been that kind of innings.
The pitch seems to have settled down. Not as many demons as maybe yesterday and the first few overs this morning. So hopefully, and with the sun out, hopefully it's a good session for batting this afternoon after lunch.
Certainly was some variable bounce. 2 slips and a gully, and this one's slightly more floaty onto the off stump. And Thakur this time just guides it out towards mid-on. Mitchell Stark is the fielder there. He's frantically trying to keep shine on one side of the ball. He's a shirt shiner, not a trouser shiner. On this occasion is Stark. And Paceman Pat.
Shirt shiner sounds like a euphemism for something, but I won't go there.
Well, the more traditional bowling motion is sort of groin or back or buttock, isn't it, in terms of the shining place.
Yeah.
This one, Thakur ducks, almost as if he's going, I forgot the idea of this now, I need to get out of the way. That's where I was going wrong earlier on. I wasn't getting out of the way enough. But he was able to get out of the way.
As we say down under here, ball shiner. Also equally appropriate.
Yeah. But he was very much using his shirt there. On that occasion was
yes.
Mitchell Stark. 220, by the way, now is what they trail by. So that, I think the follow-on debate is just going to be become an irrelevance. That's down leg. Sharp work from Carey. Well done him. And he gets... I thought he was going to get a high five, a pat of something, but it was just David Warner collecting his cap back from him. Or taking his cap for some reason. Yeah.
That seems to be the way it is, right? When you never get the credit when you do something good, you only get told off when you do something bad.
2:49 for 6 is where we are, and we'll go to Messrs.
So the first thing I should say, it's 10 minutes until the GPL closes. We've currently got 16 entries ranging from 263 to 333. So there's a fair range there.
GorillaCricket.com/competition. GorillaCricket.com/competition. There's many guesses as you like. Just have to guess the number of runs scored in the day, but you have to do it by lunchtime. You register. It's £1 a bet, a guess, not a bet, because it's a game of skill. And get in now while you can, Messrs.
Just Ideal says, what about the Rahane 2023 redemption story? White and red ball.
Nathan Lyon.
Mog says Nathan Lyon is a frigging tip rat.
Well, that's possibly a tad unkind, and his first ball of this over is defended by Rahane, who's now on 80, 20 runs away. In fact, if he got all 20, he'd take India past their follow-on target. 2:49 for 6 they are. Lyon in. There's one of them pushed away towards cover. They sharp single. They've run well, these two.
Yep, just counting them down one by one.
Yeah.
Kick off there's still another couple of hundred to go, but we'll get them one by one.
Yeah, that's what they're doing. 250 for 6.
Well, they'll get them one
up.
by one. Sorry, I shouldn't be as one-eyed.
Haroon says Lord Kartik Thakur.
I beg it, me. I don't know. Senior moment as this one's defended by Shardul Thakur, of Kartik's lesser-known brother, away into the onside, and they take a single. It's another run.
I'm really enjoying
218.
this first stint of Guerrilla Cricket. I've been put on a pedestal. This is great. fantastic.
Yes, you've already been elevated to family member of Shardul Thakur.
It's all downhill from here, Cardiff.
In so many ways. 2:51 for 6. Trailing by. Whereabouts in Sydney are you? If you nail that down to be a little bit more in a second as we wait for Lion. That's one classic off break into the off stump of Rahani, who steps back, guides it, and I think that's going to make it all the way. It hasn't been stopped, it has gone all the way. Superb shot, just let the ball do the work, angled his bat, and he's got one of these.
4 on the floor, and one more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4s are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
Not quite so funky, just classically, beautifully guided away, really. 2:55 for 6. Sorry, we were asking you, Kartik, where in Sydney are you?
Yes, I was just going to say a 100-run partnership as well that just came up, which is exciting. In the Hills district of Sydney in Kellyville. So please, no unanswered doorbell ringings tonight.
Okay. Lion tosses this up. It's defended
So
back to him.
You're not going to accept deliveries of cakes or booze?
We should too,
booze,
yes.
maybe yes. Cakes, not so much.
We have
always
some-
happy to have free delivery for booze.
Well, we have some fabulously kind and generous listeners who occasionally will open the door and someone's just sent pizza or beer or cakes or something. We're very blessed in that department, as this one is beautifully played again by Rahani. Out through cover. 4 more. He seems to have got a bit of a flavour for Lion. Speaking of
Yeah,
cakes,
it's over pitching.
Lion's cakes, and here's
4 on the
perhaps
floor,
the same one.
and one more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4s are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
Warren is
That's
channeling.
almost my favourite jingle.
Yeah, it's great, isn't it? Warren is channeling his inner Gary Naylor. He said, "Did you know that variable bounce is affected by plate tectonics, which we all know are more active in the morning and less as the day goes on?"
I think the tongue of the Warren tongue is firmly in the Warren cheek. In that, on that particular piece of scientific information. 89 not out for Ajinkya Rahane now. Interesting period psychologically for him then, Kartik. You're
Yeah, it looks
11
very
short.
solid here. What does he do? Does he try to go for the 100 before lunch with 6 minutes to go, or does he just continue to keep going and just have a nice nervous lunch and come back and
Won't
keep
have
going?
a say at the moment because Thakur is facing Cummins and it's left outside of the off stump, and there was no run. Frustrating period this for Australia. But 151 for 5 overnight, which immediately became 151 for 6 after the second ball of the morning. You felt that the close might come pretty quickly for India. It should have done. 2 drop catches and other chances that really were very close, but still just that 1 wicket has fallen. Cummings in, beats the outside edge of Thakur, who frankly was all over the place there. It didn't look particularly elegant. He seemed to be falling, his weight was all wrong. However, it evaded the outside edge, and that's the most important thing as far as he's concerned.
Yeah, I think the Australia-India Test matches are always they always end up somehow being competitive. Just when you think one team is taking the game away, they seem to either make a mistake or a couple of mistakes, and the second team comes right back into it, and that's what we're seeing. Albeit long way to go, but that's what we're seeing right
Cummins
now.
in again. That was a better piece of defence from Thakur away into the offside, and again there is no run. I'm just looking at what this partnership is currently worth. 107 runs this partnership, and they are going very, very well indeed. And Australia really will be kicking themselves. I genuinely think, Kartik, when they must have felt that they had both hands on the mace after that first wicket went down this morning.
Well, absolutely. I mean, India doesn't bat. Well, this really is the last recognised pair. The last 3 don't
Cummins in.
bat much at all.
Big shout given. Up goes umpire Illingworth's finger. Thakur was trying to work it away to leg. He's reviewed. And Richard Illingworth does the square TV signal, but to me, gentlemen, that looked flummish.
At worst, it's umpire's call on leg stump.
It's a batsman.
I thought it was going a bit over, but that's probably just me with my baggy blue hat on.
It's one of these anyway.
I was definitely in. Were you definitely in? I don't know.
Ooh, yeah, that looks like it's hitting the inside of leg stump. There's definitely no... What? Something is really making... Oh, hang on! Where's he? He's done it again! Cummins has done it again!
Drunk! Oh, Jesus! Oh, sorry.
And the Indian in the crowd, and probably in Sydney, will be leaping with joy there.
Oh.
That wicket signal that we're looking at, that wicket symbol on the scoreboard, has changed to a no ball. Cummins has overslept, and that overslept. He might have overslept too. He's overstepped. Is that the second time today? Twice today. Wicket balls.
No, once yesterday.
Oh well, either way, he's done it twice.
Yeah.
Oh my word! And the frustration for Australia continues. The fortune, perhaps for India, also continues. Cummins is in again, and this one, Thakur has done exactly the right thing. He's put all of that behind him and guided this away towards cover. It's in stout defence.
That is
would have been umpire's call.
Inexcusable for the captain as well. You know, that would have been, as you said, it would have been given out, but no ball. Nevertheless, alas, we keep going, and India keeps turning the numbers, turning along.
They are. We were just looking at a lady with a large inflatable kangaroo, which she then proceeded to thump on her head. You could tell who she was supporting.
That's 6 no balls from Cummins.
Yeah, Cummins in again. That's beaten the outside edge of Thakur. There's a big shout from Carey. Not much interest from anyone else. Least of all, an implacable Illingworth, who just looks down the track and says, "What? You must be joking, Alex."
They're thinking about it.
Well, they are
thinking about a review
about it. Steve Smith seems keen. Cummins he's done it. He has signalled that he wants this review.
Yeah.
And well, I don't know about you, chaps. That didn't look it. But well, I wouldn't even have thought about it.
I think this is more out of desperation and trying to redeem themselves for the no ball, the wicket no ball.
David Warner's got a look on him with his arms folded, like he's just waiting to say, "I told you so." Because every bit of his body language suggests he doesn't agree with the fact that this should be reviewed. But let's have a look. It's all in the hands of umpire Cattleborough. Does pitch and move
these
away?
Types of ones that end up somehow being out somehow.
Yeah.
Well, the view we've
funny
just
way
seen.
of doing that.
They still have 3 reviews left, so I suppose there's not a lot to lose.
There is. Well, I wouldn't even describe it as a,
daylight.
And that's anything.
Daylight between bat and ball.
You could drive a bus through that gap, and we will move on. Not that it wasn't a great ball, but I think David Warner will be proven correct. Umpire Illingworth is vindicated. Australia are still frustrated.
The Jersey Jingler asks an important question. He says, "Never mind rational analysis. What is the NWER, the Naylor water evaporation rate for today?" That's the biggest factor in bowling conditions, right?
Yeah, I think it is. And is it tidal? I mean, does it go up and down with the tide?
Well, that's a really good question, yeah.
Gary, if you're listening, we need to know that, as Cummins is in. That one is rather tentatively defended by Thakur. Then they thought about a single, which, as the man was racing in from short mid wicket, they quickly decided against. And it's the end of that over. It's 1 for 65. It should have netted a wicket for Australia. It didn't. That wicket turned to a no ball as Cummins overstepped. Thakur survived. It's 260 for 6 at lunch. Extraordinary stuff. So, shall I just do a quick run through of the morning? Have you got the scorecard there? Kartik, do you want to just take over a quick summary of the day thus far?
Yeah, absolutely. I was just going to say that it'll be interesting to see who is the happier team at lunch. I think India will certainly be very happy. Having fought themselves a little bit way back into this test match. The door is slightly ajar with Australia's poor feeling, and have a look at that run rate of 4.95 this session. So they really piled on the runs for just a loss of 1 wicket. Should have been about 15 wickets, but alas, only 1. And luck you need a bit of the rub of the green, I guess, to get yourself out of the deep hole that they were in. But it sets it up for an exciting session this afternoon, no doubt. And I think if India can come back and, first of all, Rahane get himself to a century, then who knows what could happen after that.
Well, I think we'd go along with that. 260 for 6 at lunch. Rahane,
Couple of
89.
tweets before we go.
Shardul Thakur, 36. Messer's last 2 tweets then.
Yeah. By the way, there are only 22 overs in that session. I mean, I know there were some injury hold-ups. This is for Kartik, and I have to advise you, Kartik, before even asking you this question, I've got to tell you the answer is no. The Naked Fun porn bot says, also, Kartik, do you have a spare room? And do you know the best massage parlour in your neck of the woods? Leah says, yes, Kartik, that jingle is pretty good, but wait until you hear the auto-tune abomination that is the one for Dane Pete. That is
it's
Mog says,
go on.
No ball, you pricks. And the porn bot says the expedients from Messi are making me blush. Oh dear. And Mog says Cummins wouldn't have no-balled if Steve Smith was still captain.
Well, we're going to break very quickly. We've got some Who's That Weirdo lined up for lunch. Which one is it, Bear?
It's the one we were playing yesterday.
Oh, it's the same one we were playing yesterday, apparently, which I think is...
it hasn't finished. There's a long way to go on it.
I think Kit Harris and...
yes, Emma Johns.
Emma Johns, yeah, from The Guardian. What's the latest on the GPL? The final...
16 entries from 263 to 333.
Oh, that's a reasonable spread, all of which are still in the game. And we will love you and leave you and see you after lunch. Very assured Kartik debut. Well done, mate.
Thanks a lot. See you in a bit.
See ya.
Thank you.
But there you go. Anyway, it's 4-all after 2 names apiece. We move on to the last 2 names before the break. And this is for Emma. Dawn Newman, Australia. Live cricketer, dead cricketer, or who's that weirdo? Dawn Newman. Has it struck a chord deep?
It definitely feels. This is the thing. It's going to, I know this one's going to turn out not to be a cricketer, but I feel like it sounds like one, and I would never want to. I would never want to say that somebody wasn't a cricketer if they were. I'd rather get it wrong that way round.
Right. So you're going for cricketer, but alive or dead?
I'm going to go for cricketer. I'm going to go Dawn Newman. I'm going to go live. I would have to go live because I don't think Dawn's a name that makes me think very old. So I'm going to hope that she's a cricketer. I'm going to believe that she's a cricketer, and I'm going to hope that she's still alive.
You're absolutely right. There's just no stopping you guys at the moment. 6 points to Emma. She is indeed a live cricketer, and for that bonus point that could make all the difference at the end of this scintillating game, can you guess how old she currently is?
Well, this is one where I'm like, Dawn is a name that, to me, that's a name. I don't think of Dawn as being a name that's been around longer than the 70s, really. I mean, I might be wrong. I do know it is quite a popular name in Australia, actually, Dawn. But I think, let's say that she was born in the 80s. What would she be now? 80s, 90s. Oh,
there's maths going on here.
She'd be in her early. She might be in her early 40s, late. I'm gonna say 43.
All that work that you did, and you're absolutely nowhere near. She's a lot older than that. She's 80, would you believe? So Dawn has been around for a little bit longer in Australia. It sounds like maybe it was just a very occasional name at that time. And Tony's got more news about Dawn Newman.
Well, quite a cricketing family, actually. She's born in Mount Hawthorn, Western Australia. She played 3 Test matches for Australia against England in 68-69. She's a right-hand bat. As I say, comes from a family of cricketers. She's one of 3 sisters who have represented Western Australia at state level. Her older sister, Betty, was a left-arm medium pace bowler, selected to play for Australia in 1958, but was only 12th person, or 12th, What do you go? 12th.
Yes, good point, actually.
Dawn played in the same state team as Betty in season 63-64 as a wicketkeeper and right-hand bat. Dawn's twin sister Elaine also played for Western Australia, but Barbara is the mother of former Test and ODI cricketer Bruce Reid.
Bruce Reid,
yeah, so
the lanky left arm.
She toured England in 68, 69. Dawn was selected to make her Test debut at the Thurberton Oval in Adelaide. Muriel Picton was the skipper that day, and some other notables in the team were Mim Key, Anne Gordon, Patsy May, Elaine Bray and Ollie Smith. Dawn top scored for the Aussies that day with 76.
Well, there you go. That's Dawn Newman. One more name to go. See if Kit can once again level up the scores. It's going to be a tight one, this. I can feel it in my bones. The sixth name, before we go to the break, is Thomas McCarty, England.
Thomas McCarty.
Yeah, do you want me to spell that for you again?
No, it's okay. McCarty.
Okay.
Thomas McCarty, England.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. So what I need to ask is, when you say England, are you referring simply to the England adult men's team, or does it include teams like England Deaf or England Limited Mobility? Because I don't think there's been an England player in the traditional sense by that name. But there might.
So I possibly know all the names.
If they're a cricketer, though, if they're a cricketer, then they're a cricketer.
Yeah,
that's
right. Okay, so
let's put it this way: anyone whose name comes up when you put them into Cricinfo.
Oh God! I mean, that includes me. That's ridiculous.
Well, who knows what the next name coming up after the break is? It could be Kit Harris, but you'd be
okay. So
you got that wrong.
I'm not convinced that it's someone who has played for the England men's senior team.
Right. You don't actually have to play. I mean, you could be an English cricketer who's played county cricket. You don't have to be a.
Oh wait. Oh, I see.
Yes, it's not just international cricketers. It's cricketers for county cricket, for T20s, ODIs.
Everything.
Yes,
okay,
absolutely.
So, right. Well, I'll go for cricketer then. What did you say his first name was?
Thomas
McCarty. Well, he's alive then.
It's not a live cricketer, but moving over for a bonus point to Emma, is he a dead cricketer or a weirdo?
I'm going to say he's a dead cricketer.
No! For the first time, you've both gone wrong. He's not a dead cricketer, so there's no extra points for anyone as we go into the break. He is a weirdo, and well, I say weirdo. I mean, he's had quite an extraordinary life, Thomas McCarty.
Well, yeah, I mean, he was an English circus performer. He was a one-armed lion tamer. He was born in Cork around 1838, but I guess we should probably start by addressing the elephant, or perhaps the lion in the room. Why did he only have one arm? And he was indeed mauled by a lion. And in fact, he was killed in 1872 by his own lions, so that gives you a clue as to that. He had his left arm torn off in the circuses of Messrs. Bell and Myers in Liverpool in 1862. Although his cries summoned help from a performer, it was too late to save the severely damaged arm. Sadly, when he died, he had two more lucky escapes. One in Bolton, and then I think he had one lucky escape in Blackpool, somewhere up north, and then he died in Bolton. He died, as many entertainers have, in Bolton. He'd been on the bottle, turned his back on the lions, who proceeded to kill him. He was rescued from the lions as quickly as possible, but ere this could be done, the newspaper report said, he was frightful, torn by their teeth and claws, his legs, heads and hand being lacerated to such a degree that the flesh was completely torn away from the bones. So if you're a football fan, you will have heard of Bolton's most famous son, Nat Lofthouse, known as the Lion of Vienna, but he had nothing to do with it.
There you go, and he didn't play for England Lions either. Boom, boom. That is the end of the first part of Who's That Weirdo? Episode 5. We're going to go shortly to the musings and the thinkings of Chris Woke, our social justice.
What's the scores on the door?
The scores on the door as we go into the break is Emma 6, Kit 4.
Greg Matthews, Alan Knott. Who's that weirdo? Matilda 2. Neil McKenzie. Who's that weirdo? Wayne Leverock. Shannon Freed. Who's that weirdo? Chris Harris. Kevin O'Brien.
out there, me ducks, and Happy New Year. And of course, Happy Lunar New Year. It's Chris Woke here, nipping the ball around and bigotry in the bud. I've had enough of totalitarian states being allowed to host major sporting events. These so-called nations are a menace to society. Their shameful human rights records and disgraceful laws designed to oppress minority groups are an absolute scourge on our global community. And that's why I'm backing a blanket ban on cricket in Wales. Did you know it's a criminal offence to walk into a butcher's in Swansea and ask for English lamb? Or to demand a rarebit from any other part of the world? Were you aware, people, that laughing at Ian Rush's moustache from 1982 to 1989 carried the death penalty in Newport? These are the acts of a savage regime. Our great game must take a stand. So, from 2023, there will be no mid-ons in Mid-Glamorgan, no Gower on the Gower, and no silly points in Kid Welly will be given the boot. Barry Wood given half a chance, but won't be allowed to. Fishguard will not be protected. Didn't we have a lovely time the day we went to Bangor? No, we didn't, because the fascist police force arrested us for daring to suggest that Bromsgrove's telephone box museum is superior to Penryn Castle. Whales would live in Wales, apparently, because there are no whaling ships in Aberystwyth, whereas there are in Japan and Norway. But I'll tell you this, the woke roadshow of cricket, forced inclusion and all, will not be making an appearance in this evil principality. From this moment, we will be putting in place a total Jeffrey. Tom Jones, Shirley Bassey, Robert Croft, JPR Williams, Charlotte Church, Max Boyce. Can you hear me, Max Boyce? Your boys, girls, other identifiers are about to take one hell of a beating. Remember, you can't make a shakshuka without cracking eggs, unless, of course, you're constructing the vegan version, which is equally but differently delicious. Until next woke, ta-ra, me ducks!
Craig Matthews, Alan Knott. Who's that weirdo? Daniel Tito, Neil Mackenzie. Who's that weirdo? Wayne Leverock, Shannon Freedy. Who's that weirdo? Chris Harris, Kevin O'Brien. Who's that weirdo?
Welcome to the second part of Who's That Weirdo, episode 5. Our guests today are Emma John, Guardian writer and author, and Kit Harris, who is the assistant editor of Wizardon Editor's Almanac.
Wizardon. I actually want to see that publication. Wizardon. Wizardon version.
That's what I'm sure. Well, I mean, yeah,
Wizardon.
Yeah, that's more like us, isn't it? Yeah, that's definitely us, actually. Wizardon cricketers. That's us. So back to Emma for the first name of the second half. She leads by 6 points to 4. Now, I always have trouble with Sri Lankan names because they have a lot of syllables in, but hopefully I'm going to get this right. Dimithu Kumarasinghe, Sri Lanka. Live cricketer, dead cricketer, or who's that weirdo?
I'm gonna go. I mean, do you know what? Live cricketer has done me well so far in this game, so I'm just gonna go live cricketer.
No, I'm afraid it's the first time you've taken a wrong step. So we move over to Kit and ask him: is it a dead cricketer or a who's that weirdo?
Well, given that every time anything's come in front of me so far, it's been a weirdo. I'm going to go with. Well, you see, I'm a bit. You see, it's risky because by the Tom McCarthy criterion, if there's anyone who plays cricket in Sri Lanka who has that name, he could be it. Well, it could be an English player called Tom McCarthy.
No, I checked that out. There isn't.
Oh, okay.
I am aware of this, especially with sort of overseas names, and I do check to see whether they could be considered. There were similar names for different jobs, but no.
Right.
So,
Dimitru
Kumarasinghe.
So I'll go for who's that weirdo.
Yes, you're absolutely right. You've levelled at 6-all. He is indeed a weirdo. And would you like to offer a guess on why he's a weirdo? What could he be? What could Dimitri Kumarasinghe be if he's not a cricketer?
I'll do this in honour of the Icelandic Sri Lankans who dominate the national cricket team over there, with whom I am friends, and all of them, without exception, are amazing chefs. So I'm going to go with a chef.
Well, I did. That has completely thrown me. I never thought you would get it.
What?
But
you mean he's actually
a chef. He is a chef. Tell us more about this chef. Well, Dimitri Kumarasinghe.
Just any old chef.
Just any old chef.
Just any old chef. Dimitri Kumarasinghe is the third best chef in Sri Lanka, as voted by Top Chef's website. He has been president of the Chefs Guild of Sri Lanka for 52 years, since 1971. Since moving to Sri Lanka in 2000, he's worked for the Aitken Spence Hotel management team. He was the only chef in the world to have won 9 gold medals in individual events at the Culinary Olympics, held in 2004 and 2006.
Is that the first time anyone's ever guessed a weirdo, what they do?
Pretty much, as far as we know, yes.
Yeah, Messager's got really close with regards to a Barbadian politician, but I think someone to actually get it right on the nose like that I think that's the first, Kit. Well done.
Anyway, those events at that Olympics included such august events as the artistic pastry showpiece, and the pulled sugar event. For the record, above him on the best Sri Lankan chefs list are Peter Kuravita and Chef Duminda, if you've ever heard of either of those two, with your in-depth knowledge, Kit, of Sri Lankan chefery.
Well, that's amazing, isn't it? Basically, if you're in Sri Lanka, you're either a cricketer or a chef, it seems to me, basically from what we have found. So, Kit has taken the lead. He's gone to 7 points. Emma needs to get back in the game, trailing 6 points to 7, or 6 runs to 7, if you want to call it that. Let's move on to name number 8, and the name number 8 is Ian Payne, England. Live cricketer, dead cricketer, or who's that weirdo?
Just remind me, how many names in total are there?
12.
80.
I know.
yeah, we're going to be here till tomorrow, basically.
Wait, and now I've totally forgotten. Was it Ian Payne, did you
Ian
say?
Payne, yes. Ian Payne, England.
And is the Payne with a Y?
It is with a Y.
It is with a Y.
Yes.
It is with a Y because...
You're not supposed to be helping out here, Kit. You're supposed to be trying to win.
I reckon he was on the Somerset staff.
Hang on, this is unheralded, basically.
I reckon he was on the Somerset. I'm
Kitty's trying to help out his opponent.
And tell me, Kit, how old would you say he is? And do you think he's still around?
Wait, hang on a minute. This is me. This is my one. It's the 8th one.
It's my one. It's definitely been given to me.
Hang on, I may have made a complete cock up.
I've made a complete cock wrong.
I've made a complete cock up. It is, sorry, I must admit, it is for Cato. Sorry about that. We're going to have to record the whole programme again because I made a complete muck up. No, Ian Payne, sorry about that. Emma, it is indeed Cato's question. Ian Payne, England, live cricketer, dead cricketer, who's that weirdo?
Well, I think he was on the Somerset staff. I think he was on the Somerset staff. If he was, yes, Payne.
Payne even. He's a very good friend of yours by the sounds of it.
I reckon, and I'll tell you the story now, so that if it's wrong, I look even more stupid than if I save it in case I am wrong. I used to play club cricket in South London at Our Lane Cricket Club. I'm a huge Somerset fan, which is why you can have a big cackle if this is wrong. In the 1990s, I was playing in a game with a club mate called Justin Nash, and he came out to bat in a Somerset shirt, and I said, "Wow, how have you got a Somerset shirt? That's so cool." I didn't have one. He said, "I got it from one of the players," and I said, "Who?" And he said, "Payne." And I reckon that was Ian Payne. Or I reckon that's Ian Payne. I'm going to go cricketer alive.
And you're absolutely right. We can't get past Kit. His knowledge is so deep that...
Well, his knowledge is very deep. I'm not denying that, but you have literally picked somebody from his team.
Well, actually, I didn't.
Have we though?
Have we now? Because we're going to ask Cato for his extra point. How old he thinks Ian Payne might be at this stage?
Well, I would go 52.
Absolutely nowhere near. So I don't know what you're talking about. No, he's not. He's 64. Now, we're going to find out whether Ian Payne did indeed play for Somerset, because Tony's going to tell us.
Well, not as far as I could see. Very much alive, you're absolutely right. He was born in 1958 in Kennington, played for Gloucestershire and Surrey between 87 and 1987 and 1996, I think. Mostly Surrey, and then the last 2 years with Gloucestershire. After a bit of a break, he then played for Shropshire, I beg your pardon, between 1994 and 97, so he had quite a long time off. He played 47 first-class games, right arm, medium and right arm bat, mainly a bowler, decent economy rates. His best first-class bowling figures were 5 for 13 in Surrey's innings victory over Gloucestershire in 83. His best list A figures were 5 for 21 against Derbyshire. He played for Oswestry Cricket Club as a director, and he and his wife Jules run a PR company in Oswestry called the Jules Payne Partnership.
There you go.
No link, as far as I know, with Somerset.
So do you think, Kid, it was just the sort of the West Country link, the fact that he played a few games for Gloucestershire just up the road, really, from Somerset, isn't that? Wouldn't you say that?
Well, that wouldn't explain why Justin Naish had
Payne written on his jumper.
Well, no, it was a white one. It was a county championship one.
There's more than one Payne.
There must be more than one Payne that's played cricket over the years.
So they simply guessed it right on the basis that I thought of someone completely different called Payne.
Yeah, so you're just incredibly lucky, and especially as you pointed out that it was your call anyway, as opposed to Emma's. So moving back to Emma, we have scores of 9 to Kit and 6 to Emma. So Emma has some catching up to do. The next name we have is Jason Flores, Australia. Live cricketer, dead cricketer, or who's that weirdo? Jason Flores.
Is it Floris?
No, it's Floros.
OS. Oh.
Jason
If it was Floris, then I wanted him to be a perfumier.
Well, no, I can't say anything.
Jason Flores.
Floros. Sometimes slightly dental, doesn't it, Flores? I don't know, but a bit like Flores.
Do you know what? I'm just gonna stick with my strategy of just going live cricketer.
And you'd be wise to do so, because Jason Flores is indeed a live cricketer. You cut the lead of Kit Harris down to 1 point. Jason Flores is indeed a live cricketer, and to draw level, how old is Jason Flores? Is he a man who's around at the moment, or has he been around in the past?
I'm gonna say he's 37.
Oh, you were so close. I was thinking we were going to get the first boundary of the afternoon, but not quite. He is, in fact, 32 years old, Jason Flores. Tell us a little bit more about him, Tony.
Well, if you look for pictures of him, you'll see he's a redhead, unlike Susan Redhead, who we found out early on wasn't. He's from Woden, Canberra. He's an all-round left-hand bat and right-arm off-break bowler. Played for Queensland and a bit for Brisbane Heat and Sydney Thunder in the Big Bash. Last played first-class cricket in 2017 and T20s in 2018. He averaged 22 with the bat in 15 first-class games for Queensland and took 26 wickets at 44. He did own, maybe still does, 2 pet snakes. And he's now the finance officer for Queensland Cricket.
Brilliant. There you go. There's always find jobs for ex-cricketers who haven't done very well.
Absolutely.
The gentleman
he can count snakes, obviously.
Indeed.
Whether he can count money, I don't know.
Well, that means that we are now Kit on 9, Emma on 8. We move on to Kit's penultimate name, and this is Mahmood Hussain, Pakistan. Dead cricketer, live cricketer.
Hang on a minute. Mahmood Hussain.
Mahmood Hussain. I know you're going to say there must be about 20 Mahmood Hussains, but I can guarantee you
20. There must be about 100,000.
But how many of them are cricketers? And is indeed this man a cricketer? I'm not saying that he is or he isn't. I mean, how many Mahmood Hussains who aren't cricketers might there be? A tough one, isn't it?
Is that then I am 100% certain that there is a Mahmood Hussain who has played first-class cricket in Pakistan.
Right.
100%. There must have been. I'm not thinking of anyone in particular.
No, I could. It's a bit like the sort of 3 Imran Khans, isn't it? There are at least 3 Imran Khans who played.
If we delve down into a certain hardback yellow cricket book.
Well, hopefully you're not wandering around trying to look in that at this particular moment.
No, I'm wandering around
I'm being very
anguish.
You've not gone to your enormous bookshelf.
Well, he's yes, he must be. Must be a cricketer, definitely.
But is he living or is he dead?
Is one of them alive or dead? Interesting question.
One of them, very many Mahmood Hussains.
Mahmood Hussain. Yeah. Yes, a live cricketer.
No, you're absolutely wrong.
Well, we'll soon see about that.
He's a dead cricketer. I'm going to go over to Emma. I'm going to say, if you can guess the age at which he perished, you will get a bonus point. How old was Mahmood Hussain when he died?
Well, do you know what we've gone with a lot of people in the 60s, and I feel like 60 is old enough that it won't make me sad that he's dead. But it's also, it's also not in the kind of upper reaches of long life.
Hang on, I'm nearly 60. It won't make you sad if I'm just dropping.
Hang on, I'm past 60, so hold on.
I feel like anything under 60 is the kind of age at which when you report it in the paper, you say the tragically young age of.
Yes.
I don't think people in their 60s and upwards get that courtesy.
No, sadly. So
That's
you're going for 60.
What my brutal journalistic mind is going for. Yeah, so I'll just go bang on the nose 60.
Well, that's very good. That's a very good guess. It's not quite good enough for the boundary, but he was indeed 59 when he died in 1991. So you get a bonus point, which means that you have levelled going into the final round of names. But before we go into the final round of names, Tony will tell me a little bit more about Mahmood Hussain the 7th.
Yeah, he died at 59 in 1991. He was a right-arm quick. He was born in Lahore, but died sadly at Northwick Park Hospital, where I'm sure you knew I used to be a gardener.
Stanmore, isn't it?
Yeah, in Wembley.
Okay.
Yeah, I used to do the gardens there. It used to be one of my most exciting jobs in the past. One of the stalwarts of Pakistan's early cricket, he played from 1952 to 1962, took 60 wickets in 29 test matches. First played in Pakistan's second ever test on their 1953 tour of India, took 3 for 35 and 1 for 57. Polly Umrigar was his first ever wicket, bowled for 15. He was the fastest of a trio of new ball bowlers around whom Pakistan's attack was built in the 1950s. Fazal Mahmood, Khan Mohammed and Mahmood Hussain were all born in Lahore and did their city proud as they helped Pakistan to one famous victory after another. After an unsuccessful tour of England, he faded away but made one more appearance in England as manager of the 1978 Pakistan team. He then had gone off to become a successful businessman, spent his summers in Wembley, hence dying rather sadly. He was a very larger-than-life character. I think it was diabetes got him in the end, and he died at Northwick Park.
Well, I think it's a tragic death, even though he was 59.
I'm with you.
And did you find any other Mahmood Hussain cricketers while you were looking through?
I have to say I wasn't looking that hard. I focused on this one.
It's a good job we got the right one then.
Yes.
Well, we go into the final round of names. The final round of names, one apiece, with the score at 9 to Emma and 9 to Kit.
Should be two more. You're on number 11 and then number 12.
Yeah, but it's the final round, isn't it?
I'm with you. Absolutely, of course it is.
So this is for Emma. Can you tell us Angela Fredericks, New Zealand, live cricketer, dead cricketer, or who's that weirdo? Angela Fredericks.
Well, okay, yeah, okay, interesting. My instinct, and I think you should always go with your instinct. I've got one thing in my head which is my instinct, which is not my answer. I'm not answering yet. I'm still.
This is not your final answer.
It's called external processing. My instinct is I want to go dead cricketer. My strategic brain realizes that I have not yet had somebody who wasn't a cricketer, and therefore there's, it feels like there's a better than average chance that this would be it. This would be my opportunity to go for somebody who wasn't, but I am just going to go. I think you should always go with your gut, so I'm going to go with my gut, and I'm just going to say dead cricketer.
Oh, Angela Fredericks is not a dead cricketer. So, Kit, is she a live cricketer or a weirdo?
I will go. Well, in the Emma John spirit of sticking to the mode, almost everything I've had has been Who's That Weirdo?
Mm-hmm.
So I'll go with Who's That Weirdo?
And you're absolutely right. She is indeed a weirdo. Would you like to guess? I mean, he was so good with the Sri Lankan chef. Would you like to guess what Angela Fredericks has notoriety for?
Notoriety for?
Not notoriety, or a level of fame, I suppose.
Let's wander into the criminal underworld. She's a criminal.
She's a criminal.
I like notoriety.
Type
So
of
we'll go with
criminal.
Yes.
What sort of criminal would you go for?
Oh God, I can't. Well, I think she's done someone in.
She's a murderess.
Well, you know what they say: never trust an Angela.
Do they say that?
Well, it's as true today as it's ever been.
Okay, fair enough. So you reckon that she is
harsh on Angela Rippon?
I was going to say Angela Merkel.
Angela Lansbury. I mean, come on, that's really harsh.
Angela Lansbury, especially. Of course, had quite a big connection with murder. I'm afraid to say that Angela Fredericks is not a murderer. She is. What is she, Tony?
Well, she's not a murderer. I wouldn't call this murder, but she's the woman with the fastest time to open 100 mussels. Yep, she's the world's fastest shucker. In 2016, Blenheim mussel opener Angela Fredericks beat her own record for opening 100 green shell mussels at the Havelock Mussel Festival. She took 1 minute 50 seconds to beat her previous record set the previous year by 1 second. Urged on by a big noisy crowd, the young mum took an average time of 1.16 seconds per every one of those 100 mussels. She dedicated the win to her son Nixon, who had celebrated his first birthday on the day of the triumph, and she had been 4 days before giving birth to Nixon when she won the title of the event in 2015. I was never confident of breaking the record, she said. It's always different. It's still as scary as always. There were fumbles. It was very tiring and hot. So there you go. Oh, by the way, and for the record, in the Mussel Munch competition of the same event, Carl Buckland swallowed a dozen mussels and drank a glass of beer in less than a minute. To win the event ahead of 13 competitors. He said the key is to swallow them whole and not chew them.
I thought that was true of mussels. I mean, I'm not a mussels fan. Are either of you mussels fans?
Not especially.
Yeah, especially those New Zealand ones. The big green-lipped mussels are.
Well, these are the green shells. Absolutely, that's the one.
shells.
That's the one she shucked.
There you go. There was the clue. That you should have gone with your strategic mind there, Emma.
I feel like this is it. I've lost now, haven't I?
No, because you can make up points on the basis that Kit might get this last.
Does she need snookers though?
She might need snookers, but we'll have to see how it goes. And of course,
is there a mussel shucking tiebreak?
There isn't, but we probably should have done that. We should have lined you up with muscles to actually sort of separate you, shouldn't we? That'll be for another show.
It'll be a midweek replay.
Indeed. Stoke on Tuesday night. We go to the final name with Kit leading by 11 points to 9. But can he hang on to the lead with the final name? And the final name is Prabir Sen, India. Live cricketer, dead cricketer, or who's that weirdo? Prabir Sen.
P. Sen? Well, there is a Sen, isn't there?
Is there?
Yeah, there is a Sen. There's a P.
Sure.
Yeah, yes, P. Sen is a cricketer and an alive man.
No, you're not right. He may be a cricketer, or he may be a weirdo. So we go over to Emma to see if she can grab a bonus point. Dead cricketer, or who's that weirdo?
Let's just go dead cricketer.
You're absolutely right. You get a bonus point, but it's not enough.
A bonus point isn't enough to level me, is it?
No, it isn't. I'm afraid.
Wait a minute.
Hang on. No, there is, because we've got to go for age. And if you can get it on the nose, the age at which Prabir Sen departed this mortal coil, you will snatch the win like a greedily gobbled mussel, and you will take the title for the day.
Can I raise a point of order in Emma's favour here?
Yes, of course.
Didn't I get 2 points when I swept up the Sri Lankan chef? I thought I got 2 points for.
Yeah, that's true. We were level, and then you went ahead by 2.
No, you got one bonus point. 1 bonus point for guessing the chef. so it's only just the one.
Oh, okay. Sorry, Emma, I tried.
But if you get this on,
I meant on the last round, on that last go, you got 2 because we were level on 9, and then I got mine wrong, and you got it.
listen.
Ahead by 2.
Do not question the quizmaster. He is the final.
That's true.
Bit of needle, though. Definitely a bit of needle here. We like that.
Always
makes it more entertaining.
I mean, I've already got one thing wrong earlier, so pointing out my deficiencies.
The production team will deal with you later.
They will indeed. So now to grab this at the last, Emma, you have to guess how old P. Sen or Prabir Sen of India was. When he travelled off.
I'm gonna just zoom in there at 51.
Oh, so close, but not quite close enough. Prabir Sen was 43 when he sadly died in 1970.
That is tragically young.
It is tragic, and
was.
there is more tragedy, as Tony will tell you.
Well, he died after a day's cricket, rather sadly. He's often thought of as India's first great wicketkeeper. He was also the first Bengali and Bangladesh-born to play for India. He was born in 1926, was the first wicketkeeper to become a regular feature in the Indian side, known as Kokon, which is a common Bengali name which actually means someone very young. In an interview with the Daily News in Perth on the 1947-48 tour, he said, "In Kolkata they call babies Kokon, the name just stuck. In fact, I'm not 18 as some seem to think I'm 20, so he was obviously looked younger than he was. He was short and stocky, took loads and loads of brilliant catches. One claim to fame in the tour match against South Australia, at the Adelaide Oval, he had Don Bradman stumped off Vinu Mankad.
Wow.
And he later rated that as the most prized scalp of his career. My greatest thrill, he said, was when I stumped Bradman at Adelaide, because he was the greatest genius we have ever met, he said later. He was a pretty useful late order batsman as well. He played first class cricket until 1958, and he was playing club cricket right up to his sad death of variously reported as either a stroke or a heart attack, but nonetheless rather sad, in 1970.
So there you go, rather sad and sombre ending to what's been another absolutely cracking Who's That Weirdo contest between Emma John and Kit Harris. But I have to say, at the end of it, Kit Harris has just forged his way into the lead with 11 points to Emma's 9. Kit Harris takes the title for this week of Who's That Weirdo. How do you feel about it, Kit? I mean, can you articulate your feelings having forged victory?
I want to know if there's a leaderboard, like on Top Gear for the fast laps. How did I do compared to all the others?
Well, I think you're right up there on the. Although Messi Jez did get 20, but then I did give him 7 extra points just because I fancied him beating the Bears. So, that was.
He's an outlier.
I suppose I could just give Emma a couple of extra points to beat you. The Bears now getting very annoyed in the kitchen, I can tell you. So yes, you have. Well, I mean, what we did think of doing was keeping the winner on each week, but that's proved too difficult to get people on. But I'm sure we'll have you back at some point in the
Basically, what he's saying is feel validated, my friend. Feel validated.
Absolutely. Yeah. 11. Emma, your thoughts? Are you disappointed? I mean, you ran him hard.
I think I did a lot better than I thought I was going to. I'll be completely honest. And I also managed to avoid. I think I managed to avoid saying the W word, which, I was.
You did. Damn it! I'm going to have to take some points off you.
We're back. All right, Dave.
How are we doing?
Yeah, good. It's all warming up.
Yeah, it's heating up.
It is a little bit. I'm kind of praying now that India can get at least another 50. I think they will. I mean, ideally they get close to parity, but honestly, I don't see that happening. The new ball's due in 20 overs. I think they've got to get a lot of runs in the next 20. They've got about 20, haven't they, till the new ball? Is that about right? In fact, dead on 20. So they want to, if these two can stay there for those full 20 overs, they want to put on 80, 100 runs, I'd have thought.
It's definitely these partnerships which start to piss you off.
Yeah.
They're very annoying. And then if you get a new ball and then that starts to travel along the square going for 4s, then it gets very, very annoying.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know if you had a chance to watch the actual TV pictures, but of course it's a very partisan Indian crowd, and they're really going after the Aussies, and every time they hit the ball, it's like the IPL, everyone's cheering. That must get on the Aussies' backs, I'd have thought.
How many Aussies do we have? There must be 2 or 3.
The odd some.
There's a few in the commentary box. We know that much.
Yeah, there's probably more here than there is actually.
There's more actual Aussies commentating on the game on various media than there are at the actual stadium. We've got Scotty Boland opening up things after lunch.
Yeah, he sounds like this.
Boland, Boland, Boland. Here comes Scotty Boland. Boland, 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 Boland.
And this guy's facing.
How about getting on some media placer? Thacker's Indian, Thacker's a bowler. When he bats, disappointment.
And Gaffney says play. We got Boland. And he's bowling to Rahane, and he does exactly what we expect Boland to do, which is just to pitch it in and around the off stump with the lovely English length.
And he is bowling too.
Boland in again to Rahane. Just outside the off stump, and that is left well alone. One of the better leaves in this innings.
Yeah, he was getting. Thacker was getting worked over this morning.
He was. Yeah. It's maybe tactical. Maybe he can take them on the body. Starts to annoy maybe that he's just an immovable object.
I missed Barat this morning. Did he look like he was holding the bat okay? Because that ball last night looked like an arm breaker.
Yeah, he was, but he only faced one ball. So.
Fair enough.
Boland again does Boland things, and that's just on the off stump, and that leads Rahane to have a little bit of a drive. It goes to mid-on.
And Australia have missed 5 chances, really. They've got
really
what would have been 2 wickets on no balls, and they've dropped 3 catches.
That really has to be said. There's been a couple of LBWs, and then they've been quickly reviewed by Indian batsmen, and then as soon as they review them, they find that the Australian bowlers have overstepped.
I can't remember, was Rahane given out last night?
Yeah, he was,
Right.
and then he reviewed. And then Thakur as well, I believe.
This morning.
Yeah. No balls, they're infuriating. Absolutely infuriating.
Well, England have done it a fair few times over the last year as well.
Yeah, look, it happens.
And especially now, yeah, exactly. They monitor the line with a camera.
Was it Stokes that kept on doing that?
Stokes has done it. Ollie Robinson's done it. I even think Jimmy did it.
They've all done it.
Most of them do it.
Yeah. I'm trying to think who never does it. I'm trying to think. But Boland in again, and that's no run. It's just blocked by Rahane. Mikey Holding used to apparently get his foot quite a bit behind the line.
Yeah, there was someone in the New Zealand team. I think I noticed it when he was bowling. It was like dramatically.
Yeah, there was. Was it Wagner?
Could have been.
Maybe
It might have even been Bolt. It was just. It was like noticing it was like a good few inches. He was leaving short there.
He's just not wasting time. He's not going to waste any time with any no balls, so stay firmly behind the line. Boland in again to Rahane. And that is just on the off stump. I'd love to watch just sorry, that's the Andy over, 260 for 6.
You'd love to watch what?
I'd love to watch, they do these edits these days of just ball by ball by ball by ball, and it would just be so soothing to watch Boland go again and again and again and again on off stump. Do we have any tweets?
Over on Twitter, so Leah, when bowlers blow their noses like that to the run up, I like to think that a few overs later, either the slip or the keeper will slide through their snot after a dive.
Jesus.
From both of the batters still at the crease have been dismissed LBW by the same bowler. However, he overstepped the crease both times. Think the captain should have a word to him. Oh bugger. Who's the captain bowling? Piss poor Pat, piss poor.
Yep.
And he's back. Postman Pat.
There was.
He sounds like this. No. This.
Paceman Pat, and his baggy green cap. Early in the morning, just before the warm-up, he has to pull out with a dodgy back.
Patrick Cummins!
How are you, Dave?
And he's just bowled one for. We're looking at some of the drop chances.
That one should have gone out with two hands for a start.
Yeah.
It's still quick, that Kawaja one. The Cam Green one, there's no excuse in this one.
Oh. Cummins in again. It goes to Thakur, and it's just on off stump. So it's 2 dots to the over.
Yeah, that last one there, I think they're saying the keeper should have gone for it.
Yeah, you agree.
And looking at where it is now and where they're both placed, I'd have probably said yes.
Yeah.
You know what I think it is? Yesterday, India, when they were bowling, there was a lot of balls falling short. And I think they're just standing a good metre too forward.
Oh, they've gone too close to overcompensate. They're getting to the ball, but maybe, well, they're not getting any hands to it.
A lot of these catches are going chest height.
Cummins in again, and it's just on the stumps, and it's played away into mid-wicket for no run. Thakur facing.
Well, they've nearly taken the follow-on equation out of it as well, haven't they?
Yep. Certainly won't. Unless something very, very dramatic happens in the next few overs. 9 runs to play with Australia.
And this is it. I mean, obviously, as I said, parity is obviously where they're aiming at, but what can you think they can get away with and still be in the game?
Cummins in again. That's a good deal, Fuller. It's on the off stump. Thakur has he gets it off his legs, gets a bit on it, but he can only get it towards mid-on for no run.
Nice little clip.
Yeah, it was quite nice.
So if to say India get to 360, somehow they managed to have another 100 runs, do you think they got a chance of winning still?
Yeah, it depends. Yeah. It'd be,
they're in collapse territory.
Yeah, you'd need something like that to happen. Anyway, Cummins in again. That is again on the pads of Thakur, who just clips it nicely down to fine leg. It is returned back, but only the single.
It's a weird way to look at it, but I think they've worked their way back into a possible draw.
I think they're too far out for that, 200 runs behind, but this is what I mean. They've got to somehow claw themselves to within minimum, I'd say 150 to be able to get that sort of result.
But the draw is never really runs, it's more time, is what I kind of classify.
Yeah, but precisely that. If they were sort of out now, Australia could still easily get 300 before the end of the day if they went for it and have 2 days to get them out.
Cummins
again.
in. Just outside off stump. Is that a chance? And that's a great catch by Cam Green. All of this talk of Australians not being able to take catches, and he's just brought back the reputation with that catch. Cam Green diving full stretch to his right, takes that at third slip, I believe.
Gully.
That was a lovely catch off the bowling of Cummins. And that is Rahane gone.
That's an absolute storm.
The crowd says.
He's plucked that out of the air, diving to his left, and the reaction time wouldn't have been a lot more than the one he had dropped before, and probably less, in fact. It's quite nicely glided by Rahane, but it was aerial, and he just snatched it out of the air, one-handed to his left, right, even. And
full on Steve Smith kind of territory, where Cam Green doesn't seem to take quite easy catches. It just has to be screamers, and that's it.
Stokesy, 2015.
Yeah, exactly, him as well.
I feel like that's modern fielders these days. You take some screamers and then you drop some absolute sitters.
In the slips, it's been noticeable with England for a few years. How many?
Joe Root.
Yeah, I know, and Crawley particularly. But yeah, we've been pretty poor at slip catching for a few years now.
Probably not alone. I think. Well, I mean, you've obviously traditionally you had these incredible slip fielders who were just specialists. Who are specialists now, I suppose.
There was a stat, I think Zach Crawley, was it not something like 30 to 40%.
Something like that.
And that's just not good enough for
for
a slip fielder then.
No, not strong enough. I suppose you can try and make a slip fielder out of someone, but then I suppose you need the requisite raw parts to make that.
And suddenly the pendulum swings again. 8 runs to avoid the follow-on. I cannot see Australia avoiding the follow-on now. I think that's moot now. The new batsman will be...
Oh, Monsieur Dove, oh, what shall we do? He's quicker than Ishan Sharma and Varden out and two. He's quicker than a Jaguar, the cat, but not the car. Oh, Monsieur Dove, what a speedy bull you are.
Oh, Monsieur Dove.
Umesh with the highest score of 30 odd. So this will be interesting. Boland continues from his end, 2 for 47 off 17 overs.
Here comes a battle.
Boland in, just on off stump. We'll have to start coming up with more and more creative ways of saying Boland in and off stump by the end of summer.
This is the way it goes.
It just sounds like a tongue twister all the time.
Now, do you go full IPL here? If you're India, you've got
just go for it.
Yeah, just go for it. I mean, you've got Yadav and Shami.
Yeah, it's not the strongest of tails, really.
Not at all.
Not likely to wag, but you never know. Boland into the core. That's just a bit closer to the stumps. And that's played straight back to the bowler. Yeah, he just really plucked that out of there. I wanted to say at the time, or I did say that he just jumped quite a bit. He's obviously quite sizable as green, but for him, he doesn't have to move that far because he's got these gigantic arms.
Yeah, exactly.
Just an albatross in the
he can just
gully.
move a slight inch and then move his hand to the side and then bam. But it's quite a bit of ground that he covers. Rahane would be quite annoyed himself. Boland in again. That's just outside the off stump. It's a good leave by Thakur. 37 off 90, so now he comes into the equation a lot more. He will have to, whatever India's approach is now, it'll be mainly from him, I guess.
Yeah, what's his highest test score? Might be interesting to...
I think he hit a 60 or something in the famous 2021 series.
Well, he got runs against us, didn't he, in one of the tests in the summer, not that long ago.
He's very annoying. He's very annoying in the lower order.
67 is his highest score.
67. Some very useful lower order runs from Shardul, who faces now Boland. That's a good deal shorter. And Carey just kind of pams that away to fine leg. Let's see. Yep, that's buys. So it's just a single, which brings Yadav on to strike. Or did they take two? No, brings Yadav on, so just a single. Perhaps if Cam Green had the gloves, he would have got to it.
Well, he would have done easily.
According to Ninja, that's a 50 at the oval.
So he knows it well. Yeah, very useful runs. 37. It was a very useful partnership. I mean, you did benefit from Rahane at the other end, so he'll have to do a lot of it himself.
Yeah, because he really dragged them back into it one of the tests against us, if I remember rightly, in that series a couple of years ago.
Boland in, and that's on leg stump, and that's just clipped away down to fine leg. Just the radar a little bit off for Boland. Last two deliveries down that leg side region. I'll have to pull it back. Just has his compass slightly wrong, perhaps. Yeah, very fine catch. We'll be saying that all day. Oof.
Almost behind himself as well.
Yeah. It went very, very quickly. It was off the middle of the bat, really, wasn't it? It was just guided down there.
Oh, yeah. Definite 4.
Those big hands of Cam Green. Boland in again. That's just on off and middle, and that is played down to mid on by Thakur. Oh no, by Yadav, sorry. And that is the over. 263 for 7 after 63 overs, trailing by 206.
Just one colour of pen there.
Yeah, that's it. You don't get many multicolored scores with the pen. But I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Need a few pens with you, or a pencil case.
Yeah. We're in Twitter sphere. Mog. Too soon, man. I still can't blow my nose properly after the surgery.
Jesus. Oh, nasty.
That's a hell of a backing up then. Leah, that 31 by Umesh was the fastest 30 in cricket history. And over on YouTube, Stephen Kelk, Bear and Colin hexed the Indians there. Then Pokey saying big time.
Yeah, we did a bit, but hey.
Someone's into Yadav. It's just played back to the bowler for no run.
Keeping himself on, Pat. He was on before. Lunch when he
Yeah,
thought
just
himself
keep
back
that
on.
foot behind the line.
Yeah, exactly.
Sorry, Bear.
Well, I was going to say, he's just kept himself going through lunch, hasn't he? He was on just before lunch. He's obviously a bit upset with himself. Skipper decided he's going to take it straight after lunch as well. Was that a 40-minute break, I suppose?
Take it into his own hands. Cummins in again. More on leg stump. Sorry?
I remember Brett Lee doing an interview quite a while back, and he was going on about the beauty of doing front foot no balls to rush the batsmen to give him a sense of, like, this is absolute wheels coming from this bowler, just to sit unnerving. But he did say that you had to bowl big no balls. You were like talking a good foot kind of over the line rather than just over the line.
Yeah, it was a tactic back in the day, and originally it was no balls as the back foot anyway, so you could bowl from 20 yards effectively if you had a long stride.
Cummins in. Shorter ball to Yadav, who moves towards the square leg area to play it, but they pinch a little single, which brings Thakur onto strike.
And Yadav's just got to stay there with Thakur. Thakur's got to get his head in and get in the right headspace and then try and be aggressive, I reckon.
Just continue where they were before lunch. Keep on doing what they're doing, and then if Yadav can get off strike every now and again, that'll do them well. Yeah, it's a bit annoying from Bradley. He sounds like a bit of a prick, to be honest. Bowling.
A lot of
Cummins
bowlers are.
That is short, and Thakur just gets underneath. The problem is, as a kid, so you're watching Bradley bowl. He's just bowling express at people's heads or whatever. He knocked Alex Tudor in the Ashes in 2002. That was pretty nasty. And you think, geez, who is this guy? And then you hear him later on after his career, and he sounds really, really nice. And it's like,
yeah. And I'll always give him props for Piers Morgan when he bowled at him.
Oh yeah, that was a good one. Yeah. Nothing in his half.
Yeah, he didn't hit him though. That was the disappointing bit about it.
He tried.
Comes into Thakur, and that's just kind of edged into the third man area, and they get a single, which brings Yadav onto strike. 1 from 4 for him. Yeah, he didn't hit him. I know. Yeah, I don't know about Brett Lee's political affiliations, but I know he's done some political advertising. I think he's more on the right side, the right wing side.
The right wing side. Fucking hell, that's depressing.
Let's face it, he's not famous for cricket. He's more famous for being a pop star in India now.
Oh yeah. Still bowls in the Legends League, I think. Yadav faces Cummins there for no run. And that is the over. 265 for 7 after 64.
How do you call?
Nothing going on Twitter.
No, please, come on, Twitter. Where are you?
So just say over on YouTube, we've got Stephen Kelk, as mentioned before, Pokey Bumfinger, Haroon Sharif, Don Diego the Slip Ants, and Bilal Ahmed Raver, all talking away to themselves. Quite nicely going on.
Hello,
Stephen Kelk, is there some cosmic link between how many edges Crawley feeds to the slips and how many slip catches he drops?
Wow, interesting. I wonder what's winning his. Well, in fact, they're both negative, aren't they? The amount of drops, and the amount of times that he edges.
His edge percentage or his catch percentage?
I imagine he's massively in deficit. If you include catches in edge deficit.
Just generally in deficit. Boland in to Thakur, just on that off stump, and it is blocked behind square in the offside for no run.
Can anyone think of a player that's had so much like this? It's not hatred, I would say, but kind of hostility to being selected still. I honestly can't think of one.
I'm a little bit ambivalent because I kind of think, well, who the fuck else do you pick? I mean, the problem is you've got no one else in that top 6 who really wants to open, so you need to find an opener. And that kind of makes sense. You go, okay, well, everyone's settled where they are and they like where they are. Why upset a cart of apples for one guy, right?
Roland in. Just blocked by Takur.
I think you can make a decent opener out of Folks. There's a temperament and technique.
Yeah, and you're going down the Alex Stewart route then, aren't you?
Yes.
And that is a hard game to play as a keeper.
Did Stewart open and keep many tests? I'd imagine it's pretty impossible.
Well, no, that's what I mean. Alex Stewart did it for a very long time in the end.
It's about half his career.
Yeah.
I thought he was doing it at 7. I hadn't realised. Boland in, and that is just on off and middle, blocked by Takur.
No, he was for the first half of his career, and then he moved up to opening.
Yeah, once
halfway through.
Yeah.
And then remained there for the rest of his career. So I mean, you can do it, but it's bloody hard work. You've got to be ultra fit.
Ultra fit, and I don't know what sort of longevity you'd have, to be honest. What's the plan? Boland in again. Just on middle leg, and that's clipped away, but tied up by Stark, who flings it back in. It brings Yadav onto strike with 2 deliveries left in the over.
3 runs from avoiding the follow-on. Well, no, then the other option is you give another opener a chance. If you want to play the Stokey Cullen ball, you find someone who fits your mould and see if they're any better.
That's the problem with this regime and mantra of playing the Stokey Cullen ball. If you look back, probably Alistair Cook wouldn't have even got into the England side.
Yeah.
Yeah, possibly, but the game moves on as well. Yeah, it's tricky.
Thrown into Yadav. Just an off stump, and that is ably blocked by Umesh.
Not everyone has to play Stokey Cullen ball. I think Root's better off playing as Root. And maybe if Duckett is successful, then maybe you have someone who's a little bit slow. I wouldn't go Sibley slow, but someone who's a bit more circumspect at the other end. But I mean, the other thing is that to be able to play Test cricket, actually, I mean, some players come up with a technique where they're good at playing Test cricket, but they're a lot more flamboyant when they're young, and a lot of them do have all the shots. They just pare their technique down for what they're playing.
Yeah, correct.
Boland in on that off stump, and Umesh gets in the way and blocks it, and that is the end of the over. 266 for 7 after 65, trailing by 203.
Over on Twitter, I will never forgive Brett Lee that Piers Morgan survived that over.
Yeah, was that Mog by any chance?
No, obviously, yeah. And the light roller, I've been following British politics recently via Twitter. Is Carol Vorderman the opposition party?
No.
Kinda. She's a good representative of them, but not officially. Mog, why don't we get blokes who look like hard as fucking nails drill sergeants like Alex Stewart anymore?
Yeah, he was a particular breed, Alex Stewart.
Yep.
And
don't make him like that.
And Pokebomb Finger on YouTube has suggested Ravi Bopara has been one of the kind of hated selection choices.
Cummins in to Takur, just on that middle stump, and that is flicked away to square leg for the single, which brings Yadav onto strike. Yeah, we just saw Boland went off the field. Not sure exactly what for, but that will obviously take him out of the attack.
Indeed. Ravi Bop's an old one. The problem with Ravi is he came into that Ashes side and he was so cocky and confident, and then he got made to look like an idiot.
Got built up.
And I think that really took a bit out of him, actually. He got absolutely rolled by the Aussies in that series.
A lot of them did in that series.
We still ended up winning it, so no, that was 2009, wasn't it?
Yeah, 2009. The start of Cummins in again to Yadav. Ooh, that is a lovely delivery, lovely peach, and he just missed that with the edge of his bat, luckily enough.
No, that was the one we scraped out of Cardiff for the draw that we really should have lost.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Monty and Swanee.
Yeah.
That was the end of Monty, wasn't it? No, he came back later in 2014,
Well,
2012.
Yeah, he went to India after that. Certainly.
Oh, Monty.
He had an absolute blinder in India.
Yep, played incredibly. Cummins in again to Yadav. And that is short, and that is played quite smartly by Yadav through the gap between gully and point, and it goes away for 4.
Woohoo!
4 on the floor, and one more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4s are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
I'm liking that jingle. You know what we don't have a jingle for, boys, considering you sent me about 60 million 4 jingles for the last 2 days.
Know what you're waiting to say here.
We've avoided the follow-on jingle.
There we
don't
go.
have one for that. We've
Trail
avoided
by
the follow-on.
198.
They have avoided the follow-on, as Dave says. It's 198 runs behind. It's good going, considering where they were this morning.
Cummins in again. That's just the leg stump, but Yadav stays to the leg side of it and just blocks it to Labuschagne at cover. Yeah, takes that out of the question. So, yeah, the Aussies left to bowl them out. Maybe get some quick runs and see what happens in that 4th innings.
Well, yeah, the more runs they get, the more they've got to score, haven't they? I mean, it gives.
Yeah.
You know, if India can somehow if India can get within 100 and somehow skill them for 100, then they're in a shout of winning, aren't they? Suddenly the game turns. The pitch is getting harder.
Certainly is. Cummins in again.
Oh,
when he's castled him, Yadav stays leg side of that. The stumps have lit up to signal the out of that. That was a beautiful delivery. I thought he had nicked it off to the keeper, but yeah, just missed everything and hit off stump. Beautiful delivery from Pat Cummins.
Top edge, for fuck's sake. Oh, no, he's out. Excellent. Top edge, for fuck's sake. Oh, no, he's out. Excellent. Top edge, for fuck's sake. Oh, no, he's out. Excellent. It wasn't a top edge, but he was out. I was just wondering what that jingle. I forgot what that jingle was. I was trying to figure out what it was.
Umesh Yadav goes 5 from 11 deliveries.
Well, we put the mockers on that one, didn't we? Just talking about them getting some runs, and what happens? Next out, I presume, is Mohammed Shami then.
No Shami.
You doing the jingle there?
Does that give him a jingle?
Jingle him up.
He's coming down fast and moving it too. Tell me the answer. He may be a bowler, but he's often injured. Look out, Mohammed Shami. Mohammed Shami. Mohammed Shami.
Of course, it could be Siraj. I'm assuming it's going to be Shami before Siraj.
Yeah.
It is Shami. Mohammed Shami coming in.
This is probably the worst outcome for England, to be honest. Now that Warner and Khawaja will get another chance to have a little knockout.
Well, India is somebody. That's what I mean. If India can somehow scramble 50 runs for these last 2 wickets, and then have a blinder with the ball, that's what they've got to think. They've got to think the wicket's starting to do a little bit. It's up and down. Wickets are falling in clumps.
Shami can hold his bat a little bit, but
he's got a 50.
Yeah, he's got 2 Test 50s. One of them's against England.
Why is he batting? Why is he batting now? Why is Why is Yadav coming in ahead of him? Here his face is Cummins, just on that off stump, and Shami plays it quite ably to mid-off, who is quite wide and quite deep, and that is the over 271 for 8. Trail by 198 runs.
We are due a change. Tone's going to take over for me. Messers is coming back, and Anindo's coming back. I've got to let Anindo in. No, I've got to let Bennett in. Is Anindo in? Anindo is in. Hello again, Anindo.
Hello, Bear.
How are you, mate?
The next
hi, Dave.
tweet.
Hi, Colin.
The next tweet is Mog 2 minutes ago for hands up.
Okie dokie.
Thanks, Carl.
I'll let you in, Tone.
Messi.
Anindo, how you going? You enjoying it?
I was enjoying it before Green's unnecessary heroics.
Well, I mean,
Stupid
Australia had been give
length of hand. They should cut it short. They shouldn't allow hands that long.
But if he didn't have hands that long, he probably would have caught the first one. I tell you what, Australia had just been giving it away up until then.
Yeah, with the no balls, yeah. But Rahane was magnificent. I mean, he was just absolutely magnificent. Notwithstanding, the one chance of the no ball yesterday.
Hello,
and
chaps.
those cover drives were to die for.
Sorry to interrupt your revelry about those
Sorry.
cover drives, but the first ball of the 67th over has just been bowled by Scott Boland. It's edged away. There is no run.
Sorry, Tony, I didn't see you sneak in.
But the bear was vacating the seat and I was taking over. 2 slips and a galley. Boland is going to be over the wicket, stoutly defended by the stout Thakur, who's had a none shall pass approach today, even if he's had to put his body on the line to make that so. And the hopes of continuing to whittle away at this lead, which has now taken the follow-on at least out the equation, do I think rest largely with him. Mohammad Shami's batting career is not exactly one that you put up in lights, is it, Anindo?
No, but he's had some good knocks, especially in the last couple of years. So he was a real bunny before that, but he's had a couple of decent knocks especially when the chips have been down. So I'm hoping he can stay around for a bit. Let's see.
Well, we shall see. He's bowling from the Vauxhall end is Boland, and he's just been driven sweetly by Mohammad Shami. How dare I malign his batting, because that's as gorgeous a straight drive as you will ever see, and it's going to be one of these. Let's do this one.
Sachin Tendulkar would have been proud of that one.
Oh, yeah. Poor old Patrick Cummins. Couldn't quite get there. He went herring after it. We have noticed with Cummins.
He has to do everything. Right?
Well, he seems, including, to be honest, he does owe them a bit after taking 2 wickets with no balls.
Oh, come on.
As we wait for Boland. Oh, that's an inside edge. And that's going to go for 4 more. Oh, my word.
Yes. Crawley cut. The Crawley cut.
The Crawley cut.
1, 2, 3, 4, get on the dance floor. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Hendo had another name for it, which I can't remember. Singapore, not
Vatican slice.
Vatican slice, yeah. For some reason I was about to call it a Singapore
Vatican
something.
slice.
No, it's the Vatican slice.
There it was.
The Vatican slice. And the Indian fans are thoroughly enjoying this. That lead is getting ever...
Why is that the Vatican? Why is that the Vatican slice? Because
well,
you leave it up to God?
I have no idea. I genuinely have no idea.
Well, it used to be the French cut, but it was thought that was racist, so they went for the Vatican slice.
So they
the
went
Vatican
for sort of
slice is not bad because
religiousist.
You leave it up to God, right?
Oh, that could be it.
But it doesn't hit the stumps.
That could be the reason. Well, Shami, he's moved rapidly on to 8. Oh, that's a terrific shot by Mohammad Shami.
Oh, wow.
Even flamingoed his back leg as he whipped that away off his toes. It is going to be fielded. Travis Head is down there on that square boundary. And it will just get him 2, but my word. I reckon he must be listening to us, Mohammad Shami. He must have us in his ear. He said that bastard Bishop comes in and says, I'm not much of a batsman. Well, right, I'm going to show him. This over so far has gone, well, it was a single taken by Thakur, and then Mohammad Shami's got 10 off 3. Extraordinary stuff. 187 is what India now trail by as in comes Boland. Oh, that was a bit more like it, Mohammad. Reverting to type as he has a little dibble and a dabble, but it goes through to Carey. There is no run. It's the end of the over. And we can go to the other reliable messers.
Mug says, hands up who Piers Morgan got banned on Twitter after they called him a Bradman. Yes, well done, Mug. Max C said, did not Australians prefer or believe the new friendly Aussie cricketer, or would you rather the Aussie cricketer to remain arseholes? Well, certainly as Australians, I'm much happier with the sort we've got. I don't know about you guys. I get the feeling, Bish, that you quite like a lot of these Australians.
Well, I'm not. I don't have the same, genuine antipathy that others do. I mean, clearly, I'm English and an England fan. But it takes two sides to make a contest, and a contest as long and historic as England have had with Australia, as we wait for Cummings. Oh, an attempted pull by Thakur, who I think has decided it's time to open his shoulders and get back to ball rather than body to ball. But it was a swing and a miss on that occasion. Did he get anything on it at all? No, it beat everything and was taken above his right shoulder by Carey.
It bounced too much on him.
Yeah, it did. It did.
No, he's not a very tall man, so.
I'll tell you what. In history, all of history, though, and I like you, Messrs, can go back to the likes of Lilly and Tomo, as we just wait for Cummings, who's over, solidly defended out to mid-on by Thakur. This combination, or insert Hazelwood, take out Bolland, it's some bowling attack they've got here. If they can keep them all fit in one time, you've got to say this is some bowling attack.
Yeah. Well, I go back.
Green coming in to sort of as a change bowler, you've really got to say they've got a great attack, right? Sorry,
They
Messi.
have indeed.
Well, I'm lucky to go back long enough to remember Lillian Mackenzie
driven again beautifully by Shardul Thakur. Just ease that through mid-on.
One drive.
It's 4 more, and you should just see the crowd, the colour, the flags waving, the 4 cards being waved. They are loving this, and India are counter-punching here.
1, 2, 3, 4, get on the dance floor. 1, 2, 3, 4.
You know what I enjoyed about Rahane's innings also the most was not only the fact that he was
in comes
really
Cummings. And that hurries Thakur, and he had to really step back, but he's guided it beautifully down towards third man. There is a man there. They'll come back for 2. They're chipping away now. They're chipping away at that lead. It seemed enormous this morning. Australia took an early wicket. Then they had the most frustrating of mornings, dropping a catch, taking wickets off no balls. Cummings the main culprit there. But then after lunch, they came out for lunch 260 for 6, although they went to lunch at 260 for 6. Immediately lost Rahane to a fabulous shot from catch from Green, diving away to his right off Cummings, and then they pretty quickly lost Yadav, bowled by Cummings, who seems to have remembered where his bowling crease is. Finally. But also, India are just not taking that line down. They're coming back now, counter-punching, and it's exciting stuff. This game's far from dead in Indo.
Yeah, indeed. Indeed it is. We'll speak about it after this. Over.
Cummings is going to be bowling in from the pavilion end. And a swing from Thakur, and that's another one. He's worn that one as well as he looked to pull. If I told you that he was looking to pull way over square and the ball cannoned away towards gully, I can also tell you there was no bat involved. Where did that whack the lad?
There's a lot of body involved.
Oh, yeah, it was his upper arm just below his shoulder.
That's why he's got 2 guards there, because that's what
I think to help
in front of the ball.
We'll just wait for Cummings. This one is driven from the back foot. Oh, that's way past mid-off. That's going to go all the way. What a shot that was. This man doesn't know when he's beaten. He's the Rocky of batsmen. They keep hitting him and he just keeps getting up and punching back.
Is that his 50? It is.
And it is his 50 as well. Well played,
50, 50, 50. Pretty nifty on a bowler's pitch.
I mean, I was literally about to suggest that they should start colour coding him on his body so Australia knew where to aim and which bits they hadn't hit yet. But to be honest, he's then every so often he plays a shot like that. It's absolutely gorgeous drive.
I don't know if you saw the Yorker which he played a non-drive through mid-wicket. I mean, that was just
things you love to see. David Warner doing a double, and Smith doing a double teapot, looking disgruntled. There they go. It's the end of the over.
Mog says I was too busy doing buys jingles for some high concept follow-on thing, Bear. Leah says it'd be a nice day for Siraj to get a maiden test tongue. Muttley says, Wolf, it was me logging in after lunch. I got distracted just before lunch by the postie delivering a new mic. Oh, that's exciting.
Ooh.
The best I can do on Twitter, says Leah, is Boycott blocked me after I tweeted a pic of a dry-aged sausage claiming it was his dick pic. Warren sends us a picture of a burger, what looks like a burger, says hello breakfast sandwich. And Muttley says Aussie are just trying to make the game interesting, kind of like how you let your child beat you at table tennis. Or yeah, I don't think so.
Well, it's going to be one of our regular Thakur breaks, I think, at the moment, isn't it? You can carry on.
Okay. Mog says, despite my abuse first asked questions later approach the Australian team, there's only 4 or 5 of this current lot I'd like to personally feed into a rock crusher. That's a massive drop. It used to be all 11, wasn't it, Mog? Australia want 4.5 sessions to bowl out the Tata team, so they will bat for 3 sessions barring a collapse or sudden rise in swingativity at the commencement of their innings due to tidal rise in the Thames. Should be able to set a target of 400 to 450 plus, weather permitting. It depends on whether the thunderstorms appear.
This one's away into the offside to no run off the bowling of Green. What did they start the day on? Was it 151 for 5? I think it was, wasn't it? Yeah, because they immediately lost.
Right,
They immediately lost KS Barat, so they're 151 for 5.
And 151 for 6.
292 for 8 is not at all a bad performance. They're 177 runs shy of Australia. But the game's not yet up.
Very far.
Shardul Thakur is still there. Shami has shown that he really can bat, and he's shown again, but he swiveled on that and pulled it backward a square down to Travis Head, who is down there. He won't get a boundary on this occasion. He will get a single. And Cameron Green, who dropped a howler this morning and then proceeded early afternoon off the second ball after lunch, was it? Flung himself instinctively to his right. The bear said left, and I was looking at it going, hang on, bear, that's definitely to his right. But way to his right. But it was some catch. It was some catch. Green in again. This is over the shoulder of Thakur. Carey has to skip away. And was that given as a wide? I think he is going to give that as a wide. Yes, he is wide on height.
Double the height of Shardul.
Yeah, it was indeed. It's one more chipped away from the score. 175 is that deficit now. 51. He's got his 50. Got it off 108 balls, probably 107 of which hit him at some point. Poor old Thakur. But I'm definitely. I admire both his pluck and his batting, to be honest. In comes Green. Oh, a swing and a miss from Shakur. He's got an edge, and this time Thakur's resistance is broken, comfortably taken at first slip. Hands are on in front of faces and on heads, and a sole Aussie flag is waving in the crowd. But Thakur has gone. He's gone for 51. It was a magnificent knock, but he ran out of lives.
And they're going to check for a no ball?
Well, I'm sure they will. Swing and a miss. You're showing me Patreon. What are you showing me? James, yes, in a moment. I'd like to say hello and thank you to James M, who just became a Patreon for us. We're delighted to have you with us. Let's do things in order here. I don't know, I nearly pressed a 4 jingle. That confused me. I want a wicket jingle, don't I? Here we go. Which one should we play? What about this one, just to keep it quick and simple?
On your bike, mate.
294 for 9. Siraj is making his way to the crease as we are delighted. What was the name of the gentleman who just... James Martin.
James Martin. Not only is he a patron, he's a patron at a level that will put him on the eternal scroll of glory that grows across
he will be on the glory scroll. Have you got the scrolls? No, I always stand like this.
Dear.
He will definitely be there, James. We are thrilled. And well, we'll just hold on for a second as Green is in. It's wide and left. Siraj survives his first ball comfortably enough. Yes, to become a patron, you get, your name on our roll of honour that will scroll across our screen. You will get a regular newsletter, the Smaximum. You will be invited to listen in and join us in the Bishop and Bear, which is our regular podcast. And there are other benefits. You will get some merchandise, a whole bunch of great things. Patreon.com/Gorilla Cricket. You can join our patrons only Discord chat channel. All kinds of interesting stuff gets discussed there once you've worked your way out how to use Discord. Green in. That's a shout. That got them on the toe, and Siraj only has survived the second ball. He's reviewed immediately. Well, frankly, why wouldn't he? But an Indo to me, well, it might have been snaking down leg.
Nah, it'll be
clipping
at best it'll be
umpire's
umpire's call.
Yeah, I think we probably all would agree with that. So we think the end may be nigh. Australia aren't really thinking. Their body language is very clear. They're already walking off. They're already walking off. They're pretty sure
it will be embarrassing if
they have to
ball or something.
Well, exactly. And they're led by David Warner. So that's even more funny.
To stay within the line.
Let's have a look. Yeah, that's plumb in front of middle and leg. I reckon.
You can't really see the third
That's going to hit leg stump, surely.
It's going to hit
Something
leg at worst, slightly probably. Oh, hang on.
Whoa, that's it.
Oh, hang on.
Oh, he's got an edge.
He's got an inside edge. David Warner, Travis Head, whoever else was trotting off. They're coming back. They're coming back. They've had to turn around.
Oh, how embarrassing. That is funny.
It's a gang of four. It was Khawaja, Smith, Warner and Head. And they were all literally halfway up the pavilion steps, and they've all had to come trotting
They
back.
should not have been allowed to come back in. They should have been forced to play with 7 players.
Well, Nindo's now, rewriting the rules of cricket to suit India's benefit. But yeah, you're probably right.
That's so funny.
175 is what they chose. Green in again. He didn't get his man. It was an inside edge, and Siraj defends this away towards point, and there is no run. 249 for 4. We've finished the end of the 69th over. 294 for 9. 175 the deficit. Siraj survives. 4 Australians are hugely embarrassed, probably, and we'll go to Messers.
Well, on the subject of how many current players you'd like to feed into the rock crusher, Colin Sada argues that England have more than Australia now. Interesting. Brown Barris says, Brown Barris says, I'm still waiting for my invitation to the front bar of the Bishop and Bear to catch up about American cricket.
We should do that. We absolutely should do that. Brian, don't worry. Your invitation is lost in the post, but it will get it at some point.
You'll have to move to Philadelphia opening hours, of course.
Oh, well, we're a 24/7 virtual pub, Messers. You can drink in the Bishop and Bear at any time if you're a patron.
Just bring your own drink.
Well, no, absolutely not. 2 slips go down. Oh, that's a shot again by Shami. Is that going to bisect cover and extra cover? I think it is. No, yes, no. Oh, it's all kind of the comedy going on down on the extra cover boundary. I think they ran 3. It was Marnus Labuschagne and I think Khawaja. They probably only ran 2.
Yeah, because Shami, I don't think, wants to be at the non-strikers.
Mitchell Stark, by the way, was the bowler, so I should have given him a jingle, which I shall do right now. That's... Oh!
Oh, that must be a 4. His body's on the boundary the second time around.
Well, Labuschagne dived to his right as Usman Khawaja was coming towards him.
It's definitely
No, it's not. No.
It's his leg. His leg is hitting the.
No, but his leg came off the boundary once he was touching the ball. I don't think that's a 4.
I'm
no,
not sure
I don't think that's a 4. I'm with Messers. Labuschagne swept it, but he swept it back onto his own hand. He then fell onto the boundary, but nothing was touching the ball at the time. And in so doing, he actually flicked it past Usman Khawaja, who was trying to come and rescue the situation. The bottom line is that it is a 2, not a 4. But it still reduces that deficit. 173 an Indo. 173.
Yeah, which is 2 better than when the Aussies walked off.
Oh, indeed, and that's edged by Shami, who did look like a number 10 then.
I see someone who agrees with an Indo, Rick Finley, who's the ABC stats man. It's very good. Says it should be made a field with the number of fielders left on the field when the decision was reversed.
I was serious about that. No, I wasn't kidding. I mean, I was serious about that.
We just wonder if you'd have made the same suggestion had it been for Indian players walking off. But
yeah, absolutely. I think that is the rule. So I mean, you go back to the law book, rule book. I think it is the rule.
No, I think that only applies to batters, doesn't it? I mean, after all, any fielder can step outside the boundary at any time and come back.
Starkweather around the wicket. Flings that in to the right-hander, so left armour coming in round the wicket to a right-hander, and another swing and a miss by Shami. What was even funnier?
But if it's not the rule, it should be.
Well, the body language of Smith and Warner was entertaining because Warner was realistic enough to see the funny side and was chuckling away. Steve Smith just tried to look anywhere and sort of style it out by the way he walked back, realising he had frankly made a bit of a prat of himself. 269 for 9, 173. Shami on 13. He had that little rush where he got 10 off 3 and was in terrific touch. This one swung and again missed. Taken down. Oh, given he got a top edge. That time there is no doubt. Up went the Illingworth finger. I'm afraid Shami's resistance was brief and entertaining, but he was here for a short time and a good time. Not a long time. He's gone for 13 off 11. The innings has come to a close with those extra 2 runs, so did get them those extra 2 runs from when they first thought it was all over.
Everything helps.
The Aussies are off the pitch. They think it's all over. Is what one could have said for that. Well, not all of them were off the pitch, but 4 of them certainly were. But finally, that is it. It's 296 all out. 173 the deficit. And well, an Indo to me started the day at 151 for 5 and a wicket immediately. I think India will probably just about have taken that.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, there's no way they wouldn't be happy with where they've got given where they were. And honestly, it is. I know in the past when Rahane was not doing well, and I went on Twitter to say that a while ago. I was screaming from the rooftops to drop him as I did for KL Rahul later. And I think that's only fair. I mean, if you're out of form and there are other people who should come in, you should not be given such an extended run. But the fact is that whenever the chips are down, Rahane comes in to be counted, and he's done that once more. What is also, I think people didn't know, was that his finger was in very bad shape last night. So I don't know if it's a fracture, but I heard from someone through another friend, from someone in the team, that he didn't even know if he would be able to bat this morning.
Rahane.
Wow. Yeah. Oh wow. Okay. And his finger's in really bad shape. And given that, I mean, the way he batted, he just didn't let the Aussies see that until he actually needed treatment. I think when it was hit once more. So the Aussies had no idea going into probably post lunch, just before lunch, I think.
I think the disappointing thing, surely for India to a certain extent, is if you take Rahane out, there's no other. There was the resistance of Shardul Thakur. But by and large,
and Jadeja a little bit.
Jadeja a wee bit, but not so many of them.
No, it's been
really
very disappointing. It's been very, very disappointing. For me, one of the biggest culprits was Pujara. After spending, the early summer in England playing county cricket, he did that last year as well. The way he left that delivery without covering his stumps, without his bat in there, was just absolutely shocking. And also, it was doubly shocking because he had seen Gill do that before, and he knew what Boland's ball could do. So that was just stupid.
Shubman Gill's ball, I think Shubman Gill was the more culpable of the two, because that ball was always swinging in towards his off stump.
I disagree.
Greens did move quite a lot to take back the off stump of Pujara.
I agree with you, but where I disagree is that this was Shubman Gill's third time batting in England, or in any format. Okay, and in red ball format, I correct myself. There is inexperience there, so it was a horrible leave. Shouldering arms to that delivery was clearly not the thing to do and he looked completely shocked. And I think it comes from inexperience. But Pujara, I think, had no excuse at all.
I go along with that. And Messrs probably the primary difference between the two teams comes down to Smith and Head, doesn't it? That
well, in terms of the overall result,
230.
Yes, although I would still maintain that the Australian bowling attack outshone the Indian bowling attack overall.
Oh, completely. You have Shami and Siraj, and then there's nobody else after that, right? And if they don't continue doing what they're doing, it's gone.
Well, I mean, true enough.
What was it? One of the things that I find interesting is that, I know Australia dropped catches, but India didn't even get chances in the slips to drop to a large extent. So I think that's showing how effective the Australian fast bowlers were in that regard. Got a few tweets to catch up on as well, if you're
how
okay
poorly
with that.
the Indians batted as well.
Yeah.
Fire away then, Messrs. Yeah.
Leah says, Guerrilla Cricket and Mog are getting their metaphors mixed up. You don't throw twats into a rockbuster, you feed them into a wood chipper, Fargo style. But Mog just says Australia, what a bunch of arrogant pricks. And Colin Sarda says that the Bishop and the Bear is avoiding the heavy drinkers. He too hasn't seen an infight. They're afraid you're afraid they're going to drink you dry. Leah said the rule would have been much funnier if the 4 Aussies off the field had been Cummins, Boland, Stark and Green.
Oh, that would have been fun, wouldn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. Colin nominates his 4 English players for the Rock Crusher as being Broad, Robinson, Crawley and Root. I think it's a bit unfair on Root.
Yeah.
And Brian Barris says, no, it's not that. I'm not even a light drinker. So there you go. You'll be able to have... you just have to get him a very fancy cocktail when he comes. So we're up to date on tweets. We've got lots of friends on Twitter, particularly Cole is chatting away. Stephen Kelk, Harun Sharif, Peggy Bumfinger, of course, Ian H, and Don Diego de City Pants. Hello to you all, and thank you for being with us. Do we want to natter for another 5 minutes, or?
Well, we'll just run you through the scorecards, and then we will do that.
Okay.
First of all, today, of course, was Kabarat. He was bowled by Boland's second ball of the morning. Rahani was terrific with a finger injury as well, we think. 89 for his 129. He was finally caught brilliantly just after lunch by Cameron Green off the bowling of Cummins. Cummins, who'd earlier, for the second time in the match, taken a wicket with a no ball by overstepping. Green, who had earlier dropped a real sitter of a slip catch. So there's a bit of redemption all round there. Shardul Thakur, 51, a resilient innings from him, and he had to carry some pain in doing it. He was caught behind finally off the bowling of Green. Umesh Yadav was bowled by Cummins. Shami, a brief little flurry from him, was caught behind off the bowling of Stark, and the not-out batsman was Mohammad Siraj with none off 3. Pick of the bowlers, probably Cummins, but also the most expensive. 3 for 83, 2 for 71 for Stark, 2 for 59 for Boland, 2 for 44 for Cameron Green, and just the one, but an important one in terms of the fact it was Jadeja for Nathan Lyon. The Bear is settling in. We might as well swap
we
now.
do a
Bear.
change anyhow, so yeah.
Seeing as you're about to take over, so I shall take my leave. I shall leave you in
and so shall I.
Capable Ursine pause. And see you in a bit.
Hello.
We're up to date on tweets.
And I'm being
Thanks,
replaced
Messi.
by someone. Who's that?
Karthik, I believe.
Okay. Hey, Karthik.
Yes, hello. Good.
Thanks in India. Hi,
Good to
Karthik.
be back.
Hey.
Afternoon.
Hey, Colin, before I leave, I had a question. You put something there on the chat about players being off the field. So what exactly is the rule?
I believe the rule is the starting of and the finishing of the overs. So if you start the next coming over whilst off the field, you can't return until the over is complete. Okay. But you can step off the field at any point, so long as you have started that over.
Okay.
Well, okay.
Thank you.
If you're just over the boundary signing a... No, that can't
Yeah,
be right.
it's
If you're,
effectively.
oh, right. Okay. Okay. Right. So you have to make sure you're in the boundary to sign before you sign your first autograph.
Kind of effectively.
After the first ball of the over. Hi, Kartik. How
Hello,
are you?
Yes, good to be back. I would have loved to be in better circumstances than the last time I was on the call, but that's all right. Plenty of time to go still left in this game.
Yeah, you kind of wanted them to get... I thought if they could get within 150 even. And they're not too far off. There's 170 odd runs behind it. 173. They need to roll them for 150 max. Stand a chance.
That's it. There's a couple of quick early wickets straight after lunch. Straight after the first change of innings. And yeah, you never know. We'll see what happens.
And then they'll have a little break for tea, so they get a couple before tea and a couple after. Plus, you got to get through that bloody middle order of Smith, Labuschagne, Smith, and bloody Travis Head, because they're all so irritating.
The interesting
Yes,
thing.
well, England fans certainly would be watching with interest with the Ashes coming up. Be curious to see how the Aussies go against Bazball.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It'll either go horrendously badly or horrendously well. I don't think there'll be any medium ground. It'll either be a horror show or not.
I mean, that is Bazball to the T, right? That's
Yeah.
essentially how it works.
Exactly, and it's been very successful so far. 11 out of 13. It's done pretty well. And one of those we lost by 1 run. So, and the other one we did get absolutely humped by South Africa. But it's been a roller coaster ride.
The one.
Yeah, I think the
caveat-
biggest test will be. Sorry, I was going to say. I think the biggest test will be how they go on ranked turners in India. That's probably where their biggest challenge will be.
Yes. Well, they can't do any worse than they did last time. I will say that to you. Because we were fucking abysmal last time. Except for the first test on a flat deck. Other than that, we were absolute shite. So, what were you going to say, Carl?
I was waiting to say the caveat of the Bazball is the opposite way as well to look at it. How many times did England basically start actually accumulating the good runs when it was the last real batting partnerships? There's quite a few times where it was just the wicket keeper and then the last batter really batting for significant runs.
I mean, there is a bit of misnomer about it. It's not just go out there and smash it.
Yeah.
They're just basically they're just aggressive. And try and hit balls that maybe before you would leave, but they still take the singles and stuff and rotate the strike. It's going to be interesting. Do you support Australia when India aren't playing?
No, I actually don't. I probably shouldn't say this for the Australian fans, but
you're on anyone but Australia.
Anyone but Australia.
Excellent. Good man. Now you're fit right in here, mate. I'm telling you.
So I'm on the England bandwagon for the Ashes. That's for sure.
Excellent. Good. That's what I like to hear. Right, we are about to start. I should play some jingles to have everyone in. We have this man.
Born overseas now, plays for Australia. We fell in love with Usman Khawaja. Born overseas now, plays for Australia. We fell in love with Usman Khawaja.
And we have this man.
He's quite good with a bat. He's got a stick in the start. He's short and he's fat. He's got a stick in the start. He's a bit of a twat. He's got a stick in the start. David Warner's got a scoop in the start.
To open up is.
He's coming down fast and moving it too. Tell me the answer. He may be a bowler, but he's often injured. Look out, Muhammad Shami. Muhammad Shami.
First ball's around the wicket to Khawaja, and he just defends it out into the covers, and there's no run.
We should just all let just the jingles play and not have to say a word. That sounds pretty cool.
Yeah, well, you've got to get him in at the start. Right, under for the fall of the first wicket, 27.5. I'm taking it.
Ricky Ponting, I think he put it down. Khawaja getting out the first day down to his long jumper.
Yeah, poof. That's.
I think it's a bit of a walking wicket here, Khawaja, at the minute.
Well, let's hope so. Around the wicket, Shami in. It's accurate. Angling in on his off stump, and he gets right behind it. and defends. He doesn't really get out of the crease though, does he, Kwaji?
Yeah.
And that was his problem
No
in the first
feeling,
innings. He got caught on the crease. It's not so you can't do that so easily in England. He's not got a very good average in England. I think it's about 15 or something, 16, maybe even 13. Warner is, of course, Broad's bunny. And then, of course, you've got bloody Smith and Labuschagne.
Yeah, well, the top order of Australia is all Ravi Ashwin's bunny, but unfortunately he's not playing.
Yeah, well, that's into the pads of Khawaja. It's an easy get for a single, as he just knocks it down to long leg.
Khawaja in England is 18 average, highest of 54.
There you go. Didn't have a lot of luck last time. I thought they should have gone with Ashwin. I think I know.
I think it's an absolute no-brainer. I mean, I don't even understand the theory of why he would not be considered. He's the number 1 Test bowler in the world, number 2 Test all-rounder in the world. He should be the first picked ahead of anybody else. I'm surprised. It bemused me as to why they even thought he shouldn't be playing.
Yeah, well, the only thing I can say on that, although I do agree, because I think, although Hendo keeps correcting me, now that angle's into Warner, but it's going down leg side. He tries to follow it, misses it, hits him on the pad, but no appeal, no run.
Genuinely thought you were to get the double hit appeal there.
Yeah, I mean, another reason, if they'd have had Ashwin and batted first, they'd have got to bowl first on a pitch that does look like it's going to do something. And of their top, I know Hendo's going to, I can't remember, is it 5 left-handers? But that's 5 of the top 7, essentially, are lefties. And a lot of their good batsmen are lefties. And if you're going to have a spinner, anyone in England, you're better off having A, number 1, and B, taking it away from the bat. And if the majority are, I'd have had Ashwin. That is defended up the track, not particularly handsomely by Warner, who's playing away from his body.
I do think the conversation was a wee bit weird, because it was more a conversation of Thakur or Ashwin, when I think it was more, should have been Ashwin over Jadeja.
Yes, well, I think shortage of batting though, wasn't it? That was Jadeja.
I'd say it was probably, I think it should have been Ashwin over Umesh Yadav, to be honest.
That's a fair point.
Very hard to leave Jadeja out with his all-round capability.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? Driven out to cover, but straight to the field, and there's no run. You can't. It's madness to go into an English Test with 2 spinners. I mean, they made that mistake last year, I think, against New Zealand, and they didn't want to make that mistake again, and they made the choice because I think they went with the batting of Jadeja. That's what they thought. I mean, he didn't bowl. There wasn't a lot of turn when he was bowling. He was bowling quite flat. They do come into their own.
To be honest,
second, third.
I don't think they should have bowled first in the first place. Anyway, they win the toss.
No, they won
the toss and bat first in Test cricket, irrespective of whether it's a green top.
Yeah, and it wasn't the fact it was a green toss, just the fact that the weather was going to get better. Yeah, it was sure it was going to be tricky for an hour, but I mean that's what you expect on a Test wicket. It's fresh when you go on it first up. You survive the first hour, and then you enjoy the best conditions of what you've got. Yeah, I thought it was a bit mad.
Yeah, so India's been playing catch up ever since. I think even before the first ball was bowled.
Yeah, well, they got Khawaja for none, didn't they, in the first innings? Probably thought, this is going to go well. And they made Australia work till lunch on that first morning, but it was always going to, if they couldn't break through, which they didn't, then it was always going to get tricky. Khawaja's facing up. Siraj is coming in. His first ball is on the pads of Khawaja, and there is no run. He's got a jingle that goes like this.
When you gotta fight your way from the streets, gotta find a way to land in your food. There's only one man who could save us now. His mama's Siraj.
How do we get hold of you, Kartik? Are you a white liner?
Yes, that's right. Yeah, White Line Wireless here in Australia. And obviously, well, when I first started it, I was living in Melbourne. Not so much anymore, but
now there's a big appeal there. It didn't look right.
Looked outside the line to me.
No, I think they were going for a catch, weren't they? I think they might have caught
it
something. It did seem to slow down or do something, but it didn't look like it caught the bat.
It bounced before the wicketkeeper.
Yeah, that's what I thought as well. So if they're going for LBW, then no.
But I think it was an inside edge when it was a pads.
Ah, that would make sense. Let's have a look at the. No.
Oh no, he's clipped these pads. That's what it is.
He's clipped his pads
Yeah,
probably
it's
high on.
missing the
off
stumps completely.
Indeed. Barat says they've been quite restrained with their reviews as well. There's a couple I'd have reviewed. We never got to see what they were doing afterwards. That is left alone by Kawaja through to the keeper, and there's no run. When they bowled first, I thought there was two, especially against Piggy and one against Marnus, I think. Or one against Head.
Traditionally, India haven't been good when it comes to the DRS reviews, outside of MS Dhoni, to be honest. But I know there's always, certainly when Virat was captaining, there's a lot of emotion, and a lot of the reviews were based on emotion more than logic.
Yes.
So they haven't really necessarily had the best track record.
No. That one's clipped out to mid-wicket. There's no one. Interesting, they had the stat up on it. They've been 48% successful, which isn't too bad.
There you go.
That means, well, it means you get 50% of the appeals that you go for extra are actually wickets. It's not that bad. It's nearly 1 in 2, you know.
They famously refused to use it.
Yeah, well, they did. Well, they came late to the party, didn't they, with DRS? They refused to have it in India for years after everyone else was using it. And then when they got it, they did get a bit DRS happy and started. I remember when England first played there in the DRS first series they had, they would review everything and lose them really quite quickly. That's defended into the covers and there's no run. But I noticed when I didn't watch much of the IPL this year, I've got to say, but in the IPL they have 2 reviews and no one ever uses them, it seems to me. Whenever I seem to watch
seem to use it in like height no balls.
Yes, they use them on extras. I've seen them used on extras, which is fucking insane.
Yeah, I think it's just gotten crazy in terms of it's almost like they don't even need umpires anymore.
Yeah, well, technically you probably don't, do you? You have a robot there. That's Siraj outside the off stump, left by Kawaja, through to the keeper and there's no run. 2 overs gone, 1 for none. Slow start by the Aussies. Good bowling to start with by India. They need to get some reward though if they're to progress this game. Over to you, Cole.
Leah saying Ponting mocking Usman for the long jumper is a bit unfair. If I were as hairy as Ponting, I'd also run around with nothing but shorts on all year round. I'm not sure if he mocked him. He certainly accused him, saying it was down to his long jumper that was the reason he was out. I'm not following it.
I don't follow that at all. Yeah, exactly.
Mutley saying, "You sure that's not 8 left-handers, Bear?"
Yeah, shut up, Mutley. That's left alone outside the off stump. There's no run. It feels like there's 8 left-handers, but it's not obviously. But they're just all the top order.
I know where you're coming from, because it seems to be never-ending.
It seems to be never-ending, exactly. But then it stops at the end, and the last 3 are all right-handers. The last 3 or 4.
I think it's just because of the time on field. So once you get down to the tail end,
that's it. Exactly that. Except for obviously when you see a lot of Marnus and the Piggy.
When you think about it, you've got Marnus, Steve Smith, Cameron Green.
Yes, and Cameron Green is the one I always forget as well.
Yeah, because he's a right-handed bowler.
Nearly ducks into that, Warner, but manages to adjust, pulls it down with no timing to long leg, and he'll get himself a single, and he gets himself off the mark. Australia moved to 2.
How about Dave Warner coming out pre-series, basically calling his retirement, almost guaranteeing himself to be selected for every single Test match until he retires. There's no way they're going to drop him now.
I think it was a bit unfair on how it was actually put across in the media, because the media only took the last part of what he said, kind of saying that, I'm retiring after Pakistan, whereas he said, if I'm in the runs and I'm in form, I will retire after.
Ah, right, yeah, fair enough. That's short, and Kawaja lets it through to the keeper, and there's no run.
I mean, why let the truth get in the way of a good story?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, damn right.
He's still a prick.
Well, I was going to say precisely, and the fact is that Australia have only picked a squad for the first 2 tests because I presume they're finding out to see how his mental state is against Stuart Broad.
Yes.
it's true. Stuart Broad gets him 2 or 3 times cheaply in those first 2 tests. He might well find himself out the rest of the series, and that'll be kudos to England. That's pulled by Khawaja. Not with great timing, straight to mid wicket, no run.
But it's not like anybody's like knocking the door down.
No,
to be fair, in Australian cricket. So
yeah, Marcus Harris is pretty much guaranteed to be the
probably
next
the
one
next
coming
best.
in.
Yeah. He's only a short trip down the highway, I think, isn't he? He's in England at the moment.
Yeah, he's playing Glamorgan, isn't he, Harris?
And then Matt Renshaw as well is, I think, the only other.
Yeah.
Look.
Seems to be a little stopping here. Shami's going to come in to bowl. Round the wicket to Khawaja. It's down the leg side. Actually, from Shami's not been great. No great consistency. But left alone, no run.
Just such a shame that Will Pekowski will never really get back into the Australian team.
Yeah, he was. Yes, being Victorian myself as well. He's young talent, but it's just unfortunate with all the injuries that he keeps having, and it's pretty serious, obviously, right? So it's
he's been knocked on a noggin a fair few times, hasn't he?
It's not even been hit. It's his head movement is doing it as well.
Oh really? Okay, that's unfortunate. Left alone outside the off stump by Khawaja. Through to the keeper. End of the 3rd over. No run, 2 for none. Australia. Over to you, Carl.
Mog saying, wasn't the rumour about India and the DRS that Sachin or some player as powerful didn't like it, so they...
Yeah, that was always the story. We never know if that's true, but...
And Mog also on my list of people who I dislike in England team would be right up there on the top of my list. Add Stokes and any keeper that isn't Folks too. That is Mog's judgment, and that's about it on Twitter.
Okie dokie.
Yeah, I can confirm that those rumours are pretty accurate. Sachin was, and probably still is to a degree, very influential when it comes to Indian cricket. The senior players weren't fans of DRS, even though if you think about it, if they had the DRS, they probably would have gotten out as many times.
Well, exactly. Warner gets done all ends up really by one from Siraj, going across him, fences out. Siraj is quite unlucky not to pick up a little edge there. Totally stuffed Warner.
Do we think Virat Kohli, once he stops, will have the same sort of sway and pull as Sachin and MS Dhoni have had post kind of retirement?
I would have said maybe 5 years ago. I would have said yes, but to be honest, since he's been married and since he's had a child, he's actually become quite tame.
Siraj has pulled out in his delivery stride. I don't know if he went down in a little hole. His foot landed oddly because he didn't look comfortable.
I think he did a Ben Stokes and his leg just straightened at the wrong time.
That wasn't the pivot that Dave Warner has created into the pitch, was it? He just stepped into.
Yeah, maybe.
Surely there's something in that. I don't know how surely he can't get away with something like that, isn't that? That's pitch doctoring, isn't it?
I'm not sure on the crease like that. Oh, again, how the fuck did he miss that? Warner poking outside his off stump.
Deserves a wicket here, Siraj. He's been bowling really, really consistently well.
Exactly, he's getting to move across as well. Good seam. He's bowling a lot of wobble seam, so it's inconsistent with the movement, which is.
Jamie on the other end just seems like he's on holidays. I'm not even sure what. He's. Well, and then we see vision of Marnus having a snooze as well. So yeah, that sort of shows you where the body language is. Where the Australians think of this game.
Well, it could all change. India have got to believe it's a final. It's a one-off test. You might as well go out all guns blazing.
It's only halfway through.
You say that, but that's actually where India fails. They've been very poor when it comes to ICC finals. They're just not good in one-off games. You think give them a 3-match series, they'll probably lose the first one and come back.
He's gone. Finally, Siraj gets his man. Warner did what he's been doing for the last 2 balls, and this time he poked at one. It was a little bit wider, a little bit more tempting. Well, Marnus has had to wake up, but he got a thin feather. I didn't think he got it. I thought he'd gone away off the pitch, but we don't have the volume up here, and clearly he does. That's more like the Davey Warner we know in England, and because it's Davey Warner, he can...
Fuck off! Just fuck off!
I love it. I love it. It's yeah, that's certainly worked out Marnus, that's for sure. Look at the reaction. Oh shit, they better get up and bat now.
Yeah.
Great bowling from Siraj, as I said, deserved that wicket. He's been toying with David Warner for the last over and a half, and finally gets the wicket in. Yeah, game on. 1 for 175.
Game on. Very new ball. Get to have a go at Marnus. And this is the... Well, all teams suffer. You've got to get through him and Smith. And if you can get through them reasonably quickly, I think you really put the cat amongst the pigeons with the Australians.
Absolutely. That will certainly send some nervous tension through the dressing room. That's for
it would
sure.
do.
That's kind of like the majority of teams anyway. If you get through the top 4, then I reckon most teams feel a bit weird.
Well, no, I mean, it's like England a couple of years ago. Basically, we were always pulled out of the fire by 5, 6, 7 and 8. You never really expected anything from 1, 2, 3, 4, occasionally root.
To be fair, India in this test cycle has been very much like that. The reason why they've done well is the bowlers and the both with the bat and the ball. The top order has actually, if you look at the averages, the top order actually hasn't been that amazing.
No.
So yeah, it seems to be happening more and more.
And going back to your point earlier, actually, about Warner and there's no one behind him, and a lot of teams suffer from the fact that trying to find good world-class openers around the world is a bloody tricky thing. It's one of the hardest jobs in cricket to be good at that, because you get a lot of good balls. You know, you got to be a bit lucky, and B, be able to line it up right. Unfortunately, we've got fucking Zach Crawley, who's guaranteed to snick it off to second slip within the first 5 overs. Right.
Yeah, India's got big names, but they don't necessarily always deliver when they need to.
No. Let's have a jingle for Marnus. He sounds like this.
He keeps floating on a light beam with an average that is obscene. His name is unpronounceable. The selectors have no trouble.
His first ball. So I suppose it's a little bit short of a length. He gets on his back foot and defends it out on the offside, and there's no run.
I thought I was expecting some sort of lullaby to sort of keep him, put him to bed.
No, we have our jinglers, Mog and JP mainly, and there's another one, Richard Pill, and a few other people sent in jingles over the time. He likes his grindcore metal, does Mog. He's another Melbourneian. So we see, there's a thick bottom corner of the bat from David Warner. It was a bit close for that shot, really. He was trying to cut.
What do they do now? Surely, I mean, he's a guaranteed start for the first test.
Oh, now that one's leapt, and remember, he got hit on the bottom hand in the first innings as well. That has leapt and caught him in the hand.
Wow!
Dropped his bat. Exciting stuff. Oh, he's getting on with it. He's not taking his glove off.
I think it hit the handle, but that came up a lot.
That was a vicious delivery. Pitched on a length. There's a little puff.
Oh.
There was a little puff out of pitch. Caught him on the front hand, didn't it?
It was either front hand or very top of the handle. It was really high.
He was fortunate to let go of the bat very quickly.
That is both exciting and ominous for India.
Yeah, you know, you've got to
It's a bit bittersweet. You're just not sure you want to get too excited about that.
Well, no, you don't, but you've got to give yourself a chance, haven't you? You know, you give yourself a chance by getting them out cheap, and then if the pitch is deteriorating, then you can go back to the bloody toss and go, we should have, we should have batted first, clipped it to the leg side and to the mid wicket, and there was no run. Yeah, as we said right at the beginning of our stint, I think it was a crazy decision to do that, but that's...
Look, if nothing else, Marnus is definitely awake now.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
That's,
look, it still doesn't make any sense to me why Rohit decided to bowl first. many people are saying that or in fact, even Pat Cummins came out and said he would have bowled first too.
I know.
That's more just,
I think he was mad as well.
Yeah, I think he's a bowler, so naturally he would have wanted to bowl first. But
maybe they just think because it's only 20 degrees, it's quite cool because they always used to really hot temperatures and they think it's going to do stuff. But that's quite a good temperature over here, so it's generally quite flat when the sun's out.
In these situations, I think back to the great Steve Waugh. He always said, "Win the toss, bat first, and if it's a green top, think about it and then bat first again anyway." So
exactly.
You're wrong.
Oh, now that's down leg side. Attempted pull by Khawaja. It was quite close to him. Shami's appealing. No one else is. And it goes through to Bharat.
Not sure about that one. But things are starting to happen though, which is good. You can imagine the one wicket down, a couple of one or two more here, and then as you said, it's very much throwing the cat amongst the pigeons.
Yeah, get another one quick, another early one, and then have both.
I'd say in this passive period here, India seem to be a little bit on top at the moment.
Yep, it's a good thing, good for the game. Shami in, Khawaja leaves that through to the keeper, and there's no run.
You can see, obviously, Virat firing up the crowd as he usually does. Now that he has more time on his hands and less to do, that's what he spends his time doing during balls. During deliveries, I should say.
If you had a chance to listen to it whilst not watching us with the volume up on the TV, I mean, the crowd is very, very partisan. It's quite fun.
I was listening during that Cummins spell where the no ball and things. It was quite funny.
Yeah. It was mad. They're all booing him when that stuff is great. Now that's pretty straight. I think it's too high. And there's a big appeal from Shami. No one else has really gone up. It's way too high. Yeah, Thacker's saying it's too high.
When he kicked the ball back in the stumps, there was genuine booing from the crowd.
Yeah.
I can also confirm, having been in the crowd, not in this particular game, but in previous games, we would have done exactly the same thing.
Oh yeah,
no doubt. It's yeah. Oh, I tell you what, that looked pretty close.
I think it was a little bit high, wasn't it? Hitting just above the pad on the back foot. He was quite deep in his crease, but I still think it's marginal at best.
Especially with it being given not out.
Yeah, exactly. Being given not out.
Yeah.
Best it was going to be with umpire's call. Shami short. That's too short. And it's going to be given as a wide. That's a waste of a jingle.
Delivery.
I don't know why he's going so short so quick.
Yeah.
I mean, the ball's only 5 overs old. You're better off trying to get it to nibble off the pitch, aren't you? I mean, it was certainly doing that for the Australians earlier.
Especially with Khawaja and the way he's batting, you want to make him play.
Yeah, you want to make him full shots. Yeah, you want to challenge him outside his off stump. Make sure he doesn't move his feet again and just nibbles one through the keeper. We'll have a change at the end of this over. Tone's going to come in. That one has not made it through to the keeper. That's died a little bit in the pitch. And there's no run.
It's just so much inconsistency with Shami. It just looks like he's been a long season for him. He's obviously come up to the IPL and doesn't really look like he wants to be there. It's a bit disappointing.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's the last game, isn't it? Finally get a break after this, you'd have thought. Well, at least a little one before warming up for the World Cup.
Yeah.
And World Cup's at home for these boys as well.
It is, yeah. So, I mean, obviously the world of expectation in 1.4 billion. They're expecting them to win it, but
yeah. Well, we'll see about that. We're going to defend our title, you know. On the back foot, Khawaja forces it out to the covers, and there's no run.
Yeah, I'm just not convinced. I mean, since MS Dhoni had finished up, India has struggled to win in finals. They need to find a way to win in, ICC finals. Maybe a change of captaincy again. Maybe even perhaps Hardik Pandya to take over.
Interesting choice. Wouldn't be a bad
limited choice, limited overs captain. Yeah.
Yeah, he's quite aggressive. Might do the trick. I mean, Kohli was quite aggressive.
Different.
Yeah, Khawaja, last ball of our spell, around the wicket is Shami, and it's off outside half of the bat of Khawaja's, and it's going down towards third man. It's changed by 2 men. It will be hauled in. It was Kohli. Of course it was Kohli. Kohli can. Right, that ends the over, 5 for 1. The lead is 178. Quad is on 3 off 19. Labuschagne is yet to get off the mark on 3 balls. Thank you very much, Kartik. Thanks so much, Cole. We are now being taken over by Bennett. Is going to take over your ball by ball. Messers is coming in for your Twitter, and Tone is going to take over for me.
Thank you, Beth. Thank you, Karthik and Colin. Good afternoon, listeners here in England and Europe. This is Bennett Olagusegram, and coming across from all over the world, wherever you are. I've got Tony and Messrs keeping me company for the next session. As you come in, we are on day 3, session 2. What a game this has turned out to be. India battling hard. Battling hard. India battling hard. Trying to stay in contention. This is the final of the World Test Championship. What have we got in this session? Interesting one. That is Marcus. This time he plays it outside the off stump and just smothers it around short third man when the batsmen go through for 1 and they come back for 2. Good afternoon, Tony. How are you today?
I'm very well, Bennett. Very well. I hope you are too. It's a lively start, isn't it? Lively start.
Absolutely indeed. Absolutely indeed. And we've got Messi as well. Messi, how are you from down under?
Oh, very well, thank you. I'm really enjoying this. It's so nice to have Test cricket back, isn't it?
Absolutely. It's a keen tussle between bat and ball, right? And it's just sort of the pendulum swings from one end to the other. There's always sort of something to look about. It's lovely to see a packed South London crowd here in Oval. As we got Siraj with his tail up, 1 for 2. He comes in and Marcus Labuschagne shoulders arms and lets the ball go through to the wicketkeeper. No chance of a run. Australia lead by 180 runs at the moment. Tony, what are your thoughts on where we are at the moment?
Well, my thoughts are that India need to keep taking wickets. They clawed themselves to stay in this game. I think Australia will be massively disappointed that they missed those chances this morning, because they could have had the game put to bed, having India 5 down overnight. But they didn't take the chances that they should have done. And India are doing okay.
Indeed. Oh, there is
hello. No.
Confusion here. This one's outside the off stump, and the ball's been hit towards the gully area. Both the batsmen, Khawaja and Marcus Labuschagne, both on the same end. The throw was a disastrous one from Shubham Gill. This went into the gullies, and they were ball watching, both of them. Khawaja had almost come onto the other side, Khawaja, and the throw went on to, it was an absolute disaster there, Tony.
One of these, I think.
India could have easily taken Australia's second wicket there. Khawaja. It was Khawaja's score. The ball going behind the batsman. Marcus Labuschagne watching the ball watching, almost paid the price there. Australia lucky, as the throw was indeed a wayward one, and the batsman was soon back in their crease. Khawaja had crossed. There was no chance, if the throw had come to the bowler's end steadily, that either of the batsmen would have made it.
Yeah, it was a heat of the moment thing, wasn't it? Everyone was losing their heads in that particular moment.
Absolutely. Just a few seconds there to turn everything happened so quickly. This one's a quick ball. Sort of got big on Khawaja as he plays it towards the covers. No chance of a run.
Yeah, he's a feisty character, Siraj, isn't he? As soon as these battles joined, he's always at the front of the queue if it's for anything aggressive.
He's up for a fight.
I like his approach. Yeah, he is up for a fight.
He is, and Kohli loves him, and that's how he came into the limelight. And now he's become a 3-dimensional player in terms of all 3 formats. An excellent find for Sri Lanka, for India. Apologies. In the last few years, Shubham Gill there, a sheepish look on his face as he was the culprit on the occasion. Outside the off stump, Siraj, good pace, 84 miles per hour, and the ball moving away to the slip area as Usman Khawaja shoulders arm and lets it go through the wicketkeeper. Khawaja certainly has a point to prove, isn't he? He was out without scoring in the first innings. Has been in a lot of runs before, hasn't he, Tony?
Yeah, he has. I mean, you know what he got. Admittedly, in India, he got 180 in Ahmedabad, but then who didn't get runs in Ahmedabad? 60 and 0. Second ball to Ashwin in Indore, 81 and 6 in Delhi, 1 and 5 in Nagpur. So it's been a bit hit and miss.
Absolutely. Shortish delivery, and Khawaja on the back foot with a lot of authority just hits it towards the square-leg area, uppishly, but in no man's land for a welcome boundary. Australia 12 for 1. End of the over. Over to you, Messi.
Giuliani had his reasons for selecting his landscape seasons.
Moggs says time to drop Warner and we're still going.
Bit of
That's too long for a full
you.
jingle.
It is.
Moggs says time to drop Warner and just be rid of his stink. Leah says that innings by Warner was David Warner in innings form, rather short and ugly. That's not kind. Moggs says, the fact that you keep calling me a grindcore metaler kind of tells me why all my lovely melodic jingles never get played. You fucking typecast me, Bear.
That's also, hang on, Mog, that's absolutely not fair. We are always extraordinarily complimentary about some of your more melodic jingles. I particularly love it when you go sort of all songs from the shows on us, which I always rather enjoy.
Over number 7 in the Australian innings is Mohammad Shami. Beautiful length there, beautiful line just outside the off stump. Marnus Labuschagne looking to play that defensively, missing the line of the delivery as the ball goes outside the off stump. Not much movement, Tony. It's rather
possibly the tiniest bit of away movement off the pitch. There was some debate about which ball was going to be used in this, but because it's in England, they finally went for the Duke's ball.
They did. And Mohammad Shami, and as previously mentioned by my co-commentators, seems a little bit losing his a bit of a lackluster kind of performance, isn't he? In terms of, I think it looks a bit overburnt with a lot of cricket. This one's on the leg stump, and again, bit of confusion in the running.
He's in. What a throw! What a throw!
Labuschagne hits it towards the mid-wicket area. He was almost halfway down the wicket, and Kawa just says no. And direct hit from the short mid-wicket area, but Marcus rightly back in the crease, and the batsman having a little shot.
I should hope so. Yeah.
He bowled more overs than anyone else in the first innings, so he did Shami, 29 overs. Got those 2 wickets, but they sort of came later down the order. He did get Cameron Green early, which of course was pretty important. What was his other wicket in the first innings? Oh, Labuschagne. So he got 2 vitally important wickets.
Yeah, he should got him with a beautiful ball that was pitched up and earlier on in the first innings. This one, Labuschagne looks at it very carefully and plays it back to the bowler, no chance of a run. So in this all-important World Test Championship in the UK, in Oval, South London, India winning the toss, inviting Australia to bat first. Australia scored 469. The main scorer Steve Smith and Travis Head both scoring a century, 121 and 163. The bowling with Mohammad Siraj, 408. India in the second innings were all sorts of trouble, 5 wickets down yesterday. Managed to get 296 today as Shami bowls outside the off stump. On the back foot goes Marcus Labuschagne, plays it back to the bowler, no chance of a run. So in India's innings, we had a good partnership between Ajinkya Rahane. A welcome return to this man. Really, really beautiful innings there. I know he had a bit of luck, but he did play extremely well for 89. Ravindra Jadeja made a quick fire 48, but then Lord Shardul Thakur made a very welcome pile 51 to bring India back into contention. India in the second innings have got David Warner out rather cheaply for the second time, considering his standards. He did make some score in the first innings, but not as much. For one, as this one keeps low there, Tony. Bit of uneven bounce.
Well, it did, but we saw a little hint of the old lightsaber from Labuschagne there. Didn't give it the full swirl of the bat, but yeah, he was watchful. He knew where it was, but it didn't get up much, and that has been a characteristic of this game so far. Some balls have really risen up. Ask Shardul Thakur. Ask Travis Head, who got a regular working over from short rising balls, but equally one or two have snaked through a bit.
Absolutely. Last ball of the 7th over. It's Mohammad Shami bowling his fourth. This one's shortish, and Manas Labuschagne has no difficulty at all on the back foot as he plays it into the covers. No chance of run. Khawaja 7, Labuschagne 3. Australia 12 for 1, lead by 185. Messi.
Warren sends a picture of a spike ball and says ECP approves new ball for Australian second innings. Farong says Dinesh Karthik agrees with myself and the tea leaves. The WTC final is Australia's to lose. Bat for 3 sessions and have 4 odd sessions to bowl out the Tata team. No need to play aggressive, and lead will be 400-ish. No fucking rocket science or conducting a BRI, Bangladesh Rickshaw Union's meeting, a Zoom meeting. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. That's sort of traditionally how you'd aim to go in a test. But by the same token, I think batting for 4 sessions on this pitch, if this attack can maintain a vim, will be difficult.
And a new over by Mohammad Siraj. This one's way outside the off stump, and Usman Khawaja shoulders arms, watches the ball as it goes through. I mean, I find that there's not much of a nip in bowling in this session, Tony, that we've actually been together here.
Well, not. You mean in sort of our little spell here? No, I mean it was certainly lively early on, and it was a good ball that removed David Warner. But no, it's not leapt as much as it had. I mean, there was a very interesting graphic earlier. I'll just hold that thought for a second for you.
Siraj comes in again, way outside the off stump, and the lateral movement there, it almost felt like there was an edge, but the ball was moving away as it was leaving Usman Khawaja, and the slip fielders and the wicketkeeper was extremely excited, but that was lateral movement off the pitch. Beautiful seam movement there, Tony.
Yes, it was. I was saying there was that the graphic we saw earlier, which had the release points of bowlers' arms for the 2 teams side by side, and it was the 4 Australian pace bowlers. And you know, if you're looking at us on YouTube, I'm holding my arm with the elbow high and the hand lower, and it was the 4 Australians, and then gradually worked down through the 4 Indians. So the Indian release point is generally lower.
Interesting analogy there, and. Sort of these days everything is scrutinized, isn't it? So lovely to be able to analyze these in different phases. Siraj also dot ball to Khawaja. Khawaja, a workman-like inning so far. He's been there for 25 balls, taking his time. He's got a point to prove. He's been in the runs. He cemented his place at the top of the order. And this man Manas, I still remember him coming as a concussion stop when he made his debut. Tony. And
he did that at Lord's for Steve Smith, of course. So who was hit by a man who won't be taking part in the forthcoming Ashes, Jofra Archer.
Indeed. And this beautiful delivery, beautiful line and length. It was leaving him late, away swing, and thuds into the wicketkeeper's gloves. And Siraj raises his hand in anguish, as he was looking for some kind of an edge there, which wasn't there. Khawaja, testing time for Khawaja on this occasion. Siraj, working hard. He's a workhorse, isn't he?
He is, and he did get that extra lift there, as you could see, just slightly short of a length.
Absolutely. Virat Kohli pretty excited there in the slips. He's cheering.
That's because he knows the camera's on him, Bennett. Yes. I'm sure he's got an earpiece that says, "You're on, Virat, do something interesting."
It's amazing how he's sort of such a cameraman, isn't he, in terms of cameramans.
Beautiful shot.
This one's a short delivery. Khawaja on the back foot. Effortlessly pulls it away towards the square leg area. Beautiful shot. He was in full control on that occasion. And he picks up a boundary and he moves up to 11 Australia's.
Have you met me before?
Great shot there. That'll do a world of confidence for Usman Khawaja. And he was in full control there, Tony, on the back foot.
Yeah, he was. It sat up more than reared up. To your point earlier, probably, about the slight variety, but you've still got to be good enough to play it and play it down, and he did both.
He did both, absolutely. As Siraj steams in on middle and off, again, good carry, good lift, as it goes through to the wicketkeeper. No chance of run. Siraj 1 for 11 at the end of 4. Australia 16 for 1. Messi, what have you got for us?
Well, Warren has a tweet that will make sense to me and Tony, but maybe not everybody. He says Bennett sounds like he's on a Pathé news broadcast. Yeah, you do sound like you're in a pipe inside a tunnel at the moment, a bit, Bennett.
I was
Dave Wood
thinking
says
more the sort of the sound of the this is the BBC home service.
Yes, indeed. Dave Wood says that on a scale of 1 to 10, where 1 is Zach Crawley and 10 is Gordon Greenwich, how good an opener is Khawaja? I'd put him around 6, I reckon.
That's interesting, but yeah, I'd probably go along with that. He's certainly had some decent form, off and on for Australia. He's such a likeable guy. You always want him to sort of do well.
Yes.
Obviously, not necessarily if he's playing your team, but generally one does kind of like him. Well, here's the man who's I'm surprised he could still walk.
All the bruises that he got, indeed. Yes, indeed. Thank you, and thank you for the comments, whoever you are out there with your comments earlier on. Thank you, Messi and Tony, for agreeing with him. And yes, we do like some variety here in the commentary box, just to keep your listeners tuned. That's the whole idea, to make it variety. This one's outside the off stump, and Labuschagne didn't know much about it, and misfield here on the short fine leg area, and the batsman this time. Oh no! Are they showing sort of the highlights?
They're just showing Labuschagne's running earlier. Let's jingle up the new bowler while we're at it.
Absolutely.
How about getting on some media pacer?
Yes,
Backyard's Indian, backers a bowler when he bats disappointment. Shadow backer.
Thakur comes in. This one's on the leg stump, tucked away beautifully towards the long leg area by Khawaja, and the batsman go through for a single. And certainly that's been the hallmark of the way Marnus Labuschagne and to a lesser degree Steve Smith bat, don't they, Tony? They rotate the strike, which I think is a really good game. They like moving the score.
Yeah, they run. Head and Smith together were terrific. Their running was they were always moving the scoreboard along, even when they weren't hitting the bigger shots.
And for the bowlers, that must have been a nightmare, because left-hand, right-hand combination was even worse. It's very difficult to get sort of...
well, it's the match-defining partnership. It's what's the difference between the teams.
Absolutely. This one's outside the off-stump, harmlessly goes through to the wicketkeeper, no chance for run. So, yeah, we were going back to Marnus's debut, and he was more of a leg-spinning all-rounder, and here he is now, batting at number 3 for Australia, the number 1 Test player in the world. And same could be told of Steve Smith, who's would definitely go down as one of the greats, having made his debut as a leg spinner. Marnus batting way outside the crease, Tony.
Yes, he is. You're right.
This one's outside the off stump again. No foot movement there. He was on the same place. I think he's a bit not sure of the swing. There you are. He's batting a good sort of a few meters away, 2 feet away. Yeah, and that's why he's not moving back. Amazing. So definitely he has something that he's looking to do, maybe looking to sort of negate the swing perhaps, or unsure of the length. Some ploy, strategy in his mind. This man is a strategist, isn't he? He's thoughtful.
Made his debut against Pakistan, Marnus Labuschagne, in Abu Dhabi in 2018.
As Thakur comes in, outside the off-stump, short delivery again. Good single there. Good call. Early call by Khawaja. The batsmen have gone through. I'm not sure if there was a single there. The batsman almost manufactured that, which is a great run for Australia as they move on to 18 for 1. The batsman out, David Warner, out early, caught Bharat, bowled by Mohammad Siraj for 1. This Ravichandran Ashwin's omission from the team for this test, Tony, is this going to hurt India?
Yes, probably. Sorry, I was dealing with a production issue. I.e., someone who's on later has been. They haven't been struck by lightning, but apparently there is a power issue.
Way down the leg side on the location, and that's the end of the over. Thakur's first over. Note for 3, 19 for 1. Messi.
Leah says, "Oh yes, we need a Klingendi under Tunende Wakshan show star commentary stint, which means absolutely nothing to
It's
me.
also
although
that's easy for you
not-
to say.
Yeah, it's not unusual for me. Farang says the conundrum for Australia, providing they aren't AO or tidal surge in the Thames to create extra swing, is how many runs and how much time they can occupy the crease. It will be difficult to bat after tea tomorrow and day 5. Storms, rain forecasts? Well, yeah. I sort of... It's always best not to play for the weather because this is England and anything can happen. But yeah, I think occupying the crease is going to be tough, certainly for the rest of this session and certainly for the morning session tomorrow. All the morning sessions have been pretty tough.
Mohammad Siraj commences the 10th over on the leg stump and nicely laid off his pads there by Manas towards the long leg area, and the batsman goes through for a single. They almost anticipated that shot by having the long leg there, Tony.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did.
Sorry.
Weather tomorrow is at the moment. There is a weather warning, but that's based on pure heat, where it's going to get 30 and upwards at the hottest parts of the day. But there aren't actual storms forecast
Well, no,
just yet until
the
Monday.
Met Office has got a thunderstorm warning which covers most of the western half of the south and just covers London as well. So they said
I think
it's a chance of
it's a
thunderstorms.
chance, but it's an unlikely chance until Monday when we are going to get some sun and showers together, or sun and rain together.
Raj comes in, and I'm sure a lot of the spectators, followers will be looking at the weather forecast. And Siraj this time bowls a nice delivery on a good length, and Kawaja plays it back to the bowler, no chance of a run. Australia lead by 193.
I wonder if India are quite as concerned about the weather forecast as they were. I'm sure I could understand when they were 151 for 5 or whatever it was at the beginning. They might well have been starting to think, "Ooh, how's the weather going to help us out?" But now they've got themselves back with a sniff. They do need some more wickets pretty quickly though today to stop Australia getting away again.
Do, and this one's over pitch, driven on the back foot there. He didn't move. He just played from where he was, but didn't get the timing that he needed. But the batsman go through for a quick single, 20 for 1. Australia, interesting passage of play here. Australia looking to stay on there for at least around the tea time. What time is tea, Tony, again? Just after this?
The tea should be, I think, is it 20 past? I'll just tell you. Give me a second.
10 past.
10
So
past. So we've got
it's-
another 10 minutes before tea.
So Usman Khawaja and Marcus Labuschagne will be certainly playing for tea at this moment. And this one, Siraj, beautiful delivery. He was using the crease there to get the angle from away, and shortish delivery, brutally climbed up on Marcus Labuschagne, and he hits his glove and he drops the bat, and a gleeful look on Mohammad Siraj's face as Labuschagne's in pain, in agony. He's mystified. His partner comes over to see. I think he's hurt his fingers, and this will do the fast bowler a lot of good. That's what it was intention to do on that occasion. As we see some medical staff from the Australian team coming out, that was brutal. It just climbed on him. I think he was playing on the front foot, a bit of a shortish length there, and it climbed on him and it hit him on his left fingers.
I wonder if Siraj is on a sneaky bonus from the ECB. Just see what you can do. Rough him up a bit, Mohammed. See what you can do. I mean, that
It
did
really whacked him.
It did. I mean, it was just pure pace, really. It didn't leap up. I mean, it didn't look like it was. It didn't sort of rear up at him off a length.
Well, it
just
lifted
looked
a
like-
bit.
It lifted a bit.
Certainly more than it had before.
It just did lift a bit. I think it must have hit somewhere on the pitch where it just got some uneven bounce, or maybe it was just the energy on the delivery. But certainly there was some uneven bounce there, Tony, I thought.
He might be chewing just that bit harder than he was before.
Siraj comes in again, a beautiful delivery. This time it knocks him down. The ball was coming in from outside the off stump, and good pace, and Manas absolutely in pain and discomfort as the ball tried to come back on that occasion. The Rohit Sharma looking for some advice from Bharat, whether it's DRS appeal or not.
This is revenge for Shardul Thakur. If you're going to rough up our Shardul, then you can take some back.
Yes.
I think Labuschagne is unwise. When you hit on the fingers like that, I'm all for keeping the pace of play going, but he just sort of put his glove back on and started again. He would have been much better to allow the physio to come out and put some spray on, just calm a bit.
Take some time, but he's up for a fight, isn't he? I mean, he's a gutty, gritty player who likes grinding his runs, and he is ready to take them on. I think that's when we see the best of Manus Labuschagne. What a battle here. Key tussle between bat and ball here in Oval as Siraj steams in. That's a nice delivery. Again, Oval pitched a little bit, and this time Manus on the front foot, smothering it towards the short leg area with the pace, and the batsmen go through.
I'd love to have seen the speed gun on that, because those 2 consecutive balls, and I'm sure the third one was the quickest. Siraj was cranking himself up into a fury of fast bowling frenzy. But that one kept a little bit lower, didn't it? Anyway.
No indication of the speed, isn't it, unfortunately? But anyway.
Yeah. Well, our correspondent with knowledge of the deities, Warren, says, rumour has it the Poseidon is going to be close to the Thames estuary tomorrow, so expect some swing early doors.
Is that due to Archimedes' principle of displacement?
Almost certainly, yes.
Not
that Archimedes was the god, but you know what I mean.
No, he just spent most of his life in the bath, from all I can remember.
Yes, I hear. Yeah.
Can you imagine Archimedes meeting Gary? What a meeting of minds that would be. One discussing displacement and the other talking about rising moisture across the oval.
Oh no, Gary telling him I was wrong.
Yes. No, it's not displacement. No.
Well, Thakur starts a fresh over. Australia 22 for 1. Shardul Thakur. Was he the best choice? He played ahead of Ravichandran Ashwin. Umesh Yadav didn't look like he's played his part in this game, has he, Tony?
No. Was Shardul Thakur the main choice there? I mean, he batted resolutely, and hit that 50 was crucial for India for sure, to get them past that follow-on milestone, which they duly did. He played brilliantly against Australia in Brisbane, and he's had good performances against them. It's an interesting choice, but he's not let them down.
Yes, not. No. I'm wondering whether the choice would have been between Shardul Thakur and Ashwin, or Umesh Yadav and Ashwin when they had to make that call. But anyway, Thakur has not done himself harm.
Except I think Kartik made a very good point that you don't go into a test in England with 2 spinners, do you?
Rarely.
That's a good delivery, and interesting decision by KS Bharat to come up to the stumps, because they did observe that Marcus Labuschagne was batting way outside the crease. That's put him behind now. He's now back in the crease. So Bharat right up, standing up. Shardul Thakur is probably the slower of the 4 Indian seamers, but I can't really even imagine what more should Ravichandran Ashwin do to justify being the frontline spinner after taking more than 500 wickets and not being dropped in England for the first time. Thakur comes in, short his delivery, and Labuschagne on the back foot, being a bit more comfortable there as he plays it towards the mid-wicket area. My apologies, that was some highlights being shown there of Manus's.
We've all done it, don't you worry.
Second time.
It's known as being bishoped.
Yeah, well, I'm not entirely sure it's an error I'd want to give my name to. I mean, I don't do it quite that often. I may be more prone than others. I'll go along with that.
I'd like to go a bit slow, but sometimes you don't want to be behind. Yeah, as this one comes in, Shakur comes in, bowls, and Manus Labuschagne plays it back into the covers. No chance of a run. Australia lead by 195. We're only on day number 3. India is certainly clawing back with the early wicket of David Warner. Australia have a formidable batting lineup with Stephen Smith due to come in next, and Travis Head along with the evergreen Cameron Green, who didn't have much luck in the first innings. This one's again outside the off stump, and Manus watches the ball and goes through to the wicketkeeper. no chance of a run.
Well, also in the thinking for India would have been that he played very, very well at the Oval in that 157 run win in 2021. I mean, he got runs with the bat on that occasion. He got 57 and 60 and took 1 for 54 and 2 for 22. Got rid of Burns and Root. So he has, in his one game at the Oval, good form. I'm certainly not saying that Ashwin doesn't have good form, but Shackleton does too.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that playing the one spinner perhaps was the correct decision. This one's played towards the mid-wicket area, the batsman go through for a quick single, 23 for 1. Let's come back to the conversation when we come back, Tony. Oh, is it tea already?
It is tea already, yes.
Yeah,
So do you want to just run us through the events?
Sorry, Tony?
Do you want to just run us through events of the afternoon?
Oh, yeah, sure, indeed. I mean, just to finish that conversation, yeah, I mean, I've got nothing against India deciding to go with the one spinner. However, is Ravindra Jadeja the ultimate choice? Is my little question to you, Tony.
It's difficult, a slightly academic one. I mean, he played that terrific delivery and he edged it off Lyon, didn't he? Would Ashwin bowl better? I mean, Ashwin has got some form at the Oval, certainly playing for Surrey. Is one game for Surrey. I think they felt that the batting, Jadeja's batting, would give him the edge, and that it's going to be a fastish, bouncy track, which it kind of has been, and therefore, if you meant to make a choice on the most complete package, as it were, between Ashwin and Jadeja, then you'd go for Jadeja.
Indeed. Yeah, I mean, I can understand the rationale. However, will India hurt with that decision is my $1 million question to all of you fans and spectators out there. But just to look through today, India started with 5 wickets down. This is day 3, and we just completed session 2 here at the Oval, the World Test Championship. India winning the toss, inviting Australia to bat first. Australia scored up a mammoth 469 on the first day, where Steve Smith and Travis Head, who were there, the overnight batsmen who took them through with a contrasting type of knocks. Stephen Smith, a workmanlike 121 off 268 balls. Travis Head was almost a runner ball at one stage, 163. He was indeed in a hurry from the time he came, rotating the strike, playing some good strokes to take Australia to 469. We had 48 from Alex Carey. The pick of the bowlers certainly was Mohammad Siraj, who's certainly been the pick of the bowlers today, this second innings for me as well. He got 4 for 188. Mohammad Shami started off well, 2 for 122. Shardul Thakur chipped in with 2 for 83. Ravindra Jadeja, the lone wicket for 56. India, in their first innings, off to a disastrous start. They lost wickets quite regularly before Ajinkya Rahane and Shardul Thakur put on a very important partnership. In the meantime, we had Ravindra Jadeja, who scored a quick fire 48 on 51 balls. But overnight, they went in with 5 wickets down. Bharat and Rahane were the overnight batsmen. Bharat couldn't stay much long as he was bowled this morning for 5, but Shardul Thakur certainly put his team ahead with some lusty blows. Not only that, he got some blows in the interim. It was a double blow for him. However, he weathered the storm, stayed in there and gathered his team into quite a respectful position of scoring 51. I mean, unfortunately, Rahane and Shardul Thakur lost their wickets in quick succession, leading to the tail folding quite easily.
We are just about to queue up some highlights for tea.
Tony needs a tea break.
Tony needs a tea break. Were there any? Thank you for that, Bennett. Were there any final messages?
Well, we can deal with them later.
We'll deal with them later.
Take a break.
We will be back after tea. Thank you, Bennett, and thank you, Messrs. See you in a bit.
Ciao.
Grandmother looks anything like him. I think it is more likely she was brought up in an orchard than an orchard. Nestle Boy says, I am transfixed by Hendo's swirly ceiling pattern.
Oh yes, it's
that'll be the architect.
It's coming back into fashion in about 15 years, apparently.
It looks like an upside down mattress. It looks like you've actually got a mattress on top of you rather than underneath you.
My whole home is a mattress, Tony.
Remember to turn your ceiling every 6 months. Who's bowling the fifth?
Devon's going to continue. He's been buoyed by the wicket of, was it Cosgrove?
Yeah.
Yep.
The wicket of Cosgrove.
He's going to have at least one more over.
And he's bowling to
Mohammad Shahzad.
He's in, he bowls to Shahzad, and Shahzad hits him for 4, stood up on his tiny toes, his fat little pinky, and thrashed it away through the offside for 4, and that's his highest score in the tournament. What a day to do it. He goes to 31, or 32 even.
32.
In he comes again. Oh no, there's a big appeal. That one came back into him, and it's been given. Oh, I thought it was LBW, but it's run off the pad, and it's just dislodged a bail, the leg bail. And how unfortunate could Mohammad Shahzad be? It's a rather fortuitous breakthrough for Devon Malcolm.
Yeah, Devon Malcolm continuing to enjoy his work against the fat lot of Use 11. 5 for in the first game, now 2 for 32 off 2.2 overs. Mohammad Shahzad bowled by Devon Malcolm for 32 off 12, 2 fours and a 6. Again, not a particularly impressive strike rate in the context of this tournament at 266.67 runs per 100 balls, 70 for 2 after 4.2 overs. And does this bring the large vessel to the middle?
It does, and joining the Victorian out in the middle is a man from Victoria. It's Warwick Armstrong.
That's one easy run for a man. But a bloody marathon for a solid one.
That's a weird jingle.
It is very weird indeed. Warwick Armstrong, the captain, waits for his first ball, and he's immediately into his stride. He gets that front foot well out to an over-pitch delivery from Devon Malcolm and creams it square through cover for 4 runs. The captain off in fine style. He waits for Malcolm in again. He bowls, and he's he tried to adjust it. Malcolm bowled it shorter, but it was outside off stump. It gave enough width to Warwick Armstrong, and he has carted that up and over cover this time. It's gone for 4.
There's not one boy for me. I must have 2 or 3. I need 4.
What a fine start by the big ship. He waits for the next delivery from Devon Malcolm, who is in, and he bowls. And it's an appeal! Surely not the big one. No, it's a no ball. He's overstepped, as poor old Devon Malcolm. It's relief for the fat lot of Use 11.
Yes, super delivery from Big Dev, but just as we saw Shannon Gabriel in the intra-squad game that's been going on, fantastic delivery, but a no ball.
Yeah, there you go. Well, Shannon Gabriel, of course, well known for his no balls, isn't he? Devon Malcolm, not so much, but he's already got the wind up him because he's got that wicket and just straining a little bit too much. This time, Warwick Armstrong will ease into double figures as a straighter ball is worked off his hips towards mid-wicket, and they'll come back for a leisurely second.
Want to come.
Final ball of the over. Warwick Armstrong gets a short one from Malcolm. Top edge. Is he going to fall into the hands of the man at deep fine leg? No, it's cleared him. It's cleared him, and it's 6 runs for Armstrong. He gets away with it. I suppose a moral victory to Devon Malcolm, but look at the scorecard.
Yes, look at that scorecard. A weird over from Devon Malcolm. 4 wicket, 4, 4, no ball, 2, 6, 21 off it, including that no ball, plus the wicket of Mohammad Shahzad. That scorecard also says Warwick Armstrong, 16 off 5. WG Grace, who'll be facing 23 off 7 after 5 overs having been put into bat. The fat lot of Use 11, 87 for 2.
It's been a better start for the fat lot of Use 11. We've quite regularly found ourselves in the 50s for 5 down, so there'll be quite
but it's going to
an actual platform for the lower middle order for once. Roger McCann is watching on Facebook Live.
Rog,
he lives.
Hello, Rog. Right.
Hi, Rog.
Right, who's bowling then? Oh,
Paul Allett, who's gone for 38, hasn't extracted anything positive from the Bears' digits of doom. So he's going to be replaced by the man immortalised by Lord Beginner in the Victory Calypso, none other than the slow left arm of Alf Valentine.
Ah, yes, the wonderful To The Alf Valentine will come on to bowl. He's bowling WG Grace. Oh my goodness me, two giants of the game. But that one, as he aimed a sweep, he just got his leg outside off stump. It was a very close run thing, but Erasmus had to say, no, I'm very sorry, Alfie. That is not out. In comes Valentine again, left arm round the wicket. And this time, WG Grace does sweep and connects quite well. The ball is running with the spin away down from the man at deep backward square, and they will get back for a third. In comes Valentine again, just a couple of steps in. Oh, and well struck that man, Warwick Armstrong, back over the head of the bowler, and that has been a very flat 6 indeed. And even a 4, that's
Even
how
a
flat
4.
it was.
So flat it landed 15 yards inside the rope.
Excellent stuff from Warwick Armstrong. Faces up to the next delivery, and oh, he's rolled back, and there's another appeal as he tries to sweep. And he's been caught, I think, behind. I think he got a little inside edge onto the pad. It looped up, and Dick Young ran round from behind the stumps, has claimed it. There's some dispute going on there. Warwick Armstrong's not sure that he got an edge on that, but I think he's being told to go.
I won't look back, 'cause by the time that I do, you'll be gone.
Lively work from behind and then in front of the stumps by Richard Alfred Young here of the, I think, only 2 test matches for England. Warwick Armstrong, the Fat Lot of Use captain, gone for 20 off 7 3-4s and 1 6, 94 for 3 after 5.4 overs.
Well, it is. It's the lineup, the Fat Lot of Use 11 lineup. They're promising more than they're producing. They've had to rely on the lower order, and it could happen again now. But on his way to the middle this time, a man who should get some runs. Surely he's got the class. It's Arjuna Ranatunga. Hello. Didn't play a jingle.
Yeah, well, you still got balls.
Oh,
no.
I'm sorry. Okay, all right. Go on. Off you go. Off you go. Oh, John, he's not even been out there. It's a no ball. Quite right. That was absolutely outrageous from the match referee, and quite right that that should be called a no ball.
Over the line! Huh? I'm sorry, Smokey. You were over the line. That's a foul.
Valentine had the element of surprise and then
Was
blew
that
it.
the ICC?
Right. As you've now requested,
Mike,
you'll
have
get
a
it.
word.
No, I ain't saying he's a fat bugger, but Arjuna ain't skipping out on no cheeseburger. Put a muzzle on a good length. Arjuna Ranatunga's gonna go and get it.
Durban Oak says.
What happened there was that.
Sorry, Durban Oak says we all know what's going to happen. Hendo will win because he'll get upset if he doesn't.
Well, I mean, if you've got to win somehow, haven't you?
Look, occasionally I forget to play a jingle. It doesn't mean a ball doesn't count, mate.
Well, listen, the thing is, Arjuna Ranatunga was taking guard when Valentine just suddenly turned and bowled, and then quite rightly, he protested to the umpire who sent it upstairs, and I think the right
here comes the
decision
next
was made.
ball.
2 to come.
Alf Valentine then into Arjuna Ranatunga, and it's going to be 3 runs this time as he goes on to the back foot and forces through the onside, and he's away.
1 to come.
In again, bowls to WG Grace. WG Grace is going to get a couple here as he steers this back past the bowler. It means man at mid-off has to run back to chase that. Well done by that man, Clive Lloyd.
And that ends the 6th over, an eventful one. Dot 3-4, wicket, no ball, 3-2. Pretty decent over from Alf Valentine, 13 runs off it. After 6th, 100 up for the Fat Lot of Use 11, 100 for 3, which is far better than they've managed through the tournament thus far. Arjuna Ranatunga on 3 off 2. WG Grace 28 off 10. What else have we got on the social medias? That's it for now. Please do donate to the crowdfunder. Justgiving.com/crowdfunding/DB-Alzat hyphen trophy. There's a reason I'm not reading that out all the time because it's quite long and unwieldy, but it's pinned to our Twitter and Facebook feeds, and it's in the video description of this video of this game on Facebook and on YouTube. Please do give generously to help us help JDRF UK combat type 1 diabetes, and also help us out a little bit as well as we enter a brave new world of guerrilla broadcasting. Remote guerrilla broadcasting will be a thing for the West Indies series.
It will. It means I won't have to sit in the same room as the bear, which is wonderful news. We will be at least 11 miles apart. And,
I am currently.
for anyone who's ever experienced the bear in person, that is
on YouTube. People can see me giving you the finger.
Yeah, I know they can, but I can't, so I don't mind. Who's going to bowl, Tony?
Well, Percy Fender is going to see if he can extract anything out of the dubious digited one.
Do we know whether he's going to bowl?
He's bowling medium pace, Hendo.
Percy Fender.
Yes, indeed, Percy Fender, who had to do a lot of running early on in this game. He's in the field. He comes on to bowl to Arjuna Ranatunga, and Ranatunga smacks this medium pace filth back, almost cross-batted down the ground for 6 wonderful runs.
2, 4, 6.
Good start for Arjuna, man of course credited with developing the idea of pinch hitting in the '96 World Cup. Here comes Fender again. He will not surrender to him, and well, that was extraordinary because that looked like it had gone off the pitch, found the edge, and it's just gone wide of the wicketkeeper. It means third man has come round to field. That man is Eddie Barlow, and they get through for a single. Brings WG Grace down to face. In comes Fender to WG, and WG is going to get another 3 here. He's going to have to run fast though if he wants to get that. He's coming back for the third. It could be dangerous, but he's just going to get there as the bails are whipped off by Dick Young. But, he has survived. Has Ranatunga. Difficult for these fat men to run 3. It really is exhausting for them, especially as they've had a lot of raw eggs today. This one is smacked for 4 by Arjuna Ranatunga onto the back foot, standing on his toes and driving through extra cover. Lovely, technically perfect shot. In comes Fender again. He drops this one a little bit short. He goes back, he swivels, he smashes it. It's gone high, it's gone long. It's cleared the boundary. It's 20 rows back. 6 more runs for Arjuna Ranatunga.
One to come.
Fender then, final ball of the over. He bowls, and there's going to be 2 more for Ranatunga. He's going to have to get those legs pumping. He does to get back for that second one, as that was sent away through mid-wicket. And that is the end of the over, and the score is...
After 7 overs having been put into bat, the Fat Lot of Use 11 in this Dick Will Abroad AUS Trophy final are 122 for 3. WG Grace is 31 off 11. Arjuna Ranatunga scoring much faster, 22 off 7. That pair of 6s in that over means that was the best over of the innings for the Fat Lot of Use 11, 22 runs off it.
Well, I did say Percy Fender was a little bit tired. He had to do a lot of work in the field early on, and maybe that's taken it out of him as a man of his dotage. Anyway, who's going to be bowling? Is it going to be Alf Valentine?
Before we come to that.
Valentine, 1 for 12 in the last over. Should have been 3, so he will continue the attack.
Yeah, just before we come to Alf's second over, the 8th over the innings, Jeff Perkins says, does remote broadcasting mean Hendo has to buy his own beer? Sounds like a win for the bear.
Very much so.
I'm going to be a little bit worried about the lack of pastries. I do have to say that could be tricky. I mean, I need at least 2 pan of chocolates to get going in the morning, so that could be.
Just Eat can deliver them for you, Hendo.
Oh, can they just 2? What? It's hardly worth it for two croissants, is it?
Well, for a whole day's cricket, you're going to need more than that.
Yeah, true. That's very true. Anyway, it's Alf Valentine bowling to WG Grace, and in he comes, left arm round the wicket. He bowls to WG. WG just dismisses him. He stood there, waited for it. It was floated up, and he drove it back over his head, and it's a couple of bounces and 4 runs.
Well, we are back after tea. I don't know if I'm the only person here. I think I might be. I'm expecting... No, I'm not. Bennett has materialised out of the ether. Always a good sign.
And I'm Dave.
No, you're not Dave for this one. You're Messi.
Oh, aren't I?
You're Messi for this one.
Bye-bye.
You're Dave. I think it was 4:30, where Dave Sarah has been hit by a power cut. From my recollection, yes. So that's what would have been the 4:30 slot to summarise. He may not make it in time. That was the thing. I'll tell you what. Let's start by having a quick update on the GPL and where we stand. It's 168 runs we reckon have been scored in the day at tea time. The lowest GPL entry said 263. So that would be what? What's the difference between 263 and 168? 160 about 120, 130. Is that about right? No, less than that. 168 at tea. 268. Yes, about. No, that would be quite low. The highest GPL was 333. So people will definitely be in the game, from what we can see on the GPL. Virat Kohli seems to be leading the team discussion, which I'm not quite sure therefore what Rohit Sharma's doing. As the Indians are in a huddle, we think will be pretty happy with the way the day's gone. From where they started on 151 for 5, 260 for 6 at lunch represented a fantastic effort from them. They did rather fall apart quite rapid order after lunch for 296. But they avoided that follow-on. Not that we think Australia would have enforced it, and managed to reduce the lead down to just 173, which Bennett, I think, keeps India in the game if they can keep taking wickets now.
Absolutely. I think this session will be critical for both teams, and I think in terms of where the pendulum swings will be very, very critical from this session, Tony. I mean, quick wickets, India is certainly back in the game, and if these two can sort of plod along merrily, it'll be a different story altogether for Australia.
Yeah, well, it will. I mean, I think the other side to that equation is about how happy India should be about what they've done today. How disappointed I think Australia might be, Messers, because at the end of the day, they let slip chances to knock India over well short of the 296 they finally got to, I think, don't you?
That's the beauty of this game, isn't it?
Oh, it's not Messi, it's Colin. I'm touching away to Messi, who's immediately somehow become Colin. You wouldn't think I actually wrote rotors, would you? And I've got absolutely no idea who's there.
Transform.
Well, it's the first time of the summer with you, Colin. So
what's that? It can't be.
Well, no, it's the
Surely
first
not.
time of this summer for me with you.
I suppose.
You're normally off on an oil rig somewhere.
I've been quite bad for the of late.
So it's good to see you, Mohammed Shami. It's good to see him. He bowled pretty well, I have to say. And umpire Gaffers has his arm out at the moment, but Shami will now be in. 23 for 1 Australia. He's going to be bowling to Labuschagne, who's not happy about some movement behind Shami's arm, and Shami was 3/4 of the way through his run. He had to wheel around, and there we were. There's a heavy, well, mainly offside field. There's a mid-wicket and a mid-on, but it's more laden towards the offsides. We wait for Shami. This time, 3 slips and a gully go down and is defended by Labuschagne, who then proceeds to take 2 or 3 steps down and look accusingly at Khawaja, wondering why on earth they didn't take a run.
That has been his posture right throughout his innings, hasn't he?
Oh,
Always
I think, was that a no ball? Was he signalling a no ball there from Shami? Yes, it was. Oh, Mohammed Shami's got the Cummins disease. Not only has he got the Cummins disease, he's got it worse, because that was a much bigger no ball than any of the ones I think Pat Cummins was guilty of. Bowling from the pavilion end. That big sweeping stand is in front of him, as is Labuschagne, who pushes this towards mid-on. And there is no run. 197 is the lead for Australia, which they're going to be setting about building. Only wickets really at a fairly regular intervals are, we think, going to keep this game alive. Psychologically, chaps, it's difficult, isn't it? You know, when you've got a big lead against you, and it was still 173. It could have been a lot worse, but that's still a pretty big lead for Australia to be taking, isn't it? Let's just watch this delivery, and you can answer that. Defended by Labuschagne, back to Chamy.
But Tony, this is a final. I mean, we would like to see some good cricket, don't we? Not just us, but the thousands of people who come into the ground and the millions who are following. So I'd like to see a good contest. And this is turning out to be a good one. It was one-sided one earlier on. The first couple of days.
Well, we said it many times. The difference between the two sides, I think, genuinely, was that partnership between Smith and Head, who have been absolutely the difference, but more than the difference. If the difference ultimately was 173, in comes Chamy, again defended by Labuschagne in a flamboyant manner.
Depending on how this game turns out to be, Shardul Thakur's and Rahani's partnership could turn out to be as important as the other.
Well, yes, it certainly did a fantastic job for India. There's no doubt about that. Shardul Thakur, particularly, he should get some sort of bravery award. He just kept. He's India's Rocky. As onto the back foot goes Labuschagne, again defends this down into the pitch, and there is no run. He just kept getting battered, and he just kept coming back. You got to admire that.
Battered and bruised as well, I think.
Well, absolutely.
He was taking everything on.
Looking up into the
2 arm guards to start with.
yeah. 24 for 1. None for 6 from Chamy so far in his 4.4 overs, so he's been brilliantly economical. Someone's just rolled the ball towards him. They look strangely like beach towels when you see them at the angle, the advertising messages. They're not, of course. Chamy bustles in. Oh, and that was a leave, and it was a close leave, hands on head. Everybody is looking, well, not perplexed that he left it, but I think you'd describe that as well judged. Oh, it's too high. It was on height. Well, it was height. Yeah, length and height.
Vicious swing, was it there, Tony?
Yeah, there was certainly some movement there. Maybe the Thames is rising, and that moisture, Gary's moisture, is starting to make the ball move. I wouldn't say vicious. It wasn't hooping. But there's a little hint of something there. As Chamy, he's got a very busy run up as Chamy's in, and it's defended again by Labuschagne. It's the end of the over. Australia are 24 for 1. Just David Warner lost so far. Lead of 197. And Colin, who have we got?
I'll start off on YouTube because we have a super chat for $10 from Ravi Naharan, who said, to Messi, Bear, Hendo, Bish, and all the others for their altruism in putting this operation together and witty banter. We'll continue to support and go Trump. Just saying to piss off the bear.
Well, all opinions are welcome, but Ravi, that is so kind of you and gratefully received, and thank you for listening. Oh, change of bowling. Carry on, I'll do the jingle.
Oh, sorry. Farong, message, you're thinking of the IPL. Labuschagne should have thrown his glove off, dived around like Salah and called in the physio.
The man who played a few games for Middlesex last season, Umesh Yadav, lovely fellow. Very charming. The son of a policeman, I think, if I'm right, isn't he, Umesh Yadav? And I'm just trying to find his jingle. So please don't tell me it's not there, because it is literally one of my favourite jingles. Here he is. Let's jingle him up now.
Umesh Yadav, oh, what shall we do? He's quicker than Ishan Sharma and Vardan out and two. He's quicker than a jaguar, the cat, but not the cat.
And he's in.
Umesh Yadav, what a speedy bowler you are.
Umesh Yadav. And it's wide of the off stump. And I never quite understand how Umesh Yadav became a music hall jingle originally sung by Mary Lloyd. But somehow he did, and I can only say I'm glad it happened. 24 for 1.
Umesh has been around the Indian side for a long period of time, hasn't he? But
yes, he has.
Not really had that sort of opportunity.
In he comes again, left by Kawaja. These two aren't going to be hurried.
This was the point that India fell down the other day. He really needs to back up the other bowlers. So
3 matches and 4 wickets he took for Middlesex, but it was a quad injury, rather sadly, that he got in his last Royal London game at Radlett. It meant he couldn't even finish that the season. He bowled a lot better than his figures suggested, though. I can tell you, having watched him close up, as this one is defended again by Kawaja out towards cover, and again there is no run. No sense yet, Bennett, of trying to move the game forward at speed, is there? It's been careful stuff from these two.
Indeed, I think that they're playing rather watchfully, because again, this is, as I mentioned earlier, for me, this is a very turning point of the game here, because any sort of thing going in whichever direction, any side grabbing the opportunity could be on the lead here.
Here comes Umesh, once again defended stoutly by Kawaja out towards Siraj at mid-off, and there is no run again. A little bit rinse and repeat, taking their time to get into things after tea are Kawaja and Labuschagne. Kawaja looks a lot more relaxed generally at the crease, doesn't he? Labuschagne always looks a bit like a ticking time bomb. That something strange is going to happen.
Can you imagine watching Labuschagne and Steve Smith together?
Well, let me tell you, for England fans, they've seen plenty of that, as this one is left wide of the off stump by Usman Khawaja. Through it goes to KS Bharat, who's been tidy as KS. First wicket to fall this morning, and it's still 24 for 1. Now Khawaja, I think, has he got his glove off because he took that thump earlier on? It's the end of the over, that's probably why, as a maiden by Yadav, and I think he's still in a spot of bother. But it's 24 for 1. He's going to get the magic spray and a drink, and we're going to go to Colin.
Not much going on Twitter. They're just talking about the that ball replacement that Mog went on about with the spiked ball. Over on Twitter, it's just thanking Ravi again, and Ravi with a reply: the jingles are all worth every penny and every second of time I spend on Gorilla YouTube.
We now have, if you haven't heard it, and I will only play it when we do need it, but we actually do have a replacement ball jingle, which is fantastic when we get to it. Not a new ball, we've always had new ball jingles, but the replacement ball we haven't had, we do now, thanks to Jeff. This one rises sharply from Shami, and Labuschagne was looking to pull and then sort of dropped the bat at the last moment, was taken on the up by KS Bharat behind the stumps. So that was a good aggressive ball by Mohammed Shami. Short of a length though, wasn't it, Bennett? It didn't it certainly wasn't rising off a length, it was rising from short of a length. He had to put his back into that one.
It was indeed. It was Shami showing some kind of aggression to try and get something happening here.
In he comes again, 3 slips for him on the leg stump. Labuschagne defends rather awkwardly, thank you, that's the word I was looking for. He seemed to be sort of part on his toes, part forward, part back. It was he doesn't look settled yet, does Labuschagne. He's running and certainly the TV coverage we're watching made a real feature of it. His running looked like a man who was standing on hot coals for a while.
That's being too generous.
Well, you think so? Well, all over the place. Shambolic might be other words. Who knows? Shami's going to be in again. I'm not suggesting there's any link between Shami and Shambolic at all, because he's bowling quite nicely at the moment. Is Mohammed Shami. It's another dot ball left outside of his off stump, and Marnus, as is his wont, has walked off to have a few little words with himself.
He's a bit of a dramatist anyway, though. I mean, isn't he? I mean, he just likes to sort of overcook these sort of situations, like, you know, dropping the bat, falling on the ground, and there's always some drama around his running and the way he reacts, you know. But it's good to watch.
Yeah.
Keeps it entertained.
So we're waiting for Shami, who's In again. They found this spot. Probably short of a length, maybe just a length and a bit. And it's really rising up from that, and Chamois working it for all he's worth, and once again Labuschagne had to rock backwards to get out of the way. Let's have a look at where this one pitched, chaps.
It's still back of a length. But
yeah, still back of a length, but boy did it rise up.
It's his trigger movement, because his trigger movement for front foot is like hunkering over a wee bit. Like,
yeah, but if you think about it, I mean, that ball was short and
defended by Labuschagne. This one kept a bit lower. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, it was short. It was bouncy. So you just got to get outside the line of the ball, isn't it? But the way he did it, it seemed like as if it was climbing on him, and it was just, bit of drama when he took the bat off. I'm not sure that was needed, though. It was expected.
Well, he's shadow batting for all he's worth, is Marnus. In his head, he's playing every ball right off the middle of the bat. In reality, it's been a tough workout.
Watch where the weight of his stance is when he's taking the ball.
We will. Slightly on the back foot, is that what you're thinking, Collins? This one's defended.
No, it's the opposite. It's all in the front foot.
He's getting forward too quickly.
He's forward really quickly, so anything that's back of a length or rising on him, it takes a lot of effort to get out of the way.
Yeah, but that's because he's batting like a few, few meters or feet or whatever away from the crease as well. He's batting.
Yeah, that wouldn't be helping. But if you're that far hunkered forward, when you have to get out of the way, you have to adjust yourself and get on the back foot before you can even bow out of the way. Sort of.
Oh, I'm with you, and I'm sure we've done pretty well so far this test to resist seeing this as some kind of Ashes warm-up, which of course it isn't. But I'm sure whoever's making notes for the England team and doing the analysis has got a beady eye on the Umesh Yadav again. Swing, and get an edge. He did get an edge. He's gone. Khawaja reached for that. It was slanted across him. He's looking to drive. It was loose. It was edged. It was taken. India do have their second wicket. Khawaja's gone cheaply again. It's 24 for 2. And I need to play a wicket jingle. I was getting so excited. I need to do that. Here we go. Keep this one simple.
You silly little boy. What on earth were you playing at? Oh!
Beautifully taken by KS Bharat. Well bowled, Middlesex's finest, although briefly, Umesh Yadav. What a breakthrough, Bennett.
Very well bowled there, Tony. And this was going back to what I was saying. I mean, whichever side that takes the advantage, are the ones that will be leading the way here. And this was in result of those overs that was built up. There's no activity, some really good bowling, and Khawaja was looking to break free. So good opportunity for India to claw back and get some important wickets, Tony.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, one of the things you don't quite get with us, you get so many other bonuses that it far outweighs this one slightly less thing, is you do hear our crowd, but it's not actually the one at the Oval. Don't tell anyone. But I would imagine the Oval, the roof will have lifted off there when that wicket was taken. So well bowled. The Indian fans are passionate, and they've been royally supported, have the Indian team.
Just jump in there. We've got a super donation or a super chat from the awesome Superficial from Australia, who's put in $14.99 Australian dollars.
Thank you for that.
Thank you very much.
Who was this from?
Superficial.
Superficial. Is that like done as 2 words?
No.
He's actually calling herself Superficial. It's hard to tell from that name, but we are very grateful. Thank you. That's beautifully worked off his legs by the new man, who we will jingle up. It's not going to make it. It isn't. Ooh. It's defended with the feet on the square leg boundary. And it means, though, that the hero of the first innings, Steve Smith, one of the heroes with Travis Head, has got himself off the mark with a 3. It was a very loose shot. We're looking at the replay by Khawaja. He really threw the bat at that. And
it's so weird.
Yeah,
it was just out of nowhere as well.
His feet was nowhere, and that was an absolute nothing shot, isn't it? He's going to regret that.
What we are absolutely going to have to do is jingle up the new batsman, and here he is.
Stop fiddling, just stand still. Stop playing with yourself. Oh, it's very unsightly. Stop fiddling, stop fiddling about. Stop playing with yourself. Oh dear. Stop fidgeting, Steve-O. You look a bit mental. Stop playing with yourself. Keep your hands to yourself. Stop fidgeting, Steve-O. Oh. Stop playing with yourself.
You will go blind. In comes Umesh Yadav, flicked down to long leg, a little bit uppish. There's no leg slip. There's no long leg, and umpire Illingworth therefore signals one of these.
Giuliani had his reasons for selecting his landscape seasons. There were 4.
We do like that jingle. It is quite long for a 4 jingle, I have to say. Umesh Yadav in again, defended this time by Labuschagne. He'll feel a little bit happier now, having got himself a boundary. 7 off this over, but crucially for India, a wicket. That of Usman Khawaja, who flung his bat at a wideish ball across him by Yadav, and it was taken tidily on the dive by KS Bharat behind the stumps. We're in the 15th over, 2 balls of that left. In comes Umesh Yadav onto his toes to defend. Goes the ever masticating Labuschagne, whose jaw, well, I don't know, what do you reckon his jaw's like come the end of the day? Must be exhausted, more exhausted than the rest of him, isn't it?
Surprising it's still in one place at the end of the day, with chewing gum on one side and everything else on the other. But I think this period of play is going to be a crucial one for both sides.
It's the crucial first session after tea, which we don't have a jingle for, as that one's defended by Labuschagne, and you can tell the Indian team are right on their toes because 3 fielders converged in a hurry to prevent that single, and you can always know when a team's got its tail up. They've got their tail up now with Australia at 31 for 2. We go back to Cole.
Superficial saying, no problem, love you guys, especially Bear and Hendo.
Oh, well.
Not by us. But thanks very much. You two are awesome. Ravi Nair with the critical of Tony. For Tony, it's pronounced Yadav, not Bharat. Not
what?
It's you're apparently confusing the two with like over a pronunciation of the A.
Oh, am I? Oh dear. Oh well, I'll go away and practice. Short, pulled all the way to the square leg boundary by Smith, pronounced Smith. Fine shot it was too. Oh, I've got Giuliani
had his reasons for selecting his landscape seasons. There were 4.
Well, he's come out on the attack as Steve Smith. 7 off just 2 balls so far.
That's a different batsman this innings, isn't he?
Let's see what's he going to do. He's going to leave that. And then he's going to sort of have a wander round and a wave of his arm and a general wiggle of his bat.
And the pad.
Generally be sort of vaguely weird. But weird but effective. I think, I mean, his figures at the Oval are just stunning. I was looking at them earlier. I'll see if I can make a note of them. I'll try and give them to him again. Yeah, 4 tests. This is his 4th test. 3 centuries. I'll just wait for Shami, who's going to be in to him, who he defends, turns it just backward of square, and they take a quick single. 4 tests, 512 runs. That was before the start of this innings he's in now. Averages 102 with 300s. It's a ground he seems to enjoy, let's put it that way. And he's enjoying this test too, and he's playing this innings like he's enjoying it. He's on 8 now, Labuschagne, his partner, so we do get to see the Fidget twins in action together. 36 for 2. Labuschagne on 12, Smith on 8. left alone, taken by Barat. It's like a St. Vitus dance convention between these two. 36 for 2. 209 the lead, building it back up again after India just whittled it away. For a big part of today we were going follow on, no follow on, follow on, no follow on. Australia really should, I genuinely think really should have been in a position to at least make the choice. They may well have chosen not to. They let themselves down with no balls and drop catches. As in comes Shami, beats the outside edge of Labuschagne, taken low to his right by KS Barat. And Labuschagne, as is his wont, has several practices as Kohli Cam watches his Kohliness shine the ball.
Beautiful delivery there, Tony.
Oh, it was a terrific ball.
You definitely get the feeling that these two are definitely the type of people that the minute they pick up anything stick-like or bat-like, immediately practice a forward defence.
Well, I was more thinking, would you send either of them to get a large order in the bar? Because by the time they got... the drinks would have been spilt everywhere. By the time they get back to the table, that one is worked off his legs beautifully by Labuschagne. Beats the man at mid-on, and I think is going to make it all the way. Yes, it is, for one of these. Oh, I love this tune. Nice and jazzy. That's our sort of bossa nova style one, isn't it? Which I think a lot of people were enjoying yesterday. Yep. Who was it he beat there at mid-on? I think it's Siraj, is it? It's hard to tell, as he ran in the opposite direction and has a cap on.
Going to Twitter. Leah, I swear Warner and Koala are conspiring against me to make sure I enjoy the two twitchy special needs kids out to bat together.
Yeah, they're quite a pair together, but they could be in a position here. They hold the opportunity in their hands of stretching this game beyond India. Let's see what they do. That one is kept a bit low, but again there's that little bit of movement. Bennett, enough to have Smith twitching.
Not as much as we've seen throughout this session. However, I think Yadav was quite lucky to get that wicket, because I was just watching the few dot balls in the first few overs. Shami and Siraj were bowling to Khawaja outside the off stump, and this was the only one that he went for it.
Yeah, it was his bad one. It was too full, but
he's more of a hit the deck bowler than a movement in the air bowler. Yadav. I'm not saying he certainly can move it in the air, because he can. Now that one is defended into the offside by Steve Smith.
What's happened to Ishant Sharma? Is he not available, or was he not picked? I thought he was their front line.
I rather thought he played his last game for India, Ishant
Sharma.
Sharma.
I think it's just age.
I think. Yeah, I think
he's in the IPL. He was playing in the IPL.
I think he's just passed on in Test cricket now and considered.
Passed on? Hopefully not.
Well, not in the death sense, but.
I don't think he's that old, because he started very, very young.
We'll have a look at that.
I'll just have a
please do. In comes Umesh Yadav. Up onto his toes goes Smith. That's a glorious bunch away through cover. And it's 4 more of these. Smith just loves that shot, and he played it magnificently.
Ishant Sharma will be 35 this year.
Yeah, okay, so by England standards, let's be honest.
He's a junior.
You've got the two senior statesmen there, as this one's defended by Smith. He then does a sort of a triple axel and double salco halfway down the track as he jumps into the air, turns himself sideways. Oh, I'd rather see the replay of the defensive shot than that. The 4 was terrific, don't get me wrong, it was a beautiful shot, but the next defensive shot was it was extraordinary.
Hope to replay it, because I missed it.
Oh, well, you were busy looking up the age of Ishant Sharma, weren't you?
That was amazing.
Sadly, they don't. 3 slips are going to go down. In comes Umesh Y, I'm going to call him for now, so I don't get it wrong, and they take a quick single. Was put down as a dot. Surely they took 1 there. Yes, they did. Oh, it was leg by. Beg your pardon. 45 for 2. Anyway, what was the
Ishan
difference? I'm
Sharma's
supposed,
last-
is it Yadav or Yadav, or what am I supposed to say to get it right? Yadav. Well, that's.
Yadav.
But well, what's Barrett then? It's Barrett and Yadav. I don't know. I'm confused. We're going to wait anyway for Umesh Yadav. In he comes over the wicket. Rather squares up Labuschagne, who does his own weird manoeuvre to close that over out. Are we due a change? Is that why you're lurking? Yes, we are due a change.
Yeah.
So I will love you and leave you. Let Colin read a few tweets and then hand over to Messrs.
Just for info, Ishan Sharma's India against New Zealand 2021 was his last. And the next tweet is, well, Warren Davies with his grenades message.
With his grenades.
Yeah.
Oh yes. Somehow the ball is lost. The backup umpires bring out a box of replacement and brings us.
Ooh, you're all
box of grenades.
Welcome back, Messi and Bear. Hello, how are we all today?
I'm all right. You're kind of silhouetted.
Right, so we are actually just Australia lead by 218 runs, and session 3 here, day 3, 45 for 2 with the fugitive twins at the wicket.
Yeah, how bloody annoying is that?
we were talking about this, Bear, weren't we? The last time we were together.
They're so irritating.
A couple of days ago, indeed.
Labuschagne's struggling as well. 16 off 47. Smith is easing along.
Yeah, and it's funny how Smith just sort of gauges the game and plays it accordingly, right? He knows that Manas is struggling to sort of score, and like last time when he came in the first innings, he was actually sort of playing the anchor. He was just grinding and slowly sort of trying to get off the ground. But here we are, Siraj on the off stump, driven to bid off, didn't get much of a timing on that. Steve Smith, he's on 12 off 10 balls.
Yeah, but they are effectively 218 for 2, aren't they? So, I mean, the pressure isn't on. They actually need to, well, they don't need even to push on, really, but they're free to score. There's enough in the hutch that they should expect to get a lead of 400. India's job is to try and somehow keep them down at 300, 320 if they can. They give themselves a shout. I'd still expect Australia to win from there, but at least they give themselves an opportunity. If it gets above 400, it's never happening, is it, really?
You never know. As Mohammad Siraj comes in and past the umpires, when again Smith shuffles across on the off stump and plays it towards the short mid-wicket area. No chance of a run. Australia 45 for 2. India, being 5 wickets down overnight, did well to score 296 this afternoon. They were all out. Top scorers Ajika Rahane 89. Jadeja made a quick 548 yesterday, and we had Shardul Thakur, very well compiled 51. Their batsmen had a couple of lives. They had some luck as well on their side with a few no balls, and India will certainly regret not grabbing the opportunities there.
Yeah. Well, over to you.
Smith comes in, and this one kept low. Sorry, Bear. It kept very low, and Smith watchfully plays it towards mid-wicket area. No chance of run. Go on.
Well, India got. Let's face it. Australia didn't grab their opportunities. They could have had them out for. You know, they could have had a lead of easily 2-6. I mean, if they'd have grabbed that catch off Thakur when he was on 8, there'd have been 7 down, 300 adrift. With Shami, and you saw what it'll end. I mean, for crying out loud, the end guys might get a few runs, but they were never going to last that long.
Indeed. But India with the tail up. Siraj, an excellent spell this evening, and this one's outside the off stump again, keeps low as it comes in. But Smith, equal to the task, goes on the back foot and nicely places it towards the short fine leg area. The batsmen go through for 1. And that's all they got. 16 at the moment of 47, and Smith almost catching up with him. A runner ball 13. These two are known to play long innings. They're known to grind and hang on and pull their team out of difficult situations over the years. They've loved batting for long periods of time. Mohammad Siraj has been certainly the pick of the Indian bowlers, steaming in and has been really troubling both batsmen on both sides as he comes in, bowling his 5th over. Wide of the crease, shortish delivery, climbs on him a bit, but Marcus Labuschagne equal to the task on the back foot, plays it back to the bowler.
One thing
it's always struck me as slightly amusing that Smith is always said to love batting. I don't know a batsman who doesn't love batting.
Well, exactly. That's what you're there for, isn't it?
Yeah.
What do you think will be a good sort of a fighting score here, Bear?
Well, that's what I mean. I mean, Australia would just need to get 200.
Yes.
And they're well ahead of the game. India have got to somehow roll them for 120.
And the next one from Siraj again. Good pace, 85 miles per hour. And Manas on the front foot defence. And that's the end of Siraj's 6th over. Over number 18 gone. Australia 46 for 2. Lead by 219. Messi, what have you got?
Farong very kindly gives us the Thames tidal height differences, showing that it'll be low tide tonight at 10:42. Low tide tomorrow morning at 10:42, and high tide at 3 o'clock tomorrow, which will be 4.8 meters high. So obviously,
a lot of water to evaporate.
It's the maximum swing. Yeah, huge swing, and it's going to be hot. So the evaporation will probably cause a fog.
As Umesh Yadav begins the next over. This one's at 81 miles per hour. Smith plays on the back foot towards the mid-wicket area. No chance of a run. Indian fans all jubilated here in the pavilion. They are really excited and all the spectators enjoying some ice cream. Surrey County Cricket Club here in the Oval, south of London. Lots of colourful spectators, certainly bringing a bit of colour to the location. This one's outside the off stump, plays into the covers. Smith, no chance of a run, 46 for 2.
He always looks like he's got so much bloody time, Smith.
That's the beauty of it, isn't it?
He is incredible. You have to admire that, even if I hate him so much.
Steve Smith on 13 or 15 balls. Australia lead by 219 runs. Umesh Yadav has picked up the early wicket. Here Usman Kavach again. Smith shuffles, looking to steer this on the onside, but finds the agile Ravindra Jadeja, who picks up, and no chance of run. Do you think India used Jadeja well in this in the Australian first innings?
No, but then Lyon didn't get much of a bowl either. Both of them got a wicket each, something like that. This isn't, this is England. You can't really. I mean, maybe if it gets to day 5, they'll have something to say. But
that ball's outside the off stump on a good length, and the ball climbs up straight to the wicket keeper. No chance of a run. Yes, I mean, having said that, Bear, I mean, does this mean England will be tested not to play in the incoming Moeen Ali? Perhaps go for 4 seamers and Ben Stokes?
I genuinely think that may be the case. I was saying it on day 1 when we were talking about this. I genuinely think that they stuck by Leach because they stick by Leach and they like the idea of having a spinner. But if Leach isn't there and they're having to find a square peg in a round hole, go a minute.
On the off stump, and he plays it into the covers, no chance of a run. Yes, man, go on, yeah.
Then it is an opportunity to go that way and play the 4th seamer. It would allow them to have what I think would be the preferred attack, which would be Broad, Anderson and Ollie Robinson, and then it would allow them to put in Mark Wood if they wanted to in the first test for that extra pace. And Stokes says he's going to bowl. We finally found out what his injury is. It's basically an RSI of his knee, a repetitive strain injury on his knee.
Yadav comes in, bowls one. This one's on a fuller length, and he nudges it towards the short wicket area, and the batsman, good coordination there, good early call. The band, they cross through for a quick single, 47 for 2. Smith on 14, Labuschagne on 16. Australia 47 for 2, lead by 220 runs. Messi, what have we got?
Ravina continues his thankless task of trying to get our pronunciations right. He said, I should have known Colin would get it wrong. It's Yadav and Bharat. Not your bloody English, Yadav and Barat. There you go. Trenchbridge says, I see Khawaja has failed again. The Australians appear to select players not according to how many runs they score, but how good they look on the few occasions that they do. It's called the Sean Marsh effect. Well, I mean, it would have been very hard to leave Khawaja out for this series, given that he's made a hell of a lot of runs in the last 18 months in really trying circumstances, too, some of the time. Leah says Ishant hasn't formally retired from Test, just doesn't get selected anymore. And Warren says it's very hard to get a batter out who is in a coffin and taking an off-stump guard.
Sorry, Messi, Mohammad Siraj. The next one's slightly out on the off-stump length, and Smith again sort of smothers this one towards the leg side, and the batsmen go through for a single. It's amazing how he plays across the line, ball after ball, doesn't he?
Yeah, but if you look at his bottom hand, and his bottom hand is right round. Not in a natural sort of open position. It's very closed off, which means he can just turn the bat with his hand, and then it's in a normal position.
Does he ever play into the covers? I mean, not
Yeah,
the
no, he was doing some glorious cover drives yesterday.
I'm not talking about the booming cover drives. Of course, he does it really well. I'm talking about just the playing into the covers, like like that.
Yeah, he does occasionally, if it's far enough across. But the thing is, his setup is such that he gets so far across that the idea is to work everything into the leg side. If it's close enough to him, he'll work it.
It's almost like you know what you're expecting, right?
Yeah, well, you do, and that's what's so frustrating, isn't it, about him? Because you can have plans and go, but he's got to miss the straight one eventually, and you ping him LBW. But often, if he does miss it, he's actually still outside the bloody line.
It's a bit like Lasit Malinga's Yorkers, right? You know they're going to come in, but you've got no idea how to keep them away. Siraj comes in, shorter delivery, and this one again nicely played into the third man area. There's no third man. The gully has to run across. Shubham Gill. The batsmen take one, they come back for two, and they complete the third as well, do they?
Yeah, they do.
It's stated. Yes, so good running, and this is what these two like to do. Rotate the strike, look for the singles, pinch them here and there, nudge them, and then slowly but surely build on the base that they have created. So good batting there. 51 for 2.
I think with Steve Smith, I mean, we talked, I think in an Ashes previous to this, I still think it's one way to attack him is to, set that leg side field. You have a man almost on the 45, reasonably close. If you have 4 fielders on the leg side, so you have a man on the 45 just behind square, a man around square just maybe in front, a mid-wicket, mid-on, and then you have 2 deep fielders.
Siraj comes in on a shorter length this time, and Smith on the back foot. Yeah, he plays it into the covers this time. It almost hurt me. Into the covers, no chance of a run.
And then you bowl straight. The thing is, he never fucking misses it, does he?
Never misses it. I've never seen him miss a single on a single occasion when I've watched. I'm sure he must have, but not when I've been watching. But Siraj, relentless piece of bowling from him. He's bowled. This is 7th over, steaming in. He's a captain's dream, isn't he? On any wicket, gives his 150%. Oh, this one's on midland leg, and Smith on the back foot plays it back. Well, no chance of a run. Australia lead by 224 runs. Slight slow. Scoring has dropped quite a bit now since in the last 5, 6, 7 overs, or in our session just previous to that as well. Smith was almost a runner ball, but now it's 15 on 22, and Marnus Labuschagne looking to grind in, and he's on 19 or 51. Mohammad Siraj, what is in the mind of these two batsmen for Australia? He comes in. This one's on a middle and off, swinging in. He's bowling those in-swingers, and Marcus Labuschagne is equal to the task. He goes very low, making sure it doesn't duck underneath.
That was Smith. Labuschagne's facing the next ball. That was Smith.
Was it?
Yeah.
Okay, Smith indeed. But it's end of the over. My apologies. So yes, Labuschagne. End of the over. Back to you, Messi, for your.
Farang says Khawaja's last 10 Test innings, 534 runs, 5 scores of under 10, including 2 ducks. Most of the runs scored on subcontinent and Australia. English pitchers may sort him out. So far, 2 innings for 13 runs in this match. Well, yeah, it may well do.
He's only got an average of 18 here, isn't he? So
yeah.
And Warner's isn't much better.
Neymar Butland says, why are Indian fans happy? Do they know something we don't? Well, I got to tell you, Neymar, I experienced here in Perth last year during the World Cup an Indian crowd at the Perth Oval, and they were just happy to be together, quite apart from the cricket. It was a wonderful experience just to be part of it.
Mishadov comes steaming in, bowling his 5th over, and this one's gently played back to the bowler, no chance of a run. Batsman Usman Khawaja caught Bharat, bowled Yadav for 13. David Warner was the first to go, caught Bharat, bowled by Mohammad Siraj for 1. The wickets lost quite early on. Warner was for 2 and Khawaja at 24. So these two have built the innings from 24 onwards. Smith on 15, Marcus Labuschagne on 19. Umesh Yadav comes steaming in, right arm over. This one's on Midland leg again, nicely placed between the square leg and the mid-wicket area, and the batsmen go through for a quick single. I love the way these guys build up their innings back.
Yeah, well, do I love it? No, I don't love it.
Memories of pain past.
Yeah,
Yes.
basically, very much so. I think Indians are either bowling a fraction too. They're not getting the length quite right. They're either bowling a little too short or a little too full. That's too full for me.
This one's on the onside, and he plays it towards the square leg mid-wicket area. Between them, the fielder tries to pick it up, but it goes through him, and the batsmen go through for a quick single.
See, that's too full. It needs to be dragged back a metre or so. But then Siraj seems to bowl a lot, just a little bit too short.
53 for 2. Marcus on strike now. Yadav. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it right.
Yadav.
Yadav. Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
Comes in. Oh, this one's short delivery again. Played it. Manas this time plays towards the short extra cover. No chance of a run. At which point do you think Jadeja should be introduced?
Not. Well, actually, they've got a couple of lefties, haven't they? I mean, a couple of righties. I think he will. I think he'll get more out of the pitch now on day 3 than he was earlier, and that'll encourage him.
I think he should be used at least as a holding bowler, isn't it? So you never know. There might be some cracks in the pitch, some uneven bounds, because he just bowls that darts from time to time as well, doesn't he? Outside the off stump, Manas Labuschagne this time nicely plays it towards the deep cover area. A bit of running to do for the fielder there. Shardul Thakur allows Manas to come back for the second run, and Australia move on to 55 for 2.
Yeah, I don't think he'll come on yet. They might have another round with the seamers. Or, well, actually, having said that, yeah, maybe at the end of this spell, they put him on at one end and then rotate everyone else at the other.
Yeah, I mean, considering the kind of uneven bounce, I think the T-shirt of that gentleman in the background is causing some disruption to the players. I can see the umpire coming down and having a word. I don't know what he can do. Maybe change his T-shirt, no idea. But this one's played back again into the cover area, and there's no chance of a run. And that's the end of another Umesh Yadav over. Australia 55 for 2. He's been asked to move around.
Neymar Butland said when he was talking about do they know something we don't, he says he should have referenced Sean Connery from A Bridge Too Far. Do they know something we don't? And Leah says, does anyone know what happened to Emma Verdi, whose name I don't even remember, to be honest?
He was
Does that ring a bell for you?
spinner.
He was a Surrey's forefront spinner, and they actually brought him into the England squad at one point.
Yeah.
Now I think he's been discharged from Surrey. He's gone into the wilderness.
Was it one decent season, got in the books, and then has floated away.
Absolutely. So Siraj continues the relentless pursuit of another breakthrough.
What are they fucking complaining about? There's a sight screen behind which is white, and the guy's off to mid-on. You can't look. The ball's coming out, and I think this is a bit ridiculous from Smith.
They're disturbed by the
man in the red T-shirt.
T-shirt. This is what the problem is. So they're trying to move the side screen across to facilitate the batsman's request, and Richard Illingworth almost bowing, pleading, and certainly making a request humbly to the spectator there to move.
I would be a bit aggrieved by that if I was a spectator. It's just like, what are you on about? You know, you ask me, I can't sit in the seats I paid for behind the bowler's arm because Steve Smith is worried about me being off at an angle fucking way away from the bloody bowler's hand. I think that's a bit stupid.
Maybe his t-shirt was reflecting or something.
No, it's just red.
It's not even like blood red, it's like a orange.
Yeah, it's not even red like the ball. It's fucking ridiculous, these batsmen sometimes.
Comes in outside the off stump and a bit of an in-swinger. Again, he's looking to break through the defence, and Smith, rock solid defence there on the back foot, plays it away. He's on a mission, isn't it? These two look like they're actually, it's going to take a miracle to get them out.
Yeah.
They're in for the long haul there.
And India need one.
Absolutely. I think this is what they do. They just grind it, make it look roaring, and before you know it, they've got the 30s, 40s, and then they go on. This is what they do.
You're just trying to take a wicket, aren't you, Bennett? You're trying to reverse jinx.
That'd be nice.
Yes, we want to watch some good cricket. I don't support either of the team. I want to watch good cricket. Siraj comes in. This one's, it's middle and off and swinging away towards the leg side, and Smith nicely tucks it away towards the long leg area, and the batsman goes through for a single. I pity the man with the orange-red t-shirt who's now been summoned to move further away from where he is. The security, I can see some security personnel in the background. However, that's a story for another day. Mohammad Siraj bowling his 8th over. I wonder how his body feels like. He's been streaming in right from the beginning of the test here, giving his all.
Well, it still must feel quite cool to him, I'd have thought.
Sorry, Bear, what did you say?
Well, I said I thought it probably feels quite cool to him at sort of 25 degrees.
As Siraj comes in, it's Marcus on strike.
Oh!
A good length. Was it bat first or pad first? Goes on the front foot there. Yeah, I think that was a bit of bat first. They were peeling half-heartedly, almost in anticipation. Good call, but certainly bat first.
Yeah.
Out inside edge onto the pad. Siraj looking more in desperation at the umpire than in anticipation. Manas Labuschagne on 22. Steve Smith on 17. The formidable duo, the backbone of the Australian batting lineup, who have over and over again brought Australia out from difficult situations to a commanding position. As Siraj bowls over pitch, and that was a beautiful looking shot by Manas Labuschagne. He just leans onto that shot, onto the front foot. The body moves beautifully on, and a nice looking cover past the extra cover area. It's boundary. And
Four on the floor, and one more four than the four before. That's what fours are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
Wow.
That's great.
That was a lovely shot. Lent right into it. Bit overpitched.
Absolutely beautiful shot there indeed. Shows his class. Any loose ball, he bounces on the game. Oh, this is a good delivery. It was just on the off stump and sneaking in. And Manas was expecting that to come. He defended it back to the bowler. No chance of a run.
Again, if I'm being a little mean, that's a little bit too full.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah. I don't think, well, Farong says he agrees with the Bear. India have bowled the wrong length on day one, and they're following up here.
Yeah, they just bowled it. It's either or. You need to pick a length, and it's just got to be around about just short of a length. I mean, I know it's the ideal length and all that sort of stuff, but they don't hit it enough. It looks good.
Raj comes in again, shortish delivery.
That's too short, you see.
Goes to the wicketkeeper, no chance of a run. Australia 60 for 2, lead by 233 runs. Messi, have you got anything?
Warren says, I'm predicting a summer full of full of annoyances for Bear.
Yes.
It's versus some Vidas Dance twins. Coincidental, some Vidas Dance is also known as Sydenham's Chores. Sydenham's Korea, Chorea, which is a word I don't know.
No.
I think I think there's a good chance of that, Warren. We'll set up a bingo card on Bears and Alliances. It'd be quite a big one.
Well, you got your wish. This man is going to bowl.
Yes, indeed. My wish has come true. It's
Who's that spinning on the field? Who's that done? Devious balls in my direction. It surely is a dream.
Welcome. Right, Jadeja comes in, and this is a interesting move to bring in Jadeja, and I welcome that. We need something to happen for India to stay in contention. And the first one's played back, no chance of run. Smith on 17 of 27. Jadeja. Can he justify his selection ahead of Ravichandran Ashwin as he comes in? Oh, this one's on the leg stump. And Steve Smith plays it towards the fine leg area. The batsman come back easily for two, as there's a long ground, long sort of a room there to be covered there by the fielder who had to come across. Ishan Kishan, who's substituting for someone. The batsmen take two. Smith on 19. Australia move up to 62 for two. Jadeja bowls. It's a good line and length. Good area there as Steve Smith on the front foot plays it back to the bowler. No chance of a run. Jadeja. A lot of expectations on his shoulder. This one again. Good line and length. No turn there at all, Bear.
No, he was quite flat, doesn't he? Quite fast. Doesn't get
Yeah.
a lot of air. And he's not a big ripper of the ball, really.
He isn't, and this is why Ashwin, with all his different variations, the carom ball, he's got a leg spinner as well now, would have come in handy. But this one's is Jadeja, who we're seeing now, left arm round the wicket. Good line and length, and place it into the covers. No chance of run. I think this is a good ploy to bring him in here because he can tie one end. First over 2 runs, no wicket for Jadeja. Australia 62 for 2. Messi, what have you got?
Well, Twitter's all up to date. Just looking over on YouTube, Jeff Perkins says, "I'm not anti my own jingle, but that one seems to be getting a lot of use at the moment, given how many new ones there are from all concerned." So he's saying share them around, Bear. And Don Diego de City Pants said, "Not too sure if batting first would have helped. The pitch hasn't deteriorated." Well,
yeah,
it sort of hasn't. But the first session was so crucial, it seems to me. And once they were through that, they were on a beautiful batting wicket for the Monday afternoon. The first day's afternoon. And I think it was actually playing at his best during the afternoon and evening sessions on the first day.
Yeah, well, that's my point. And the point is, yes, it might not have changed a lot. There's a little bit of movement here, there, and everywhere. It seems to disappear into the afternoon as it gets hotter. But you get, and that being the point, you get the runs on the board because runs had their own amount of pressure, right? And if India had got 469, it would have been interesting to see how Australia responded.
Right, this is going to be the last over of our session, and we'll be having Bear doing commentary, Colin, and then is it Messi? Are you summarising for?
Yes, yeah.
David's
at a power cut.
Oh no, he's back.
Thakur,
back.
shortish delivery on the back foot goes Marcus Labuschagne and pulls it away handsomely towards the deep square leg area. That was a commanding shot. The best one we've seen in his innings. He's on 30 now. Australia 66 for 2. Welcome to the crease.
Yeah, nice shot. Again, too short.
He was in full control of that, wasn't he?
Yeah.
In absolute full control. So that'll do a world of confidence for him, Bear.
Oh.
Ooh, he didn't know much about that. Was it inside edge there?
Yeah, kept a little bit low, that one.
Low. It's again going to show the uneven bounce in the pitch. as Labuschagne
Dave,
goes
can you keep your screen off until the end of the over, please? Thanks, man.
and off the inside edge on that occasion. So Australia slowly but surely, as we have seen over and over again over the years, how these two have built up, sort of grinding their innings. They're on 31 and 19 respectively, the Fidgeting twins. This time Steve Smith looking a little bit more in control than he was. This one, Thakur on the back foot goes. Steve Smith again lazily plays it towards the deep square leg area, and the batsmen go through for a quick single. 68 for 2. Smith on 19. Manas Labuschagne on 31. The wicket takers Jadhav and Mohammad Siraj for India, and I can feel the innings slowly but surely, the momentum moving towards Australia way back.
Yeah, very much so. India really need a wicket, and they need it like now.
They need right now, and you know these two are before you know it, they'll be 60 and 40.
Yeah.
And then they'll be, whoa! Was that an edge?
No. Nearly.
Late swing. That ball was outside the off stump, viewers, and swinging away. Lord Thakur making the ball dance to his tune, and this one swung late. There looks like there was some edge there. Did they review it?
No, there was no edge. It just swung and beat the edge. It was close. It was close, but no cigar.
Typical English conditions here for you, ladies and gentlemen. If you're listening to a commentary from wherever, a very close call there for Manas Labuschagne. He didn't get bat on that occasion. Labuschagne batting at least a couple of feet away from his crease. Seems comfortable on that. And this one's on the leg stump. On the back foot goes Labuschagne, places it to mid-wicket. No chance of a run. He's looking a lot more assured now, Bear, than he was.
Yeah.
20 minutes ago.
Well, he has faced 64 balls. He should be getting used to it by now.
Indeed. And this is what he does. They start ugly.
Yes, and they continue ugly. They just score.
They continue ugly. However, they retain their wicket. And they accumulate the runs in moderation. Before you know it, they start accelerating, and you're in deep trouble by then.
I know.
It's the miry clay for the Indians at the moment. Slowly but surely losing momentum. This one's outside the off stump and goes toward the wicket with no chance of a run. That's the end of the overs. Australia 68 for 2. They lead at the moment by 241 runs, and that is the end of our session as I give you over to Sujit West.
Yep.
I'll give over to Cole. Leah's next.
And I'll be joined by Cole and Dave. See you later, Bennett. Alright, Dave, you got the power back then?
Yeah.
How long did it go out for?
I was gone for 2 hours.
Jesus.
So I don't have a clue what was going on. I mean, I got a few scores. I'm assuming Warner got done around the wicket.
No, actually.
Oh,
got
geez.
done over the wicket, flashing at one that was too close to him. Got a little thin nick through. Khawaja, how was Khawaja?
Basically the same thing.
Yeah, it was basically the same, similar to what he got in the first innings, really. Caught on a crease, thin nick through at the keeper. Labuschagne forces that one out into the offside, off the back foot, as Jadeja starts another over. There's been a few scares for these two, but not enough. More Labuschagne really than Smith.
Labuschagne got worked over by Siraj.
Yeah, and Smith has looked pretty imperious since he's come in, really. Labuschagne gets 4 to Jadeja and just defends him back to him. No run.
But
Yeah, not a huge amount of... Sorry, go on.
Khawaja's wicket was definitely not anything. It was just him chasing the ball and not getting it.
Yeah. That's driven out to mid-off, and they'll get through for a single. India have got to break through these two.
Not a huge amount of spin there for Jadeja.
No, well, he's not a big spinner of the ball.
No,
he's a bit of a roller. Works fine in India. Don't really need to put that much effort on the balls. Pitch does the work for you. You're not going to get that in England, and there's no footholds, unlike Lyon has to the lefties. That was defended by Smith off the back foot, just turned into the leg side, no run. Oh, Now that's a good shot. Broke his wrist. I thought for a minute he'd been fooled.
Where did you come from?
Well, I thought he broke his wrist really late. It looked like he was actually gave a little bit of air to Deja, but he was equal to it. Was Smith broke the wrist late and just slapped it behind square out to deep point. Umeshadav is fielding and he fields it, and they get back for 2. Next ball, was that Smith? No, that was Labuschagne. Came down. No, it was Smith. Came down the track. To Jadeja, didn't quite get to the pitch of the ball, poked it into the offside, and then quickly scurried back to his crease. No run, ends the over, 72 for 2. Over to you, Cole.
And Twitter, Leah, come on, bowlers. I want to see this pitch watered with the batsman's blood and fertilised by their teeth. Very nice. Very Game of Thrones.
Yes.
Brian Barish, since Twitter is silent, I'll send a pipe up to you to tell you that Liam Plunkett has committed to another season in the Philadelphia, the minor cricket league, which means we'll see the handsome man in cricket grace the local cricket ground a few more times for a few more weeks.
I bet he scares the locals, doesn't he, when he's bowling at them? That's into the pad to Labuschagne. A stacker starts another over. Clip to mid wicket. Ish and Kishan's on the field and there's no run.
I got confused there for a second. I was thinking Liam Tremlett. That's turned
similar.
into a body.
Not this
Who's
similar.
turned into a bodybuilder now.
Yes.
Is he a full-on bodybuilder? Like he's does competitions?
I don't know, but he's massive.
Yeah, I've seen that. He's pretty buff.
He's very buff.
It's testament to guerrilla cricket.
Thacker is in and Labuschagne defends off the back foot into the offside and there's no run. There's another. Oh, I've never seen a scorecard like that before. That's a bit weird.
I don't like it. It's not right.
It isn't. That's really fucking weird.
That's like code or something.
Yeah, exactly.
It's purely overs, which I don't like.
Okay, so each line is an over.
Yeah.
One line is just the over, and that was it. It wasn't like a tally for the batsman.
It's the real like ball by ball. Yeah.
Thacker in again, trying to bowl straight. Hoping Labuschagne will make a mistake or he gets one to nip away and it catches the edge. It goes through to the keeper. But not a lot. You're going to have to say that the Australians got more out of the pitch even with an older ball. Even when it was reasonably hot after lunch, they still managed to get the ball to deviate off the straight. Whereas the Indians don't seem to be able to manage it nearly as much as the Australians.
They have to bend their back, it seems, the Indians to get to do something.
No, the trajectory is not as high as most of them, is it? That's defended by Labuschagne, and there's no run.
Yeah, you got a good mix, I suppose. The Aussies, you got big Cam Green, you got Wee. They got a few smaller bowlers as well. You got Stark. Bowling's pretty small. I mean, relative to.
Well,
Green.
he's not. He bowls from quite a good height. He bowls quite straight.
He does. Yeah, he gets. In fairness to him,
the Indians aren't particularly tall. Cam Green is very tall. Mitchell Stark is tall, but he's slingy as well, and his left arm. And his left arm. It's a different angle, you know.
does a few different things.
That's onto the hip of Labuschagne, who clips it out to deep square leg, gets himself a single. One ball to come in the over, and Smith will take it. He's 23 off 37 now. 33 off 72 for Labuschagne.
Yeah, wasn't there that video? There was that video before the South Africa-Australia series, and they're going through all the South African names. Who's the former Test captain before Bavuma?
Before Bavuma,
Elgar. Elgar. He ran through the list of all the players, and he did Labuschagne.
Yeah, he did the South African.
Yeah. Thacker, last ball of his over. Ooh, that kept a little bit low. If he'd have missed that, which he never does, it's true. But that's what we always think. It would have pinged him right in front of middle stump. But instead he clips it, as he always fucking does, out to deep square leg for a single. And that's the end of the over.
Back on Twitter, messages. Bodybuilder, you say, I win. Great. The Jersey Jingler. Listening on my prep period at school. Here's a bear is on comms. Kick student out of the room to avoid hearing naughty words.
They need to know these things.
I'm sure they already know.
Yeah, they do. If they're like my kids, they've got potty mouths already.
They grew up with it. And that's
Well,
all
they
that's
did.
on Twitter
Yeah,
at the minute.
they do learn from their father, unfortunately. Smith is going to face up to Jadeja, starting his third over. And he just defends the first ball up to mid-on. And there's no run.
He's quite uniform with his pace as Jadeja. I mean, he's quite quick. He's got a really good arm.
Yeah, he does tend to bowl quite flat.
Is he speed too fast?
Yeah, I think so. When it's not in India, but see, I think you can bowl quite flat and fast because the wickets
Yeah,
are quite slow.
it helps
and the
him there.
wickets do a lot anyway, and it
Yeah.
turns and it bounces off, off the same spot in different ways all the time. So Jadeja tosses that up on the legs of Smith. He whips it out to deep square leg. They're going to think about two. They are, because the man's behind square, and they get back for two.
Yeah, so the thing about Ashwin definitely would try different speeds to get different kinds of turn and get a little bit of something out of the pitch.
Yeah, exactly. He's got a lot
yeah.
more variety. I think he'd have been a lot more useful. I just think that they're a batsman light, and that's why they went, edged, foot pushed that by Smith, but it just didn't carry to the slip.
Thereabouts.
It was a bit of a full shot. He didn't know whether to press fully forward or stand on the crease. Got a bit caught in between. Just prodded at it, and he got a nice
just shot.
Yeah, I suppose he got the outside edge, and he was angling the bat, and there was soft hands. It went down just short of Gillett slip, and Moses it's on way down to the boundary for 4 runs.
In the name of God.
That's a little bit slower. No, it wasn't. 60 miles an hour.
Yeah, maybe that's a
Defended by
slower blue
Smith.
delivery.
Well, it's not. He tends to roll around at 58, 60 miles an hour, which is very quick. It's quite flat.
What the?
That's a sweep by Smith, well outside the off stump. He knew no one was up on the 45 though, so it's quite a safe shot as long as he got the bat on it, and he gets back for 2. Smith's not hanging about.
He's already had his runs in this match, so he's just going for it. On Twitter, we've only got messages. Things you expect to hear on Guerrilla Cricket, number 336. If they like my kids, they have a potty mouth already. # sins of the father.
Well, yeah.
I pose a question to you. How do you feel about, and I'm just going to pick Shubman Gill here because it's the only one I've seen so far in this test, slip fielders with massive amounts of tape on their hands?
They tend to, a lot of them do, especially the batsmen, because they've all got dodgy fingers anyway because they get hit so often. I don't have a problem with it really. Never have, unless they're hiding sandpaper in it, of course. That is clipped out to mid wicket, and there is no run.
Did your brain have, how can I work in sandpaper into this?
No, well, no, but that's how he was doing it, wasn't it? I know it was down Thomas' box.
No, it's down his trousers.
But I heard another time that he actually had sandpaper. I mean, that's the one he got caught for, right? But there were rumours.
Oh, this is There
were rumours.
Oh, like a brace of hands.
Yeah. So he had some sort of in his plaster on one of his fingers or something stupid like that. That's short. Not troubling Labuschagne at all, really, as he just lets that through to Barak.
I feel like that's at least a little bit smarter than putting it down the trousers. That was... I mean, how many cameras do you have on you at a ground at any given time?
Well, yeah.
And it was pretty open, pretty overt, shall we say.
Yeah, loads. I mean, even bowlers they're not supposed to have plaster on fingers. That's defended again. Thakur has heads on hands as he's defended that right in front of middle stump. Gets turned a little bit, but no run.
Is he in England, Bancroft? One of the many Australians playing county cricket?
Yeah, I believe he is actually. I think
Kind
Tone was saying the other day that Bancroft's playing somewhere in England. He used to play for Durham, if I remember rightly.
Yeah, remember that.
Thackle is in. Oh, that's a nothing shot from Labuschagne. He goes to cut it, sort of stops, doesn't go through with a shot, just prods at it. Yeah, it just goes over the bat and through to Barat. No run. It's 2 for 2, Australia. I don't know who those two people are we're looking at paintings. They should be vaguely familiar, but they're not. I've been to that long room quite a few times. That's where we do the quiz that we used to do. The wisdom quiz. Bloody expensive pints. And extortionately expensive sausage rolls. That is driven by Labuschagne to cover, and there's no run.
I'm not speaking as a Londoner.
£6 for a fucking sausage roll, mate.
Jesus, what's in it?
Yeah, exactly, £6 for a fucking.
What's in the sausage?
Roll. Nothing.
Don't want to know.
They're quite tasty and they're reasonably sized, but
It'd have to be fucking massive to pay that.
no.
Yeah, it's got to be big sausage. The roll.
And they taste good, but they don't taste £6 good.
How much a pint?
Pints. I don't know, pints are £6, £6-7.
Oh my god.
Jesus.
What?
Getting mugged at the Oval.
Yeah, that's London for you. Thacker is in, and Labuschagne just drops it on the offside and gets himself a single. And we'll retain the strike. No, there's one ball left in the over. No, that was the end of the over, yeah. So he will retain the strike. Is it a drinks break? Looks like they're having a drinks break. Anyone on Twitter? Anyone joining us on social? Or they all go to sleep?
Just a couple. So Farong, scheduled overs remaining 29. Realistically, how many will we get? Depends on how many Jadeja balls. And Leah, it was quite funny when Long got suspicious of Cameron started to sanding very different balls. Yeah, I do vaguely remember it all being all a bit kind of. And then news getting down to Biff sitting in the changing rooms, and all of a sudden there was radio chatter between him and subfielders and all sorts to get it off.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the walkie-talkies. Yeah.
Yeah, it was all a good bit weird. It was
systems are go.
It was someone in the one of the cameramen spotted it, didn't he? It was an operating cameraman, and he sort of reported it to someone, and then.
Apparently South Africa knew about it before. They said they were looking out for it from day one.
Right, okay.
Tip off the cameraman.
Exactly.
It was just like they went on the walkie-talkie. Oh, we've been caught. Hide evidence.
Stop talking to me.
Yeah.
That's when he shoved it down his pants, wasn't it?
That person.
They did that.
What are you talking about?
The Australian authorities went so overboard with that, though. I mean, banning people for a year. I mean, how many teams have cheated doing that? I mean, they've been caught before.
Well, I always look at Michael Atherton, who got caught cheating.
Yeah.
And to this day still says, nope, I didn't do anything wrong.
Yeah, even had loads of dirt in my pocket.
We've got video of you doing it.
Yeah.
No, I never did it. Oh, for God's sake.
Come on.
Pakistan didn't. When was it when?
It's 2006. The Daryl Hare.
Yes, was that ball tampering? They got accused of?
I think he suspected ball tampering, and Inzi wasn't having it. And Inzi was like,
"That's it.
We're walking off the park. Game's over, boys." And then England won the series, I think, maybe.
Yes, it was a forfeited test, wasn't it?
For a minute, I thought it was the one that was it Shoaib Afridi that bit the ball.
Yeah, he bit the ball.
That was madness.
And he also did a little pirouette.
Oh, the dancing.
Afridi's he's a madman as a Afridi. I'd say he's great in a night out.
Yeah.
If you could get him on a night out, I'd say it'd be pretty good. Don't know what he'll do.
Apparently, Shoaib Akhtar is quite good for a night out. He's still.
I ate a cricket ball. just 'cause I am greedy. I wasn't cheating at all, 'cause I am Shahid Afridi.
Yeah, you see?
Very good, very good. Got it
Love
in,
it.
got it in.
And I think we've got another one, Chomp. So what's this one?
Chomp chomp on the love that you give me. Chomp chomp. Oh, and it tastes so heavenly. Chomp chomp. Where'd you come up with these recipes? Chomp chomp. Flavors like this are a rarity.
Hold on, we also got this one. As we're having a drinks break, I'm sure it's still in here. It is. This is a classic. South Park, but what the fuck?
Say everybody haven't seen my balls, they're big and salty and brown. If you ever need a quick pick me up, just stick my balls in your mouth.
There you go.
Quite rich territory.
Yeah, it was. And he also did a pirouette, didn't he?
Yeah,
On a length
I remember that the Afridi one. I think, yeah, it was like a suspected bomb or gas explosion in the stadium. The place was evacuated, and then he thought it was a great time to do a little pirouette on the pitch.
Yeah, right on a length.
Oh, no one had seen him.
Yeah, but they all caught him on camera. There was Faf du Plessis. Oh, that was a real ball. Sorry, they're back. Jadeja just defended it at the offside, and there's no run.
Yeah, Faf was a sweets, was it?
Yeah, Faf was sweet.
Yeah.
England got accused of that, didn't they? The mints at times.
Jelly beans, was it? No, that was
yeah, it was, and it was a weird one. It was
jelly beans in the pitch.
Jelly beans. I never knew what that really was supposed to do. That was defended back to the goal, and there's no one. They were chopping them on the pitch, weren't they, or something?
It was in reply. So
that's defended back down the track again. No run.
So England got accused of doing the similar, having sweets and ball tampering with it. So they decided to take jelly babies or jelly beans onto the next game and throw them about to basically take a piss.
Okay, right. Driven by Labuschagne out into the deep on the offside. They'll get themselves a single. There's a sweeper out there. Smith will be back on strike. It's all gone a bit flat for India. Not a lot in the pitch. There looks to be a few cracks there though. Not getting nearly as much movement as we said as the Australians earlier. Jadeja is, well, he's bowling flat and quick, but there's not a lot of turn. There's not a lot of difference in flight. Not really troubling the batsman at all. They think about a third. They don't go for it. They stick at 2. And Australia's lead is now to 259. And as you see, Nathan Lyon, totally different. A little bit slower, a lot more loop. He actually, because he's bowling at a load of lefties, he's got something to work at outside the off stump, all the right hand's footmarks. Yeah, it's a bit full. And Smith just defends it out to mid wicket to end the over, and there is no run. 8-6 for 2.
Over on Twitter, Leah, this is what I get for around £5 here in Hanover, and that's one of the more expensive donor options, and it's a massive plate of some sort of donor arrangement. The Jersey Jingler, without the benefit of a new ball, do these Indian bowlers look a little ordinary?
Well, funny enough, Australia we managed to get still movement with an older ball. It's just India are not seeming to manage it.
And the Naked Fun Porn Bot, £6 for the Son of God. What a bargain! And then puts a picture of a sausage roll in the Birth of Christ.
Labuschagne is going to face up. Thacker is continuing. Keeps a little low, an exaggerated plunge at it by Labuschagne. Bends it back to the bowler, and there is no run.
He's doing okay, Takuri. He's getting balls to jump. He's getting balls to stay low. Seems to be making some things happen. Maybe not enough.
Got to break this partnership. We've got to break this partnership and get through Head, who scored runs in the first innings, and then hope that they can keep whoever is left at the other end quiet enough while they take the wickets at the other. And then actually, I suppose Carey is.
And Green.
I always fucking forget Green, of course, yeah. So actually, they need a lot more luck than just that. They need 3 or 4 reasonably quick wickets to have any hope.
And I'm sure the bowlers will contribute a 50 combined as well.
Yeah, very likely. Thacker is in, and the thing is, the head goes down once you know the game's gone, almost. Just defend out on the offside and there's no run. I imagine when they've got the first 2 wickets, they were really pumped and thought, right, let's try and make the breakthrough, and then these 2 fucking come out and kill any hope you have.
It's just that moment where it kind of goes away. It's probably, this is it. And then even if you get the wicket, head comes in, head smashes a few, say, in the first 2 overs, then that's it, really.
Yep.
It's kind of when it becomes curtains. But who is your wicket taker? Who's going to be your partnership breaker? I don't really know. Maybe
Siraj looks most likely, doesn't he? Yeah.
Yeah, get him in.
Defended up to mid on, there's no run. Well, he's just bowled a spell of about 7 overs before.
Yeah, he can't go straight back.
He can't go straight back on. You know, he's got to have a break now. That's why the Thacker, and probably go back to Shami. Hasn't bowled for a little while. He's probably next on off the rank, and then maybe back to Siraj. And you have to hope that Jadeja can keep it really tight at one end.
He's not really keeping it tight either. He's going at about 4, maybe just under 4.
Well, no, he's not. There's nothing to work for him in the wicket. And you get good batsmen that'll eventually find a scoring shot. That's down the leg side.
Ooh.
I thought for a minute there was going to be a bit of a strangle, but no, Labuschagne misses it. Through to Bharat, and there's no run.
That's one of those desperate ones where you kind of just pray you just got a bit of something on it just to turn the game.
Wasn't too far away. A little strangle. There's an appeal from the bowler. Oh, is it time for change? It was nearly a time for change. I know I'm staying here. You're joining me. Once again, you've got on for 4 sessions in a row at the end of the day.
I think I'm on as well.
Defended up to mid on. It's actually it's non Hayden. And there's no run. But I will have to go and relieve myself.
Dave, Tony, and Bear.
Have a wee first.
Yes.
What can is that? What have we got?
What here? Doom bar.
Yeah. Oh, I thought it was a Dutch goal for a second.
No. It's a Doom bar. So I think Fred. I don't know. I've never really had Doom bar before. It's all right. Fred brought them in. Fred's not really much of a drinker, so you never know quite what he's bringing in. But I'm always grateful for free beer, as long as it's not alcohol free. Let's go. Oh, now that's hit him in the nads, I believe. The way he's
do you have a jingle for that?
Well, I could play that last one I just played.
Say, everybody haven't seen my balls, they're big and salty and brown. If you ever need a quick pick me up, just stick my balls in your mouth.
As you're going to
You're not a
Twitter.
South Park man then, Tony.
Whoosh.
Wrong. The amount of overs that will be bowled will have an influence on the GPL, i.e. how many runs will Australia score, question mark.
What did we work it out? It was 141 or something, wasn't it?
Hang
to
on.
add on.
I have it carefully written down here. T, it was 168 was what we said.
Yeah, that was a really bad thing to take, because we didn't know actually what the score was at T. We want to know how many runs Australia scored this morning, or before they were out. India, sorry, before they were out. I think it was 141, wasn't it? Down the track on Smith, he skewed that up in the air. Please someone catch it! Please someone catch it! They fucking caught it! Get in! Jadeja takes a wicket. That's thrown away by Smith. What is he playing at? It's either that or very good bowling by Jadeja. He did push it out a little bit wider. Maybe he held it back a bit because he bowled so quick. And Smith came down the track, tried to smear it over the top, was miles away from the bat. Because it was shoved out wider, it did actually go a bit, and he was massively reaching for it. Was never anywhere near it. He skewed it up in the air. I think it's Thacker, Shadul Thacker, just the man who caught it. And India desperately needed that. The pig has gone, and he can. You know what he can do?
Fuck off! Just fuck off!
It's a good catch considering.
He
had to go a bit.
He did well to catch it. Kind of took it very close to the ground as well. It's not really. You'd want to be taking those very high catches.
But you couldn't let that go once it had gone all the way up there. You got to get someone to catch it. And wow, something has happened. That's quite unpiggy-like, really, to throw it
I think
away.
he just want to get on with it.
Yeah.
Rings in head.
It
I'll go on
does.
to Twitter. Evening, early morning, Gorilla. Why on earth do the beer cups around the ground have a stupid handle? Is it insinuating that all beer drinkers will end up childlike state needing to learn how to hold the cup in one hand?
I don't know, but they charge you for them too.
What?
Yeah.
Jesus.
So you basically, the first beer you buy, you spend an extra on a deposit on the glass.
I see.
And then every time you go back, and then eventually, I think it's £1 for the glass or something. So you take it back, and so your next beer never costs you any more. And at the end of the day, you're supposed to take your thing. I think Grubby has a story where his kids gleefully went around at the end of a T20 collecting glasses. People couldn't be asked to take back and got about 20 quid or something. So the next man in is...
It's just a sweet driver's head. A sweet driver's head. From transdimensional driver's head.
And he will face Jadeja. He might get something from over the wicket into the rough. Oh, there you go. Bit of turn in. They got a short leg in. Shape of Vajara's there. This is where his pace might help him and get it to come in sharpish. I don't know what the pig was thinking there. But India were cock a hoop, and so they should be. They were struggling to find where they were going to win it from, and they've actually just been handed it by Smith. Jadeja again into the rough. Attempted sweep by Travis Head. Misses it completely. Comes off his pad, but he's miles outside the line.
Didn't stop first slip appealing.
Yeah, yeah. And they go through for a leg by.
232 is the run scored at the moment.
Okie dokie. But how many runs did India get? That's the important thing, because it's always easier to add.
Well, I've done that. They got 145 today. Started off at 151, ended up at 196. Gives you 145.
Okay.
Add the Aussie score to 145.
Yeah, that's cool. As long as you remember the 145 though, because obviously the Australian score always changes.
I think you'll find the Bishop Does Maths is perhaps
it's not so bad.
A bit more robust and reliable than other math services.
Defended into the offside and there's no run. And quite happy that Smith has done that. Labuschagne defends into the onside and there is no run. Actually, it was quite clever actually by Jadeja, because he wasn't getting anything off the straight, and he might have seen him coming early and he threw it out wide, made him reach.
Yeah, that was really wide.
Yeah, it was really wide. He really threw it wide. It's a good tactic as a lefty. Last ball is defended into the offside, and there's no run with your change. Dave, you're going to take over commentary. I'm going to just go to summary, and Tone's going to join us, and he's going to give us the tweets.
I am indeed.
Not Fred is next.
Okay. See you later, Colin.
Bye, folks.
See ya.
Not Fred said, my beer selection is usually based on what's on special offer. So there you go.
See, that's kind of what I knew, Fred.
Straight eights it is then. Brian Barish, I want to hear Anna Forsyth's Tingly Balls one. Give me what I want. Oh, there was a Tingly Balls one, I remember that. Rich Turner, that piggy dismissal commentary from the Bear needs to be clipped up as a jingle. Well, yeah, he probably will. He won't need twice asking. Except it does involve work, so who knows. Leah says, Smith is pretty good approximation of what pigs would look like if they were rodents. Oh, that's a little harsh.
Bloody hell.
Brian, the wonderful Brian, the wonderfully generous Brian says, head sweeping early on. Is this tactic to bat Jadeja out of the attack? Ah, well, that'll be interesting.
We have a change in the bowling. We've got Mohammad Siraj coming on to throw his arm over.
I would get up and jingle it. No, wait until the end of when the Bear returns. We just tell him to do it then.
We'll jingle him up at some point. But Mohammad Siraj, 1 for 24 from his 8 overs. He's bowled quite well. I'm informed. I missed a bit with a power cut, but we're back, thankfully. He's bowling 2 head. He's just faced 2 deliveries, yet to get off the mark. 87 for 3, leading by 260. So very much in the ascendancy, the Australians at the moment. But they got the wicket that they just so desperately needed, courtesy of Ravinder Jadeja. Siraj in over the wicket. Just a bit short. Didn't really get up though, but needless to say, had Head jumping up but then rushing to get his bat down, which he managed to do, so it's blocked for no run.
Cool. Is this Siraj back on? Was that what you asked
Yep.
me? All right. I can play him a jingle. Should you so like? It goes like this.
When you gotta fight your way from the streets, gotta find a way to land in your food. There's only one man who could save us now. It's Mama Siraj.
So he's already bowled 8, and now I suppose not after a very long break. He's back to do the business. He's been called upon again to get something. 'Cause that's what India need right at this moment. Him and Jadeja. Man has come in at short leg with the lid on for Travis Head. Siraj over the wicket. That is short, and Head has a pull. Gets enough on it. Didn't look too convincing, but it goes out to deep square leg and they run back for 2. So that's definitely going to be a tactic now. They're definitely going to try out Head with the short ball.
Yeah, it wasn't that effective. Well, actually, early on in his innings, didn't he? Spewed up a couple. That
Ooh, yeah, geez, look at that. Just gets a bit cramped or something. He likes it outside off stump, they know that. So just keep it just at the armpit, maybe at the head of Travis Head.
Yeah, scon him.
Siraj in again. Oh, yeah, this is... We know what they're going to do, but they pinch a single to square leg, and they run through successfully, which brings Labuschagne on to strike. 35 off 91.
But again, I don't think they have people in the right place. The guy at square legs...
catchers in the leg side.
Yeah, I think they need someone a little bit closer in at square leg. Got to take that chance, because he tended to pop it up a little bit.
Yeah, he's going to play it in
He didn't get
the
clean contact, and it didn't go far enough to that guy who's sort of
a
little bit back at square leg. It's fine. If he gets a top edge and it's full, then you've got the guy back on the boundary. But the guy in the in-between position, I think, needs to be a bit closer.
Siraj coming into the right-handed Labuschagne. Ooh, he's just almost strangled into the leg side, and Bharat has a... Well, it's not quite an appeal.
Must have come off the pads.
Expresses his interest. Siraj, though, has no interest in it whatsoever. Just having a look there. Marnus had a little look around, though. Tends to be a bit of a giveaway. Or at least he thought that maybe they might appeal for it. Siraj's hair looking particularly fine. I think that has to be...
Very lustrous and thick, his hair.
Yeah, very thick head of hair does Siraj have. Luscious. And he bowls in again to Labuschagne. Just has Labuschagne on the back foot, going in just over off peg. We're just having a look now. Nothing on ultra edge. Yeah. Ooh. Yeah, worst thing would have been if they'd reviewed that.
They've been quite good though, the reviews. As I said earlier, I'd have reviewed a couple of the LBWs earlier, but I don't think they even got through all their reviews in the end.
Yeah,
they got
been any turkeys.
They got one overturned on Carey, didn't they? On the reverse sweep.
Siraj, and we can see Labuschagne is batting quite a bit outside his crease to counteract any movement from Siraj, who is in, and that is outside off stump. It doesn't get up that much, so it just kind of died a bit. It wasn't very short, but didn't have a good amount to carry, and that is the over 90-3 after 32 overs.
Right, Bess, over on YouTube, Lockie the Sixth says, rather entertainingly, all the woodland creatures scatter in great alarm. The ground shakes thump, thump, thump as the unrelieved bear enters their realm, grinning like a maniac at the dismissal of Piggy. There you go.
Well,
it's probably about right.
I do get the most animated you'll find me when wickets fall against Australia, really. This summer, for those of you not used to what happens when we play an Australia series, normally it's quite calm. Play teams, lose to teams, beat teams, get upset about England players, but Australia's kind of different.
Well, yep. Not Fred. Hang on. A very sensible choice is what Messi Jez is saying about it's just a vehicle for bear to digest alcohol. Not Fred says, truth is I have no idea what any of the stuff tastes like, which is what he's agreeing with you. Leah says there apparently are 3 visiting batsmen with 3 consecutive 50 scores at the Oval: Bradman, Border and our Lord and Saviour Shardul Thakur.
Jadeja continues. Sorry, left arm over to Travis Head, and that is cut away very late, but it's cut off. No runs to be had.
Yeah, he's only played 2 innings here, though, isn't he? 50 in
And
both, I
again,
suppose.
it's a good bit fuller. Same line, kind of very far outside that off stump into the rough. Jadeja trying to make him play. So Fred will just buy any beer. He doesn't know what it tastes like.
That's because he doesn't drink the stuff.
Come on. Very wide outside, and that bounces up a bit. It gets Jadeja smiling. He's interested. Getting into that rough. This is his time to shine. He's firing it in. Ooh. I think I was just a frame behind on that one.
He flashed a drive it. It went between bat and pad. Somehow it missed the stumps.
Here we go. I'm seeing it now.
Did he get inside edge on that? His foot never lifted, so it can't be stumped because Jadeja's appealing for that.
Yeah, that's what they were appealing for. It's more so resetting the stumps, I think. Jadeja just making things happen. Bowling again to Travis Head. Has a drive at it, but just can't really get anything on it. Travis?
He's looking a bit discombobulated, isn't he, Travis, at the moment?
Yeah, he's not looking fluent. I mean, if you mix it up, 1 delivery left in the over. Jadeja comes in again, firing into that rough. He just misses it. Did he have a little flirt at that?
He had a little flirt that got pulled from the shot, I think, but could have quite easily got an edge on it.
And that is the over, 90 for 3 after 33 overs.
We're all up to date on tweets and indeed YouTube at the moment.
Bloody
Getting
hell.
some. Sorry, Bear.
I said, bloody hell, where are you all? It's getting
Come
a little
on.
exciting now. We need a couple of wickets and it gets really exciting. Lead of 263. India got to still believe that they can get them for less than 350 lead.
It's by no means gone.
And then if they come out and they're aggressive and they can get on top of the Australian bowlers, that's how England have chased down the scores in the Stokey Cullum era.
Mm-hmm.
You've got to put the pressure back onto the bowlers.
Although, as people have been very quick to point out, they haven't faced an attack quite like Australia's in doing that, which is true.
But having said that, to counteract that argument after this ball,
Siraj in to Labuschagne.
How many times has Labuschagne been down on his knees in this innings?
What was that about?
Well, it kept very low, and somehow he managed to. I thought that missed his bat and gone onto his pads, but there'd have been an almighty appeal if he had. Because it'd have been plumb in front.
Some smiles around from Marnus and Virat. Virat perhaps not looking forward to batting. Let's just see. Yeah, I kept very, very low. Played it off the back foot. Ended up down on his knees. Not really sure why. Maybe just got overbalanced. At least didn't hit his balls. We got Siraj in again. And that is... Yeah, plays it... Ooh, yeah, he just kind of hit and run. Virat had a fling at the stumps. Or was it... No, that was Akhtar, the sub-fielder. So that was very smartly done by Labuschagne. Gets off strike. Brings Head on to strike to face Siraj.
Yeah. He went through. He committed to it, Head, and he was still quite close. Yeah, you say that about Bazball, right? But we faced New Zealand twice, Pakistan. Who else have we faced? South Africa, they got a bad attack.
India once. New Zealand, of course. 3 or 5 times, is it? 2 in New Zealand. Was it 3 or 2 over here?
Yeah, one or the other. And every time we face an attack, it's like, can you do it here? Can they do it there? I mean, is it true?
Ireland, of course.
Ireland, of course.
Yeah,
but, I mean, they're the next attack to do it. There's only 2 attacks we haven't really done it against. And that is Australia and India, who happen to be the two top teams in the world. So yeah, maybe it will.
Well, they
make a
did it
difference.
against India once, because don't forget they played
Yeah.
that one-off test, which was the finishing off the previous.
It was, yeah.
Tour.
Oh,
Siraj
edge!
in.
Now
That
that's
is
a top
short,
edge.
and that is played up
oh,
in the
he's
air.
got it over.
Ooh. Yeah, it just goes back to those field placements. So it's gone for 6, I believe.
Sorry, I forgot for a minute there. It's all the way, isn't it? 6. Got a bit overexcited there because he top edged it finally, but he managed to get enough of a top edge on it. They went all the way.
2 men, 3 men out, but no one could get near it because it was gone for 6.
And it was a massive.
And it was a no ball as well, so it's gone for 7.
Massive no ball.
Slow motion replays of Siraj. You can see his barnet flying in the air.
You were over the line. That's a foul.
Yeah, it bounced. It bounced the other side of the.
Oh yeah, there we go. There we go. Yeah.
It's definitely 6.
Yeah. Smashes into the boards on the side.
6 no balls. That's not what I need.
Bloody hell, Siraj. It's going to be short though. We know what he's going to do to head. Siraj in again. And that is short, just on and off stump line, but it still had head jumping out of the way, swaying out of the way. He doesn't look very comfortable now. How big was that?
You know what? That's a bit dumber than fielder down there. Why? If he was on the fence, because that he just dropped over the line. If he'd have been on the fence, that would have been a catch.
He would have had a chance
think,
anyway.
Yeah, and that's why Siraj, I think, is a little upset. What's he doing in from the fucking fence?
Who's
You're down,
the
there
field?
for you're down there for the catch. Start on the fence.
I think that's Ishan Kishan down, the
No,
subfielder.
it's Shubman Gill, isn't it?
Oh, it's Subman. Yeah. Get back on the line. Siraj comes in again. Bowls it in shorter. Not as short this time, so head gets around to it and just taps it away down to that fine leg fielder who's now very much on the line after he's been accosted by the bowler.
Yeah, Siraj wasn't happy.
Nah, you wouldn't be.
Nah.
That brings Labuschagne onto strike. So he's got 36 off 96. Head's got 10 off 14. So he's kind of gotten along with his work. Australia 99 for 3. Yeah, they just got to be careful here just to keep it tight, because otherwise Head could just push the game along and push it away from India.
Yes. That's what they can't afford. It can be expensive, the short pitch line, that's the thing.
Yeah. Siraj comes in to the right-handed Labuschagne. That is very short, and it goes straight over Bharat's head. Bharat couldn't get a glove to it, and it goes for 4.
Is it going to be 4 wides? Is it going to be 5 wides?
5
no,
wides.
It's just no, it's ball. It's just buys.
Ah, yeah.
Let's play this one. What's this one?
4.
Yeah, it's way too short.
Yeah, it was a bit needless. I don't know why he's flinging it in against Labuschagne. It obviously makes sense against Travis Head, but perhaps it was just repeating the same plan with the wrong batter in mind. Because he's got a few to stay low to Labuschagne, so he'd be doing better not to go that short. Dig it in. That is just back of a length on off stump, and it's blocked by Labuschagne. 82 miles an hour from Mohammad Siraj. And that is the over. 103 for 3. Australia leading by 276.
Brian001 says, has Bear saved any of that Aussie beer I sent for the Ashes, or is more needed? Hold on, I think I answered my own question.
Yes.
There is more beer required. Yes.
Of course you answered your own question.
GC Radio, Naked Fun, Pornbot says, entice me with your talk of GPL. There we go. I think he liked the maths chat. That's probably what did it.
Yeah, so what is it now? It's 248 at the moment.
Messages. Some might say that the only time in the past year that England has faced the attack comparable to Australia's was when they got thumped by South Africa before they inexplicably changed their selections. Yes, South Africa did bowl particularly well in that test, I do recall. Didn't Mark Jansen take a few?
Yeah, Mark Jansen.
Yeah, he did. He did.
But I mean, playing baseball, you're always going to. I mean, as pointed out at the time, you know, if you're playing baseball, much like the ODI side, you're going to fuck up horribly every once in a while, and it's going to look ugly.
Jadeja in again to Travis Head. Jadeja bowling over the wicket, firing into that rough.
But if you believe the process, and you believe that it's a winning process, then you get 11 wins out of 13 with a couple of horrible. Well, and one of them wasn't a horrible defeat either.
Into the rough again. Head tries to have a smash at it, but can't make any sort of connection because the ball seems to be doing all sorts of bits outside the rough.
No, he
Or
did
into
make
the
a
rough.
connection, but he was reaching for it way outside of his
Yeah,
off
yeah.
stump.
Oh, now there's no shot
LBW
offered
shade
there.
just outside the line. Wasn't playing a shot. Kettleborough was not interested at all. Just have a look now.
Nah, it's not
And
coming back on that one. Yeah.
Kicked off, big puff of dust. Jadeja.
Oh!
That was almost Warren-like. Warren
Wow.
to Andrew Strace. If you can picture that in your mind, you can
To Gassing,
imagine.
you mean, but I know the one you mean.
Yeah, I meant more the 2005 one, but
Oh, right.
oh, he nearly left that onto his stumps. Did Travis Head, giving him a lot to think about.
Well, it's certainly a lot to think about, isn't it? Because if you leave one of those that hits your pads, it's going to be an almighty appeal.
Yeah, you're fucked. Jadeja in again. Gets it into that rough, and he plays a back foot drive. He hit that quite well, and he gets a single. He'll be glad to be off strike, at least for this one delivery. The right-handed Labuschagne onto strike. Yeah, he's just making the ball talk us, Jadeja, just getting a little bit extra.
Yeah, he's getting out of the rough. It's bowling, using that rough nicely.
Ashwin listening to some sort of earpiece, perhaps listening to Gorilla Cricket.
Be nice to think he was.
We could always do the old give us a wave if you're listening to Gorilla Cricket. Yeah.
Go on, Ashwin, give us a wave. Somebody else, people are giving us waves anyway. We don't know if they're actually listening to us. But
Now this is interesting. Labuschagne's
Yeah,
gonna
yeah,
come
yeah, yeah. So
over
what-
the
yeah.
wicket, out of the rough to Labuschagne.
yeah,
Not a bad
Jadeja
ploy.
going over the wicket. This could be interesting now. Fired into the rough. I mean, it didn't really. Nothing was really happening when he was going around the wicket to
No.
the right-hander. Let's just have a look at the feel that he has for this now. Jadeja goes into bowl, left arm over. It's on the stumps. It's not quite in the rough. He's got a leg slip, but no short leg, and that is the over. 104 for 3 after 35.
Farong says Bazball at Mirpur would be the real test of this batting method. Pity England didn't play a test against the Tigers a few months ago on the white ball tour. Sad teams will travel to play white ball cricket but don't play a red ball match. The BRU, what's that? It's the Rickshaw Union, isn't it? It's Bangladesh Rickshaw Union. Will be disappointed. Yes, I'm sure they would have been. Quite right too. Let me have a look at YouTube, see if anyone's updated. No. Still the woodland creatures.
Well, the real test is going to be Bazball. There's that Bazball in India next winter.
On some spicy pitches.
Yeah, but
See how they go.
I honestly don't think they can do any worse than they did not playing Bazball. It's just they were fucking hopeless last time. Once the Raging Turners were created, after they got their victory in their first test, it was basically game over. Like rabbits and headlights, with the exception of maybe Rooty. And by the end, his head had gone.
Siraj into head. He hasn't bowled yet. He's just having a good look at his field. I think there's, as the Bears alluded to, perhaps maybe questions about where his fielders are, where his catchers are on the leg side. Siraj is going to bowl. He bowls it short. Head jumps and just pats it down almost to short leg, but doesn't get enough on it. No run.
As we watch Smith in the first innings hitting Jadeja and then getting out. It was just that little bit wider, wasn't it?
It's really ugly, isn't it?
Yeah, it is really ugly. He is an
Gets
ugly.
hard.
He's
Every rewatch, it gets worse.
He's an ugly but effective cricketer. That's Steve Smith.
That's it. Yeah. Siraj in again. This time, well, it is short, like all the previous deliveries. That goes way outside the leg stump, and he ducks out the way of his head.
So he's got really
I'd like to see one full one. I'd like to see a Yorker
Yes.
just to try him out now.
We always say that the bluff, the double bluff, the single bluff. Who knows?
Triple bluff. Throw it in. Do it. 141 kilometers per hour from Mohammed Siraj, 87.9 miles per hour. Fastest delivery of the session. Siraj in again. Oh, he pulls out. Just having an extra think about what he's going to do.
What?
Well, just where are we in this over? I'll do it after this ball from Siraj.
Siraj comes in again. Bowls it short, and he is almost strangled in the leg side. Well, not really, almost. Don't think there was much of a chance.
Although Pajara seems to be putting his hands up very fairly. Go on then.
Farong's just sent a picture of a scorpion.
Ooh.
Quite a big one too. He says, anyone need a scorpion? Cheeky bugger just turned up. Probably wants a shot of my rum.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that's what I thought. They can be
Is it a
deadly.
killer?
Oh, they're deadly, aren't they, scorpions?
Well, some of them are, some of them aren't, obviously.
Yeah, some of them are just really annoying. Where is the scorpion, pray tell?
It's
in Thailand
going to
now,
be
isn't
in Thailand, I think, at the moment.
Oh,
yeah.
jeez.
So
I'd say
it
that's
could
not
be,
good.
yeah, it sounds like it could be poisonous.
Yeah.
Brian 001, Friday afternoon beer, watching cricket, excellent. What could be better? Oh yes, 5-0 to Australia starting next week.
Oh,
that was short again from Siraj, just over the off stump line, and the head has a little flirt. He was going to try and help it on its way, perhaps for 4 or 6 over at the slip cordon, and doesn't make any contact.
he was just trying to uppercut it one day style. He missed it.
Yeah, see, he hasn't really, he hasn't got that away yet this inning, so it could be a good tactic just aside off stump, just to try him out.
Try and make him make a mistake. He's certainly not as fluent as he was in the first innings, eh?
Give him one and then see. Siraj continues to head. He can't quite get off strike. Just a little bit of pressure building. 4 dots in a row now. Short ball, and he plays that through. Well, it's covered by the fine leg fielder. He makes it around just for the single. So he'll be quite relieved to be at the other end, but brings Labuschagne to strike. 36 of 99 for him.
Yeah, again, it seems they've got the field a little bit better for him there. They've got a sort
Yeah.
of deeper set short leg and a shorter square leg. They're quite close
Yeah,
together.
you could see them there. Their brains trust were having a bit of a conversation and started over.
They were a little bit staggered at sort of square, sort of reasonably short, well, pretty short and not so short. And then the 2 deep men are either side of those 2, so there's a kind of deep mid wicket and deep backward square / long leg.
Siraj with 1 delivery to Labuschagne to finish this over, the 36th over. He comes in again, right arm over, and that's just an off stump, and it's padded away by Labuschagne, so that is the over.
Leah has also sent us a picture. She says,
is it a scorpion?
No, it's not a scorpion. It says, I liked the raging turners. They raged properly, and you could set the highlight video to creator or something like that. Well, there you go. I'm not quite sure what the picture is.
Well, it's fun watching teams fall apart on raging turners, but the cricket doesn't last very long.
Well, yeah.
No, 2 days, 3 days maybe, if you're lucky.
I mean, the question is going to come up any time from now, really, is how much is enough for Australia? I mean, 278 certainly isn't.
No,
another 150 definitely.
I think they want.
Is.
They've got 2 days left after this. I think they want 5 sessions, maybe 4.5 minimum.
Just bat and bat.
That's slog swept and slog swept. Well,
he's.
Has he dropped that? For
He has.
fuck's sake!
Whoa.
Travis Head has just slapped that straight down deep cow's throat, which was
The bear's not happy.
And you can't let. Has he overrun it?
No, I think he lost it. Is it Umesh? Umesh Yadav.
It is Umesh Yadav. It should have been. It looked like he was just. I think he overran it because didn't he have his hand on it at some point?
He seems to be sort of got something in front of him. Yeah,
no, it just went to him and he just.
He lost it. I think he definitely lost it.
He's a bit in front, though, isn't he? Yeah, he really fluffed that.
Oh, that could have been a huge wicket.
Oh my God, that's terrible.
That was a bad miss.
He really needed that. Go on, Dave.
Head leaves that well alone. Yeah, it's just fired in outside the off stump.
He did slightly run past it, now you mention it.
Oh, jeez.
Watch it.
Is he one of your better fielders?
They've got him.
Oh, they got him. I missed a couple of frames there. Jadeja finally gets his man. Head, it looks like it was fired into the rough and it bowled him, I believe.
No. It's caught and bowled. Drove it back to the bowler.
Ah, there we go.
And, so Uma Shadev hasn't cost them more than 6 runs. Could be a crucial 6 runs at the end of the day.
What? Yeah, you never know. In a final.
Yeah.
Let's have a look.
Mistimed it, didn't he?
Yeah, completely.
Mistimed it. Bumped it straight back to Jadeja, who wasn't going to miss that.
No, he wasn't going to drop that. You've got to do it yourself.
Yeah, exactly. Umesh, fuck off. 111
Why was he?
for 4.
Why was he fielding out there?
They needed someone out of deep cow. Maybe they didn't think it was going to go at deep cow particularly. They were thinking more long on, maybe, or long off.
So head walks off for 18.
Yeah, send him off with a. And now, coming to the crease, I presume it is.
We are the Cameron Green Appreciation Society. God save Mitchell Marsh's brand of all-round variety. We are the Cameron Green Preservation Society. His injuries cause all of us excessive anxiety.
We got Big Cam Green coming in at 6. Not exactly who you'd want coming in. I mean, you got rid of Head. It was pretty good to a left-hander though, because he had that rough to play with. To the right-hander, hasn't been causing too much trouble. I mean, he's tried bowling over the wicket, but still not quite getting it into the rough, causing the same trouble that he did to the left-handed Travis Head.
No, but he might continue bowling over the wicket to the right-handers. You'd have thought.
Yeah, it's definitely the tactic. Definitely what to do right now.
Depends if the width. It depends if the rough's too far outside leg stump to really actually cause trouble, because they can just go back and pad it up, can't they? And that gets really quite dull very quickly. We do a change at the end of this over.
I think Messers, you're going on to ball by ball.
I'm going on to ball by ball. You're
You
summarising. Messers, we're going to take it through the three of us to close.
Jadeja bowls 2 green, and that is driven past Jadeja, and he gets a single. Looks like he is bowling left arm round to green.
Yeah. And he pressed forward. That's he got right forward to that. He's a big lad though, isn't he? So he can get quite far forward.
Big unit. Some very long limbs, some very long arms, some very long legs, so he's no trouble getting to the pitch at those deliveries. But Labuschagne is a bit shorter, now he's facing Jadeja, and he just blocks that to the fielder short in a cover. Under the lid.
285 is tantalising for India here. They can just capitalise.
Jadeja in again, that's blocked again by Labuschagne, so yeah, Australia's tactic surely is to bat. They're 112 for 4 after 37 overs, a lead of 285. What do we have on social?
Well, Message has been informing us about scorpions here. It says...
No?
Well, you could read your own... I'll read it for you, Messrs.
No, you read it.
It says all scorpions possess a venomous sting. Several thousand people die each year from scorpion bites, but this mortality is from 25 species located in North Africa, the Middle East, India, Mexico and parts of South America. No lethal species occur in Australia, to which Guerrilla Cricket, actually by me, said, yes, but what about Thailand?
Well, it's not in any of those areas mentioned, so presumably Thailand, they're not actually deadly.
He did say Asia.
They're bloody uncomfortable, though.
No, he didn't. It doesn't mention Asia specifically. Middle East, India. So, essentially, Farong can just offer it some of his rum and send it scuttling on its way.
You can still get a really nasty sting, though. Fuck.
Share the rum, I think, is the best shape. Share the rum.
Yeah.
Siraj just pulls out of his delivery to.
It's time for
green.
change, Dave.
Yeah, we're due. Yeah.
Time for your date.
Time for your date.
Yeah, gotta run off. Yeah. No end it for me.
Have you got a hot date?
Yeah.
Is
Well,
she
it's
going to be
pretty hot
excited
outside,
by
so
your
yeah,
rundown of
it's
the
a
day's
hot
play?
day. That's it. Yeah. I'll play her the roundup.
So player the bear, celebrating the Smith dismissal. She'll be a cricket fan for
absolutely
the rest of her life.
It was pretty exciting. Cheers, guys.
Cheers, see you later.
Cheers, Dave.
Siraj, is it in outside the off stump through to the keeper? Cameron Green leaves it, and there is no run. And you need 2 more to feel that they're getting somewhere.
Yeah,
I think reasonably quickly.
285 is a big lead.
285. Australia are no doubt favourites, but India have got to say if we can keep them under 350, there's a chance.
Yeah, I'd say 350 is enough. 400 is what Australia would want.
Yes,
minimum.
I would say that, but I think India will think initially when they go out to bat before they lose their first wicket, as that's defended by Cameron Green, back to the bowler and there's no run, that they can chase 350. They've got 2 days.
Indeed.
If they can survive that new ball, maybe counteract. Rohit can do it. Shubman Gill, they just come out the IPL. Don't play it so crazy, but they know they can find gaps and hit balls.
So I want to know how you boys are going, because it's supposed to be 29 in London today, isn't it?
It's quite pleasant.
That's tomorrow.
It feels all very pleasant at the moment. It doesn't. It's a
no,
nice
that's
gentle
tomorrow
breeze.
I'm looking at. Sorry.
It's warm without being oppressively warm. It's all very nice. Beautiful blue sky.
Might get in some shorts for the first time tomorrow.
Yeah, 25 at the Oval right now.
Yeah, that's quite pleasant. That's all right. 25. That's defended.
I think Mickey Arthur's got some spare.
I've got plenty of shorts at home. It's weirdly, last year there were times in April I was in shorts.
We don't want to upset Hendo because I suspect your legs have got more chunk to them as well. A bit like
my legs are quite chunked too.
Yeah, Hendo might be.
I don't do shorts.
Slightly punified in the leg department. He won't be happy.
It's because he doesn't use them very much, really. That's left alone outside the off stump by Suraj through the keeper, and there's no run. He likes being in a sitting position quite a lot, or a horizontal position.
I can relate.
I've somnambulant posture, reclining in a somnambulant posture.
I mean, how else am I going to get my bodybuilding done if I don't sit down a lot?
Wow. Green is going to face up Suraj. 4 dots so far this over. And so he's into bowl. And again, it's outside off stump, but it's too full and too wide, and that's a lovely shot by Cameron Green.
Oh, wow.
Just caresses it through the offside and out to the boundary for 4 runs.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Oh, lovely. Sorry, I'm yawning. It's been a long day.
It's the Doom Bar.
And a couple of Doom Bars, and I've had another one as well, or something else.
I quite like Doom Bar, actually.
Yeah, it sounds kind of familiar, but it's in a can. I think it's probably much better out of a tap.
Yeah, it's a West Country beer, isn't it?
Yeah. That's left alone outside the off stump, and there's no run. And that's the end of the over. Anyone out there? Anybody out there?
Yeah, Farong says, yes, black scorpions in Thailand with a white dot near the tail are deadly. Couldn't be asked giving it a thorough inspection. Other types of scorpions that are eaten over here are a bit crunchy. Yeah, it's quite a popular food in Southeast Asia and China, isn't it?
Yep.
Scorpions?
Yeah, they roast them on
fires. Yeah, they do.
And presumably the heat just destroys the venom, and tasty.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's going to be on the top of my list when I get to Hong Kong, but
apparently if you want to save the world, we're all going to have to start eating insects. Jadeja is bowling to Labuschagne, who defends that to Siddhi off, and there is no run.
There's advantages to being very old.
Yes, true. Jadeja. Oh shit! I thought he'd played and beaten the outside edge, but no. He played it square on the offside, out to man behind point.
Well, Jadeja's certainly looking a lot more threatening this innings than he did in the first.
Hold on, my son is calling me asking if I'm taking him to football. Can you just...
As this one is defended by Labuschagne back towards Jadeja. As Bear makes his footballing arrangements.
In June?
160.
Football
Well,
in June,
that's the
wrong.
next question, but we'll wait to find that out. This one's defended off the back foot, and that nearly snaked through the defences of Marnus Labuschagne. You really wouldn't know that Rohit was captain of this side, because all we tend to see is Virat Kohli, or is Rohit off the field for some reason. Round the wicket comes Jadeja, steered out towards point by Labuschagne. Again, no run. We should have another 20 minutes left today, so they shouldn't quite be in let's see it through to the close mode. I wouldn't have thought. There's a slip, a silly point, and that one beats Labuschagne and is into the glove of KS Bharat.
So we're up to what, 261 for the day so far.
Yes, you can. You just need to take the
add
145
yeah.
and add it to the
And
116.
Our first prediction is 263.
It is indeed.
And then that's me.
Yes.
I'm 263, 273, 283. I've got a chance.
Ooh.
Well, there you go.
Well, major question for you, Bear. What the hell is football happening in June for?
I don't know. It's crazy. Fucking. It's not. There's no matches. It's just practice, and he's still going.
Ah, okay.
He's kind of committed. But yeah, the season finished 2 weeks ago on the Sunday games. But for some reason, our manager's just keeping him training. Next week's the last one, 16th.
Speaking of age, Varong sends a meme which says, "Don't piss off old people. The older we get, the less life in prison is a deterrent."
What? Interesting way of thinking about it. Not sure I fancy it much still, but there we go.
Well, Chammy's going to come into the attack. I could play a jingle for him, couldn't I?
Mohammed Shami.
He sounds a bit like this.
He's coming down fast and moving it too.
He's up to the crease, bowls, a little bit of shape in, straightens. Green leaves it easy enough, no run.
Look out, Mohammed Shami. Mohammed Shami. Mohammed Shami.
Have we tasked Colin Sarder with scouting out the English cricket team when they're playing golf in Scotland this weekend?
Yeah, we did at some point. We said we had that job for him. I think you might have told him that.
Shami into green, who gets spiked behind that and defends it. No run.
I think it'd be an interesting challenge for him.
Do we know what course they're playing at? I presume that's not been told for precisely those reasons.
No.
And presumably they haven't let Johnny Bairstow loose on a golf course again, have they?
Well, you'd
That would
think
be
not.
ridiculous.
Well, it's a team bonding experience, so presumably if you don't play golf, you're not bonding.
Well, yes. They've spread the slips a little bit wider.
They have indeed. Shami is in to green. Straight, he gets right behind that, defends up to mid-off, and there's no run. So we say 145. So 251 we're on at the moment, right?
Mm-hmm.
12 away from Messi.
Oh well, it's always possible.
It is always possible.
It usually is, and never happens.
Yeah.
Well, yes. True of so many things.
Green feeling himself in.
He doesn't have quite the license he had in the first innings, I don't think.
Well, he's got a pretty easy license at 289 ahead. Left alone through the keeper and there's no run. And that's the thing. India have to strike quite quickly one after the other to create the pressure, because even 20 runs from here, suddenly they're over 300. I mean, even at 289, you probably have Australia just as favourites. I mean, it's only in the last year, because England have chased it down a fair few times there. It's become sort of feasible. Although the Oval does have, I mean, isn't the Oval where Butch got England to, they got 300 and something or high 200s to beat Australia in 2000, whenever it was, early 2000s. Shammy is in, left alone through the keeper, and there's no one. Maybe that's 2003, probably, or 202.
I don't remember. As far as Australia's concerned, though, they don't care if they don't score any more runs today, as long as they keep the wickets intact.
Yeah, exactly, and then go for it again tomorrow. Because right now India are feeling they're probably a little bit on top. Strangely, even though they're 289 runs behind. And if, well, do you think it's going to be over tomorrow, or do you think it's going to go to a fifth day?
I think India,
it's touch and go.
I think it will go to the fifth day, definitely.
I think it depends how the pitch seems in the first session.
Yeah, it depends on what. Yeah, if India's lead is around, they don't get much more of a lead, then it could well be over tomorrow. Shammy, or there won't be a lot left to do on Sunday, would be my bet. That's left alone too wide by Shammy to beat the keeper, and that ends his 8th over, number 15. 116 for 4 Australia. Green on 5, Labuschagne on 36. Tone.
Got his, well, it's Messers, but Shammy got his best bowling figures against Australia. He got them in Perth in 2018, 6 for 56.
Ooh, nice.
And he got Head and Khawaja and Nathan Lyon from this current team on that occasion.
Yeah, okay. No, Labuschagne wouldn't be playing then. Go on.
Brian 001's got a constructive idea. He says, if Bear doesn't like beer from a can, Guerrilla Cricket should ensconce themselves in a Wetherspoon pub, broadcast the table number. That way anyone, anywhere in the world could order up beers and food.
Wow.
If only that had been the case at the jet lag.
Yes, that would have been very helpful at the jet lag.
Yeah.
Although actually doing this from a bar is just lethal.
Oh, you were rubbish in the third session of the day. You really
I was
were.
I was gone by then. I became an alcoholic for that summer, I reckon. It was disgraceful.
It was quite funny though.
Yeah, it was quite funny. Yadav is in, and that's a pretty poor ball actually. It's length with not much pace, and easily swatted away by Labuschagne. India probably got away with not getting a 4 off that. It's 2 to him. It'd be nice to get him out as well, wouldn't it? He's been limpet like 38 of 109.
I'd imagine Umesh Yadav feels a lot happier about life, given that the wicket went after about 2 or 3 balls after he made that horrible drop.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you'd just feel every run.
Yes, exactly. Well, he's in, and again, that's not enough pace on that. And that short and wide and punched by Labuschagne. Out to the man in the deep. There's no run.
1 run.
1 run. Sorry. Yeah. So he's saying no run.
I have an interest in them scoring.
Yeah, of course you do. So what do they need? 3. So it's got to end in a 3. It's 5. It's got to be an 8 then, surely. So it's got to be what? 1, 2, 8.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
I mean, the score will be what the score is, whatever the Bear thinks it is.
Yeah, exactly. I'm trying to work out the score that gets Messi up to his 263. I think it's 1.
Yeah, why don't you just pay me out now?
Yeah.
Won't worry about the score.
No way. Green just punches that out to the offside. There is no run. 8 more runs for Messi.
No, there is a run again.
It's a run straight to cover.
Some shorts on display there. Not sure whose legs they are. They're chunky though.
Well, Win Predictor has Australia at 85%, India at 12%, so the draw is 3%.
3%. Wow. I wouldn't have Australia that high. But
really? I would. Yeah, it's not too far away. It's defended on the back foot by Green, back to the bowl, and there's no one. And if you look at the way Australia have batted bowled and the way that India went in the first innings.
If I get too cocky about India's second innings, I just have to think, VVS Laxman,
yes,
Brisbane,
You know, and there is Kohli. I mean, if Rohit gets a flyer at the start as well, it could put pressure right back on Australia. And if Kohli gets in, you know, he could take this away. That's defended in the offside, and there is no run. Oh, there is no run. Jesus, now I'm getting confused, Messi.
Oh dear, it's been a long day.
It has been a long day. I just finished off that zoo as well, so you know, life is sweet. And then I'm going to take my son to football. Larry Shane's faced 112 balls, 39. I don't like the combos they got for the ICC either. That's clipped by Larry Shane to mid-wicket and there's no run.
Do you actually accompany your son into the football or just drop him off?
No, just drop him off.
Yeah, well, I think actually they're all playing D&D, but they just say you're going to football training. So
no, it's definitely football training. He's been doing it for years. I do think it's a bit sadistic to carry it on into June, but there you go. I suppose he's still at school, so it doesn't really matter. That means I have to get out of here pretty sharpish when this ends.
He's laughing at Warren's tweet.
Well, pray do tell. It is the end of the over.
Warren,
I'm not the man.
Oh right.
Warren, in response to Leah's photo of Pleasure to Kill, which is basically a hellish scenario of people getting thrashed by a devil-like figure, says that looks like a group photo of the ECB golfing team-building exercise.
Left alone outside the off stump as Shami starts his 9th over. Green doesn't have a poke at it.
Actually, it's interesting. After Gary was talking about how teams should be required to publish the carbon footprint of their travel to games, England's travel footprint of going all the way to Scotland for a game of golf has got to be fairly substantial, doesn't it?
Yeah, they'll probably all fly, won't they? They couldn't all get the train, of course. But not the modern way. That's why there's no hope for the human race, Messi, let's face it. And we'll be dead before, but I feel sorry for my kids. Oh my word, that one has not got up at all, but it wasn't straight.
They could go by train though. I mean, well done the French.
Well, exactly.
The French have got it right, but they've got a decent train service as well.
Precisely.
The old TGV's fantastic.
Exactly. It's quick, efficient.
I wouldn't want to be on the Flying Scotsman with the English cricket team.
Well, I don't know. They're going to be... No, they're professional sportsmen these days.
Yeah.
They're not going to be completely overdoing it.
There's no embargo branch on the Flying Scotsman then?
Well...
Shami is up to the crease, bowling at green. This time it's a little bit shorter. He gets back and defends it in the offside, and there's no run. Shami's looking a bit innocuous here, I have to say. Do you not think?
Yeah, well, he's certainly got the odd ball earlier on to rise up quite sharply. And Siraj, I thought there was one particular patch, wasn't there? And I think it was bowling from the pavilion end towards the Vauxhall end. And there was one particular spot short of a length that seemed to be really getting the ball to leap up.
And Siraj was
targeting it.
Yeah. Siraj has been a pick of the Indian bowlers for me.
Yeah.
Shami is in, and that's well defended by Cameron Green. Fullish, and around about off stump.
We might now be.
No run.
Let's all play it safe till tomorrow.
It's certainly looking
in
that
approach,
way.
I think.
There's another 2 overs after this one. At least.
Should be all. We just literally watched the clock tick round there.
Yeah, 7 minutes to go. This over. 2 more, I reckon, after this.
Something's made Messi chortle.
Warren again.
2 balls and you can let us know. Shami in again, and once more. Green is leaving everything. So I would... maybe alter the field and try and bowl straight, make him play. You want to try and get another one tonight, and you've got basically 13 balls to do it.
Yep.
And if you're not playing at the ball, you ain't getting nothing.
That's right.
Who's that?
Brian 001 reckons minimum 350 lead for Australia to feel confident.
Yeah.
I think they'll definitely want more than that.
They'll want more than that, but that's it. It's a little bit in a balance now, under 350. That is left alone by Cameron Green. It's through to keeper, and that's the end of the over. No run. A lot of dots.
So Warren says, next instalment of Messages versus the GPL. 6 is needed for Messrs to win. Cameron Green lifts the last ball deep in towards the pavilion, only for it to hit a seagull in mid-flight, stopping the ball from going for 6.
Yeah.
That's probably exactly what will happen, Warren. Yeah.
Well, hits Spider Cam. What happens?
It has done. It did
I'm
do
trying
what
to
it wanted,
remember
didn't
now.
it?
I think it's a dead ball and no
Yeah.
runs scored at all. I think so. I'm not certain.
I remember it hit it once.
Is there a spider cam at the Oval?
Yeah.
I'm not sure there is. I thought Spider Cam had been retired, given
No.
the issues of it being hit.
I'm sure there is one. Although I haven't seen it. I thought there was earlier in the series. Maybe they only have it on certain days. These are replays as we see Warner getting out. And Labuschagne having to wake up to go out to bat. He was having a nice little he was having a nice little nap on his chair, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Yeah, I
pretty
can't
relaxed.
recall shots from a spider cam being shown, I must admit.
Labuschagne defends that into the ground. It just drops out on the offside. There's no run. 39 off 115. Oh, tedious.
Well, yeah. I mean, you don't want to wobble and a collapse and open the door back up. And I think he's sort of taking seriously that particular.
He is taking seriously that particular
role that he's now got.
Yeah, it's just my hatred for him, Tone.
Well, I'm going to hate them if they keep blocking it out and getting no runs. I need another 8 runs.
Yeah, well, there's one of them.
There you
Labuschagne
go.
just defends square on the offside. It goes out in front of the gully and they'll get a single. 1-2-1. 7 runs required for Messages.
Yeah, 7 runs is probably an over and a half. So 7 runs off 9 balls, Messrs.
Yeah.
If it was a T20, it wouldn't be a problem, would it?
No, but in this game, it's not looking likely, is it? Unless there's a spawny 4 somewhere. Which there might be. You never know. That crash by Green earlier was fantastic,
it was a big
wasn't it?
super grab.
Defended by Green. It's not a bad ball by Yadav. But no run, just defended on the offside.
I've got a nasty feeling I'm just going to add to my huge collection of closest to the pin awards.
Yeah. Should have a medal for every one of those. You'd have a whole wall of them, wouldn't you?
Yeah, absolutely.
What of the close but no cigar awards?
Yeah.
Cameron Green is facing up. Yadav comes in. He defends that stoutly as well. Looks very organised, Cameron Green. Proper batsman, isn't he?
Professional GPLing is a hard game.
Well, it is a hard game.
You can't be close. You're either win or you don't.
Yes.
There's no second places.
There's a period a couple of years ago when he was hardly bowling because he was having fitness problems with his back, and he made a shed load of runs in the Sheffield Shield. Something like 4 centuries in 4 matches. Something crazy.
Yeah, he looks very good. Genuine all-rounder, defended up to mid-on. There's no run, and good ones of those are rare. So you want to, keep him fit.
Yeah, well, I mean, very much the equivalent of Stokes when he's fit, in terms of the value, I'd say.
Yeah, I'm just hoping that Stokes can bowl a fair few overs this summer. I don't think he'll have to bowl loads, but there'll be times when he's needed to bowl.
Yeah. Particularly if you haven't got a containing spinner.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, if they only get 26 overs, you can rotate your bowlers, can't you? For 2 sessions, you can get away with that. It's the 3rd session where it becomes tricky.
Farong says I need the odd Crawley or 2.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, just a snick between keeper and the leg slip. So this will be the last over coming up.
It will be the last over coming up, and Shami is going to bowl it, and he's going to bowl it in Labuschagne.
So that will be
6 dots. Oh no! First ball drives
misses.
nicely. Well, he drives it straight to square, straight to point. And he's deep enough. They had to scoot a little bit, but it was always an easy single. That's Cameron Green on strike. I thought he was going to stroke that through the covers for a minute there, and he'd need 2 more of the remainder of the over.
Is that what Messages needs?
He needs 128, so actually we would need 3 more. You need 6 more.
Yeah.
3. Well, hang on. What was it? 3 more? 6 more? What? Which one is it?
He needs 6 more.
6 more. Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Need to be just about every number coming out there.
Yeah. Chamois in. Oh wow! Cameron Green. That's nipped back through between bat and pad, but it's gone over. Probably over about middle stump, I'd have thought. Got nothing on it, and it didn't take the wicket. That's a shame. That was a cracking delivery. It's just nipped back enough. It's gone over middle and leg probably. It's one of those ones that usually everyone goes up for an appeal because they can't believe it's not hit the stumps and it's gone so close to everything that it must have hit something. But in this case, it's nowhere near the bat.
Wow.
Chamois,
By my reckoning,
defended by Cameron Green up to mid-off, no run. Yeah, by your reckoning.
at the end of the day, we will have had 75.4 overs in 6.5 hours of play.
Wow.
That's woeful.
A lot of injuries.
Really.
Fair few
There
injuries.
were, yeah, I mean, probably lost 10 or 15 minutes to various.
Well, I mean, the first 4 overs took
Even
half an
so.
hour because
Yeah.
because Thacker got hit twice. I mean, that's it. They literally did 4 overs in the first half hour of the day, which should have been 6 or 7 at least. You know, there's 3
But
overs.
even so, to be 15 overs short is more than an hour's play.
Yeah, that's shorter. In at the ribs of Green, but he rides it easily enough. Just knocks it down the leg side. There's no run. 2 balls left in a day's play. 6 runs required. Can't see it happening. Unless all of a sudden
can't.
Green decides he's going to belt the last ball of the day over the fence.
Well, a snick over the slips for 6, of course.
Well, there is that. It's a good snick if it goes for 6, though.
Yeah, it is. It'll just land inside the rope.
Yeah. Chamois in. Ooh, wow. That's a... what are we calling it these days?
Vatican slice.
Vatican slice.
The
Down
Crawley
to-
cut.
Yeah, the Crawley cut down to long leg. I don't know how that didn't. It's the stumps driven at by Green. Labuschagne will face the last ball. Well, in these, how can you win this now? You need 5. I suppose you can have a
a 4 off a no ball.
Yeah, 4 off a no ball, or a no ball followed by a 4.
Yeah.
5 wides, no, but then you'd have another ball. I suppose 5 wides and a dot.
Yep.
Plenty of ways that aren't going to happen, but
So it's 6. Oh no, 5.
Chamois in down the leg side. It's not going to be a wide. He didn't got anything on it. It's the end of the day. Labuschagne missed out. There.
Should be the end of the day. Are they walking? Yeah, they do seem to be.
6:02, so it's got to be stumped.
Yeah, it's 6:02. Yep.
So another day of not enough overs. Australia ended on 123 for 4 with a lead of 296, which may well be enough. But India have just got enough of a sniff that if they believe that they can chase 350, and there's certainly going to be enough time left in the game for them to do it if they were to be able to bowl Australia out and keep them to that sort of lead. Which is what they need to go out. They need 6 wickets for 50. You got Labuschagne, who's difficult to shove, and you got Green and Carey as the next 2 batsmen who are capable of getting those runs on their own. They just need a little bit of luck, and the wickets fall. They generally have fallen in the morning, haven't they? First thing in the morning, and
Well, starts of sessions.
Starts of sessions, and particularly first thing in the morning. Most wickets, I think, have gone in the morning sessions. This session has not yielded many at all, I think, throughout the test. There's 5 in the afternoon session. There's only 1 in the first session.
Yeah, it wasn't. That was the one that was
right.
off the second ball, wasn't it? That was KS Barat, and then after that, it was all very quiet.
And then 3 later in the day. So my reasoning was absolute bullshit.
It wasn't spot on. I was just.
Try to sound professional.
I'd let you come to that conclusion on your own without telling you if that's all right. But yeah.
Warren's got a techie question. Are the recordings for the WTC on the regular Gorilla Cricket YouTube channel? Because I'm not seeing them. We don't leave the recordings from YouTube up during the day on, do we, Bear?
Yeah, they usually just get recorded and put in a bat. Yeah, you have to go to lives though, not videos.
Yeah, but
oh, maybe that's it. But what about the legacy? So if you wanted to see the first 2 days,
they're just there somewhere. Should be.
Again, not convincing answer. Well, should we have a quick look?
Yes, they are there under live for day 2 and day 1. Yes, they are there.
Oh right, okay, there's the answer.
Definitely under live, not videos.
Yeah, you can't. None of our videos are under videos. They're all under lives. All our live days, obviously. Yeah. And obviously, if you're a patron, you've got access to the archive anyway.
And of course, the other thing that is up there are the Gorilla Roundups, which I'll be doing with Colin again this evening.
Oh, right.
And that should be up in a little over an hour.
More wicket-keeping chat.
Lovely.
I've still to determine who the Gorilla of the Day actually is.
Okay. Any last tweets?
Yes, just a couple just come in actually. Mike said only 74.3 overs yesterday and 75.4 overs today. India should just decide to slow the game even further. They'll draw the test by just not doing shit.
Well, yes.
Well, Australia's equally to blame. And Mayank said click the live button, not videos. So he's worked it out well and truly.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. Thank you all very much.
Indeed. We look for, it could be tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be a crucial first hour.
It is going to be a crucial first hour. Get that jingle ready.
I will do.
Right.
And until then, we shall say goodbye. Here's the theme tune.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Guerrilla crickets. Whoa. Guerrilla crickets. Whoa. Guerrilla.
Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi.